All right. Hi. Normal American Show, Rob Noor. Got two shows for you tonight. This first one, I'm going to be interviewed for an hour by We're Offended, You're Offended. It is husband and wife duo. The Canadian guy that looks like me, you see in Verbal Combat sometimes, and his wife. I'll be talking to them. I screwed up. I thought it was at 8 p.m. Eastern time. It looks like it's 8 p.m. Central time. So you get me for an hour before the interview. I don't know what to talk about because I had stuff to talk about for tonight's show, but not necessarily for today. That's all right. We will be okay. So that interview will be coming up in an hour, but it's one of the I always do stuff like this. So I wanted to start to set up my live streams earlier in the day so people could get notifications and know exactly when they're going to start. So, and then one of the things I have a problem with is Rumble. Rumble has unique stream keys. So each episode's a new stream key. So I was trying to figure it out. We'll see if I figured it out tonight. I don't know. So of course, the one night I actually put up like, "Hey, I got a scheduled time for when I'm going to do this stuff," and of course I screwed up the times. So what can you do? It's just classic me. But we can talk about all kinds of stuff that we could talk about leading into the show. First off, how was my day? Watch party. I don't know about that. I don't like taking other people's content without their permission. It would have been different if I mentioned something to Rachel before. You're still stuck at work, Lobster. Jeez Louise. Man, who works that hard? You guys are nuts. My brother-in-law came in from Louisiana. He flew in today, so we went and had dinner with him. Me and my son both had popcorn shrimp with French fries. He's a big fan. He likes his with ketchup. I myself am a cocktail sauce, man. I like the horseradish. So, but yeah, that was. Let me see though. I might have a backup plan. Let's see. I may have a backup plan. Give me a second. I am in communication. Mm-hmm. Let me see. All right. I'm listening to see if this guy gets back to me, but yeah, it's been quite the day here for me, getting ready for my son to actually be done for summer school or for summer and be out of school. I told Ryan Mullally if he wants me to come in, he's streaming as we speak. All right, let's see. I think I'm going to be jumping on with Ryan Mullally here real quick. All right. All right.
Delighted to watch it. In fact, I will watch it. I'll review it. I'll swear I will. But, from what I was told, and the little bit I saw when I was skimming and like, just seeing like the beginning, the leftist lawyer couldn't make the tech work. Connor didn't seem to be willing to fight to the death on this. And then Tom Foolery came in as a backup, but Tom doesn't even believe this is right. Tom is actually on their side and is basically cribbing notes for how he can argue that court packing is a good thing in the future. So they're having a debate about the most important topic in politics, and they don't even have like an honest to God, hard-nosed right-winger to make the point. It's just infuriating. But Rob, the great Robnoerr, is here.
Great. I don't know about that. What's happening?
Great Robnoerr. Yeah, I'm hanging out. Kai Schwemmer's dropping by in like 10 minutes or so. We're going to do some debate prep. If you want to help out with that.
I might be able to stick. I was supposed to have an interview. Have you had this happen yet? I know you're newer to streaming than me, but maybe in your law profession you've had this happen. 8 o'clock, except they're in a different time zone. So I'm scheduled. Ooh. I'm ready to go, and it's actually 8 Central for them. So I have an hour to kill.
I have done that like way too many times. It's super embarrassing. And then sometimes in law, you get this thing where it's like the person I'm working with is in Hong Kong and they send you a time and you're like, yeah, that's fine. And then you do the conversion and you're like, oh, I have to wake up at 3 a.m.
Yeah. Oopsie.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Oh, I should have been more careful with that one. Let me catch up on Super's Rob and then,
sure.
So Pisco, a good debater defending poor propositions. I think that's fair. I'm not, I've said this before. I'll say it again. I don't think Pisco is a coward. And I think Pisco is by far the best debater on the left. I don't think it's close. Now, I whooped the shit out of him on birthright citizenship. So I'm not saying it's a relative scale, but I think Pisco is both brave and is good at what he does. He's just wrong. So yeah, I agree with you.
I would say real quick, I think that Pisco is very good at legal topics. I think sometimes when it gets outside of the legal realm, he just flounders. Because a lot of like politics or cultural or philosophical conversations, it's different formulaically than a legal debate. Like legal debates, as you know, it's very nuanced, and there's a very specific set of like things that like an objective judge, well, I don't want to say objective, but a judge could have metrics to how to weigh it. Sometimes philosophical and cultural debates aren't like that. So he gets a little too lawyer-brained with some of those things. And it's like, yes or no, yes or no. And it's like, well, it doesn't really fly as well in a non-legal context sometimes. But I agree with you legally. That's why Destiny sounds worse when he doesn't have Pisco helping him with these legal debates. Because Pisco's much better than him at it.
That's what I was saying, is that like Monday night was basically, from my perspective, a no prep debate. As in like, the stuff Destiny wanted to talk about were legal topics that I've thought about, I've read about, but I wasn't prepped for that evening. We were talking about court packing. He wanted to talk about the Colorado ballot case. He wanted to talk about the VRA, which are things that are on my mind, but not what I prepped to do the show with you. If I got in a situation where Pisco had prepped for a conversation like that, and then I didn't get to prep and he jumped on the show and I had to argue with him, that would be very, very tough.
Yeah,
that would be a very tough situation. I have not seen Pisco debate other topics.
Let me give your audience an example. They've probably seen you at Word War debate Pisco. That's very much a legal debate. That is, ought this case be overturned, right? Ought the birthright citizenship. If I argued with him on the political ramifications, right? Forget about what is constitutional. Just outside of that scope, should we allow birthright citizenship or not? But aside from, if it's a good idea, like policy-wise, like if whoever won the debate, the other side, or we passed an amendment, so we got rid of all legal challenges to him. He's not as good on that. And I think that you are very good at parsing out that like there's a difference in those two things. Because you're an originalist, right? So there's a difference between what we want, what ought to be, and what the plain understanding of the Constitution is. And sometimes it's not the same thing. Sometimes an originalist could say, I wish this wasn't the case. However, this is what the reading of so I think sometimes Pisco gets in trouble on that because he has a difficult time, as well as you do, of differentiating those things,
Yeah, he does get a little tunnel brained. That's for sure a thing. Which, but in any case, I'm not, when I called out Josiah and Wick, I made sure not to call out Pisco because I don't think that he's, I don't think he ducks hard conversations, right? Like it's not at all his nature. Then the other comment that came in from Jefferson, thank you. Echo chambers and hug boxes will embolden packing. Yeah, that's why I was pissed off. I don't know if you saw this. I haven't seen the whole thing, but the court packing panel that Wick hosted, which I got bumped from, ended up being Josiah and Pisco versus Connor, who doesn't really have the strongest views on this, as the token right-leaner.
Right.
And then they were going to have a Democrat lawyer as the other opposition. So not even a conservative.
So an anti-Trump conservative and a Democrat.
Yeah, so that's the hug box. But then the Democrat lawyer's tech didn't work. So they brought in Tom Foolery to replace him. And Tom's doing it on like a pure devil's advocate basis because he actually thinks they should pack the courts. He's just cribbing notes for what he's going to do when he starts debating this issue. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like they're talking about the most important issue in politics and they're just serving up fucking salt. And like I said, I think highly of Pisco in this area as a debater, but they're just serving him up cupcakes. Well, right? Like there's no one there who's going to give serious opposition to those guys.
It is like the super chatter's right. It definitely is like a hug box. It's the same thing you see. Like it all does stem down from like sort of how the left has embraced sort of the online debate space. Like today on X, I went back and forth with Destiny a little regarding you and him's conversation there Monday night. And just to see how the people that are siloed in Destiny's community respond, it's surreal. Like for example, they'll be like this: Ryan didn't say anything but shout 9-0 for an hour. And it's like, no, that's... Or how about when Ryan got embarrassed, right? When Destiny brought up the fact, nowhere in Section 3 does it say you have to be convicted of insurrection. And it's just like, oh, man. It's such a... Like, they're just going to repeat whatever they hear. And so if you're setting it up, if you're trying to push to, get your base fired up, pack the court, that's exactly how you do it. You'd have a bunch of debates and discussions with fake opposition or opposition that is weak. And then you could have a bunch of lefties because this is such a radical position. You got to gear up to your more normie audience on the left why we need to do this now. And so you just inundate them. And that's what we talked about before Destiny called in Monday. They're trying to normalize this. The entire idea is we are starting early. We're going to have, the New York Times is going to do 100 pieces, and MSNBC and the Washington Post and CNN. There's going to be hundreds upon hundreds of segments where they're like, well, actually, Trump's been so extreme that, this isn't that abnormal. And look what FDR did, and actually it was a good thing. And look at how that worked out. That's what they're going to do.
Oh, yeah. No, they're absolutely trying to normalize this. You can hear Pisco's rebranding it. He wants to call it repacking. Right. Like, so there's this whole thing happening. By the way, some guy from Utah, that's fucking hilarious. Where's the fleeing destiny? All right. New emote coming in. When we hit 3,000 subs, fleeing destiny emote.
It's at this point, it's a pattern, right? That's on court decisions. Destiny gets embarrassed on what the case says after claiming he read it, and then he runs.
Well, he was looking for an exit. Let's be real, because like what he got upset about is he was like, he asked me to walk through. I mean, the Gingell's framework in that context is a really highly technical issue. It's like a couple pages of analysis with this 3-page, and I said, I don't think I can do that off the top of my head. Like I need to look at it. And then he's like, oh, fuck, I gotta go. And I tried, even though I was like, Destiny, that's not what I said. And then he just leaves. So, I think what he was obviously tired, didn't like how that conversation had gone, was looking for any way to exit the space with a little shred of credibility, but like, I don't know, man. I was looking back at that conversation. Shout out Black Elk for the clips. Thank you, Black Elk. But some of the stuff he was saying was absolutely like lunatic asylum stuff, that long gaslight he did where he's like, well, how come you're saying, Ryan, how come you're saying that a conviction is required by the Constitution? I'm like, Destiny, I said to you 5 times, that's not my position. You can't, if you go on like a 10-minute diatribe and then restate my position inaccurately, that does not make it my position.
Well,
like there's a really real dirty trick aspect to that, where he just tries to change your position during his freakouts and then argue against the straw man that he gave you and hope that you're too dumb to notice.
Then he'll come to your position that you originally had and claim it was his. And so he perceptually makes it look like you're the one who's moved. When it's like, I've been consistent the whole time. You were arguing against this. And then you strawmanned me. And now you're arguing for what I originally said I was. You know,
and he goes, so we agree. And I'm like,
right.
No, we don't agree. You
yes.
changed your position while you were like yelling for 10 minutes.
There was, for me, one of the things that's so frustrating about what he does is, and I figured it out now that I've seen him do this exact scenario twice in Rage Quit. He has this catch-all that it gets him out of everything, right? And here it is. You ready? Let's say I did this. Let's say I bring up a court case real quick, and well, just pretend I brought one up, and I start reading. It's a 6-3. We find that blah 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 blah, and then we and I read it like I really read it, just out loud. I read the words. I just speed read through it fast. Now, according to Destiny, I can make any claim I want about that case. I could use AI. I could have my lawyer friends typing at me while I'm debating. I could be looking at my audience chat and saying what they're saying. And even if I'm wrong, I always get to say, but I read it on stream. I read it on stream, right? And then I could say, now, Ryan, you recall verbatim what it said about this. And if you can't, I say, aha, you didn't read it. And it's like, my point is, I don't deny that Destiny probably read it on stream. I know this from me. I've read maybe 50 court cases in my whole life, right? Most of them was when I debated, right?
But though, Rob, just to say it, given the nature of my channel, I read them on stream too.
Oh, you should, if you have it on stream, you should show that. You should show, you should actually clip out. You should actually clip out you reading the Calais thing on stream. Just be like, okay. Because I've read court cases, right? And people can believe me or not, but I have. Here's the problem. If you're like, Rob, isn't it true that you're affirmative all year? Back in 2005 in the National Debate Tournament Circuit policy debate, you had 2 cases that you argued to reverse, Milliken and Casey. I'd say, yes, that's true. And they'd say, you remember what the third argument that the court had against Milliken was? And I'd be like, nah, I don't. Oh, so you never read it. What, did you use AI back then? It's like, well, no, I can't recall this shit I read 20 years ago. I'm sorry. I don't recall. I got I know that Milliken was a forced busing decision, right? I know the broad strokes. And when it's a case that's more recent that I read, I might understand the decision and my understanding wasn't after reading. But if you were like, give me the 4 reasons that they said this, I might be like, I don't recall the exact 4. Here's the problem, though. Destiny reads it online and then defaults to that. And then what happens is, when you point out, Destiny, you're clearly not having a good understanding of this because you constantly get things wrong or misquote the decisions. For example, his very first argument coming in, he asked you, Ryan, can you steel man basically what one of my arguments against the Colorado case was? And you were like, yeah, you had a problem with what you said was the patchwork nature of it. Remember? And he said, yes. And then when you were like, okay, now make your argument, what's the first thing he says? All I have to do is read the concurrence. I'll just read this concurrence from Barrett. Then he reads the section of the concurrence. The section he read does not say that she's upset about the patchwork. It says the opposite.
That's the part she agrees on.
She agrees on that point. And so it's like, but Destiny's response to that is, but I read it. But you're wrong. You didn't understand it. And his audience is like, but he read it. So what did you do? Use AI. And it's like, I never claim, and this is the other thing I always have with Destiny. You hit the nail on the head here. Oftentimes what happens is you're debating people on their terms, particularly if you haven't set up a debate ahead of time. So when someone's like, debate this impromptu, when I debated Destiny on the insurrection ship, this is exactly what happened. Like, to get into a couple of the details, he rage quit by the end, just for your audience. I was at work, and I was supposed to debate Pisco on the standard legal definition of insurrection. That was the argument. Destiny messaged me and said, hey, man, would you like to do this debate with me? And I was like, sure, I'll do it. But I'm at work like 13 days straight. And when I'm at work, I'm there 24/7. Now, I could do a little research on my phone, but that's not the same. I'm working. I worked with people with disabilities, so I didn't really have time to sit down and think about this all that much. I said, but sure, when I'm home, I'll message you. I get home from work after like 12, 13 days, and I message him and said, when did you want to do that? Tonight? And he says, yes. So I hop on, and the very first argument I make is, I haven't really had time to prep this, but I told Destiny I'd give him a good faith debate. Let's do it. He's bitching at me because I didn't read, not the legal decision, which I did read, but Bode and Paulson and their paper where he's getting his definition. So I'm the bad guy because I haven't read the exact legal paper. And then when I point out, what I did do was some searches on it. And what I did was I found like 2 abstract, like just, I don't know what you call it, just people reviewing their paper.
Yeah.
And then I did an AI search. I thought it was, I screen capped it because all I had was my phone. So I just took pics and put it on, and I thought it was one of the abstracts. It was AI. I was like, oh, it's AI. Ultimately, it's right about what I said. Debate goes on for 3 hours. Destiny later is pissed off because I used AI and didn't read the decision. And I'm like, but what's the matter? I was ultimately right. That's the problem. And I told you, this is exactly what he's doing to you. He rage quit, and then his excuse is going to be because Ryan's bad faith because he didn't read the decision. He didn't read it. And it's like, yeah, because I couldn't verbatim memorize the couple things you wanted. Meanwhile, the entire debate, you exhibited that you did not understand key parts of the decision. He didn't know the RUCA thing. He acted. Not only did he not know that the RUCA case was involved in the Calais decision,
didn't know it existed.
He did. Not only did he not know it existed, he thought the very reason for it existing never occurred. Because he was like, what do you mean? There was never any federal courts that were denying maps. Yes, there were. That was the test cases that brought the case to the Supreme Court. And it's blatantly said, I looked it up 13 times, RUCA's mentioned, in the Calais decision. How did Destiny miss it? It's one of the key reasons. He acted like he saw an alien when you were explaining it to him. And then at the end, because you can't, that key portion that Alito's talking about, a key portion of that decision, he had no clue. But allegedly he read it, and then he's pissed because you can't remember a verbatim point. And
and by the way, it's not that I didn't know what Gingles is. It's just that he asked me, can you explain how Alito's rule about VRA, the VRA less opportunity rule interlays with the Gingles framework, which is actually a really complicated question. Right. So it's like, no, I can't recite it from memory. I still couldn't recite it from memory. I would need to look it up and like read it, and then I could talk about it. But it, like whatever. The thing that's so funny about that ultimately is he came on the show. He did the thing he always does, where he never tries to have an affirmative position. Have you noticed this? Yeah. He always tries to sometimes he'll skip an opening statement in a formal debate because he doesn't want to have an affirmative position. He just wants to attack yours, right? So he comes on and he's like, well, why am I here? And I'm like, why are you here? Like, I don't know why you're here. Like, you said you want to come on the show. Like, you have to tell us why you're here. He doesn't understand the Colorado case. As you said, he misrepresents it. He talks about the concurrences as if they said something completely different and is proven to be wrong about that. We get into the VRA case. He's wrong about the core logic of the VRA. He's wrong about what Alito's rationale was. He's wrong about the impact of the VRA. He's wrong when he says, oh, because of the VRA, they just want to have contiguous zones. They're not doing crazy gerrymanders. So I show him the map. He's wrong about that. It's a giant bat-shaped racial gerrymander that he's unaware of. He says that he has historical evidence from this guy, Jack Smith. Then he says, no, I just made that up. Actually, let's find the article and look it up. He's completely wrong about how the VRA case functioned in any way, shape, or form, and all the things you just said, unaware of RUCO, wrong about the gerrymandering rule, wrong about how that developed through 2019, doesn't understand what a decided issue versus an undecided issue in law is. And then, what was the other one? Oh, yeah. Then tried to misrepresent that I said that you needed to have a conviction constitutionally when I just said they passed a statute, because you said they couldn't, that Congress could never pass a statute to this effect. And I was like, they already did. Oh God, there's so many. I feel like I'm going to lose out. Oh yes, and then didn't know what a murderer was. Claimed he didn't know what a murderer was, right? And after all of that, all those mistakes, he's like, oh, can you recite from memory this complicated legal thing? And I was like, I don't think I can recite it from memory, but we can talk about it. And he's like, oh, I'm out. So it's optics farming at the end of the day. That's all it is.
He's very good. He does this, and it works because he has a very dedicated audience, which good for him on that. Look, I'll give Destiny some flowers. He called in. He didn't have to. I give him I give him
He's
props for
not.
that.
He's not.
Right?
He's not a pussy. Like he
I
told
don't
him.
think that anybody took it to the personal. Really, it wasn't like he was insulting our families or we his families or any shit like that. So that's all good. I don't give a shit about any of that. Right? Though he did say to me at one point today, like, I don't, you want to call me names because I said, like, I don't know, the most benign thing, like he's, in a bubble or something. I was like, Desi, I don't know that we want to go down the who insulted other people. I mean, you started playing the piano 5 minutes into ignoring your opponent's argument. So I'm a bit reciprocal if there's any, insults being thrown there.
I did say he had a carpet cleaning degree at one point.
Yeah.
But.
So it's like, whatever. But what he'll do is when he's getting embarrassed, he'll just find a red herring, right? He'll find anything. And it doesn't matter. So let me give you an example. Today, I actually showed him a screen cap of like, Destiny, if you read this decision, how did you miss Ruco? Here it was at the beginning of Alito's decision. Now, I fucked up. What I did was, I'm going to tell you, a spoiler alert for everyone out there, I haven't read the entire Calais decision. I read probably 3 pages of 90 pages? I think the whole decision's like 90-something pages when you factor
in
long
decision.
The syllabus,
the dissents are long.
The dissents are long, right? So I read like 3 pages. But here's the thing. I've never claimed to have read it. I didn't. This isn't a case I've talked about any more than asking you questions about it on Law & Order. That's the extent that I've basically talked about it. So it wasn't me saying the court is amazing, this was the best decision ever, they're so good constitutionally, or this was corruption or ineptitude of the court. I haven't been making those arguments, right? So that's Destiny. He's the one, this is his issue, he's reading this case. He's the one that thinks that these cases are so egregious that we should pack the court. So I said this was at the beginning of Alito's decision, and he's like, Rob, I could tell you used AI because it's not at the beginning of the decision what you showed, it's at the beginning of the syllabus where it mentions Ruco. Now, what does that have to do with the central point? So at best you could say, it's like, well, one, I didn't use AI. I literally went to the case and searched the term Ruco and saw it was there 11 times. Secondly, let's assume that that's true, that I'm a dirty AIer. And?
Yeah.
What does that have to do with the claim that Destiny, you didn't know? You're claiming. I didn't claim. I read all of this. You're claiming. And what he does is, you know it, you called him out, and I know it. And if the fucker tries to lie about it, I got Pisco on fucking stream admitting that he messaged Destiny while I'm debating him, legal shit while I'm debating on. He acts like, notice he never answers when you say, are you searching something now? Are you using AI? Is someone giving you info? What's his response? I read it on stream. Well, those aren't mutually exclusive. Sure, you read it on stream. Is someone giving you advice? But what he does is he takes this red herring. Oh, Rob, you said decision, but that's from the syllabus. And then go to work his audience. Oh, sickest part. Wick was like, you think, when will Rob learn? How many times must he be embarrassed? It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? This has nothing to do with anything. Sick burn, I just proved that Destiny didn't even, this was such a common phrase in theory of the fucking court that it was in the fucking syllabus. And you still didn't read it,
Well, and it's not on all fours, but like if you read like a scientific study, there's an abstract at the beginning. The syllabus is not, it's not on all fours with the abstract, but it's not like totally dissimilar, right? Like it's a streamlined version of the decision that's kind of giving you the high points. Right? It's not crazy. Like I often read the syllabus first because I'm like, what is this case about?
Well,
right?
the thing is,
it's not
his
a weird
argument,
thing to read that.
It would only be an argument if it was like, Rob, it's in the syllabus, but Alito never mentions it. Alito does mention it over and over again.
It's in the syllabus because Alito mentioned it.
Right, and the reason he brings it up is he's shirking the blame. Again, think of it this way. Imagine that instead of it's me, it's just some random person at one of these, like, Destiny does the Unfuck America thing, like, where random people come up. Now, the truth is, you don't really give a shit about the random person's Twitter history or videos or whatever, because they're random person. So if the random person says, Destiny, you said that you read this decision, but you didn't know this part about the Ruco decision, which is all through the decision. In fact, here it is at the beginning of Alito's decision. And if Destiny's response to this random unknown is, ha ha ha, you must use AI, that's not Alito, that's the syllabus, you'd be like, okay? How is that a defense of you not knowing about the Ruco decision? And it's just like Destiny's like, next. Like, anybody could see. And the problem is, that's the way that sort of that debate bro mindset goes. and they accuse you of exactly what they are. So it's just like, I'm losing 99-0, but I get 1 point on the board in garbage time that means nothing. And I'm like, ho ho, yeah, motherfucker. I got that garbage time basket. I bet you're hurting now. And the audience is like, that's the best basket I've ever seen. You just shake your head. You're like, you're not a serious person. It's all about optics for you.
Well, this is what Jefferson's saying. Shift goalposts, rephrase, quotes, pedantically mock.
Yep.
Like that's what it is. It's if you think about how that conversation went, Destiny was very, very heavy on tactics and very, very light on substance. He didn't really know what he was talking about at any point.
Yeah,
most of the information he was sharing was things that we told him. You know what it reminds me of? It's when I was in high school, I was a pretty disinterested student in high school. Like I was smart, but I didn't really care. So I was notorious for going to class without having done the reading. And what I would do is I'd just listen to what everybody else was saying, and I'd synthesize their points, and then I'd make a point. But I didn't actually know anything.
Right.
I was just stringing together the points that they've said. That's how Destiny was approaching that conversation.
It would be the equivalent.
He didn't actually know anything. He was just listening to what we were saying and then riffing off of it and trying to like make tactics off of it, but he didn't actually have substance to contribute.
And you could tell what happened. He read somewhere, either a buddy of his or someone in his chat or an article he read someone that was probably an attorney. It was like, this is the problems I have with the Calais decision, right? Then he reads the decision, right? And he doesn't really contextualize what's going on. It'd be the equivalent of, some case comes out, right? I don't know. And you're like, Law and Order, we're on there. And you're like, oh, Rob, this is a big case. Have you heard of this? I'm like, no. And you're like, this is incredibly important because blah, blah, blah. And you explain it to me. And then 2 hours later, I'm debating some left-wing attorney, and I'm just parroting the points you just told me. And he's like, but wait a minute, let's go to page 4 here and see what's said. And I'm just like, you would say that. Yeah. And it's like, yeah, it's clear I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about then. I just thought I got you because my friend Ryan Mullally knows what he's talking about, and I'm repeating his phrase. But as soon as you start to interrogate, it's like, you don't understand. Could a more competent lawyer or person that understands the law than Destiny make a better argument, say, on the patchwork argument? Sure, there could be someone. I mean, look, the world of the law is, even on losing positions, there are attorneys that are so good that they can make competent cases for losing positions. That's the legal field.
Sure
I totally get that. Destiny's not a hit. He ain't that guy. And he thinks he is. He has an incredible arrogance for it. And then he has an ego that when he's shown that he's incorrect, he gets very upset. And then that's when you start to see the bad tactics and the spurging out. And I'm going to go play the piano, and I'm going to rage quit, and I'm going to make up red herring reasons as to why it was the case. That's all it is. He's embarrassed. And he can say whatever the fuck he wants, and his audience can say what he wants, but I know it, and you know it, and other people that understand any amount of the law that watched it, they fucking know. He's embarrassed. He knows that he didn't do well. It's that simple.
I mean, that's the thing, man. I guess if you want to like think about the tactical side of this, right? He came on to be like, Ryan, you criticized me for saying the law is vibes-based because a unanimous Supreme Court disagreed with me. The burden's on you to prove why the court's right.
Correct.
And I'm like, no, it's not. It sure as hell isn't. The unanimous Supreme Court ruled. So the burden's on you, Destiny, to say why the court's wrong. Calling it vibes isn't an argument. And then saying that I have to then take your burden, right? That's all that is. That's the kind of the tactics, the optics of it. And, like, I don't know. It went how it went. People are going to be happy or sad about it. I can't stop his fans for being crazy. You can imagine, I'm sure your ex was pretty wild today. Mine was pretty wild. But like, they don't care. They're just going to repeat whatever Destiny says, and that's fine. They can do them. But that went badly for him. Like that was not a good look for him.
It's what amazes me. Like, I get it. When you're the man in the arena, right? You start losing, you throw a little dirt in your opponent's eye, whatever you got to do to come try to save some face.
We've all been there. Yeah.
The audience, like, is what gets me. And I understand why. I understand the idea of, like, rooting for a side and being a team player, But man, it's just some of the stuff. It's like it's right in front of your face. Like one of the things a couple people said it to me, because you accused Destiny of using AI, which I bet he was. I bet he was using AI. I know at least he was using a search engine, which would have the same problems you would have with an AI, right? When he looked up John Smith.
Now, and remember, by the way, I wouldn't care about that normally. It's just because of what he did to you, right? Like normally, if someone's like, like I see this happen all the time in debate. Someone's like, "Oh, well, here's this study." They're like, "Well, let's look at the study. You have some data. Let's look at it. You found an article. Let's look at it." That's not like you're looking something up. Okay.
That's when I told Destiny at the end. I said, I'm in the same position as you. Like I'm listening to you as you go, and I'm looking stuff up. And Destiny makes it seem like, oh, it was shady that I was looking shit up while I was sitting there listening to the debate. As if that's not exactly what he did. The difference is this. This is his position. This is the shit he's researched. So when he comes in and he's reading from whatever paper he was, and basically for those that didn't understand this part, here's what's going on, right? The patchwork argument is this. Basically the court's saying, look, we don't want 50 different states coming up with 50 different reasons to keep a major candidate off the ballot, right? So like, Tennessee's like, here's why we're going to keep Kamala Harris off the ballot. And California's like, here's why we're going to keep Trump off the ballot. And then you end up with what, like 7 or 8 states that decide the presidency where they're both on the ballot, which would be insane. They're like, we don't want that. We don't want this patchwork issue, right? That's sort of what the court said. And Destiny says he has a problem with this, says that the concurrences or the justices that voted for this, but were saying we have some slight disagreements, they actually agreed with Ryan. Anyways, right? What Ryan is asking then at some point, or what comes up, Destiny makes a claim such as this. He says, in the past, like after the Civil War, there were several people that won an office that the states would not allow to take office. So imagine this theoretical guy, John Smith. He served in the South during the Civil War. He runs for congressman of North Carolina or South Carolina. He wins. The South Carolina government's like, no, because you were a rebel. You were in the South for the Civil War. You can't do it. Ryan's argument is basically this. I intuit that that's mostly state offices. So he won a state seat, and the state absolutely has the right to say no. You're not taking that office. But is there instances where that happened at the federal level? Now, this is Destiny's argument, and he's reading from a paper. Destiny doesn't have an incident of that. So he makes one up. He says, sure, John Smith. And Ryan's like, okay, can we see the example of that? And then he's forced to be like, okay, I made that up. Click, 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 click. And he starts searching. Now, why would it be a problem in like my last debate with Destiny or this one that someone like me who's not saying that I've read, what's up, Cal? I'll finish up here and leave you guys. But why would it be a problem that someone like me that's not claiming to have read it is looking something up on the fly? But that's a problem for Destiny, but it's not a problem for him who claims that he read all of this and understands it to be looking it up on the fly. That's
it's the double standard. It's the double standard that's the issue, right? Have you guys met before? I haven't met Kai before, by the way.
I don't think so. It's great to meet you, man.
I just realized I was muted with you guys. What's going on? Good to meet you guys.
Great to meet you, Kai. Yeah, so I think this is the first time for all of us. Yeah, Rob and I were rapping about the debate with Destiny on Monday, Kai. I don't know if you've seen it yet.
I started watching a little bit of it. I wish I could have tuned into more of your guys' conversation, the breakdown. But yeah, tremendous work. Spectacular.
It gets to the point, man, where like sometimes my to a fault, my preference is to have a real conversation and to actually cover substance, which sometimes puts me in this very bad position where I come in and I don't realize that it's going to be that kind of debate until like a little too late in the game, and then they've already done like X, Y, and Z tactics and I have to catch up. But like in that one, it's like, okay, Destiny and I have a lot of water under the bridge, right? Like there's no reason for me to assume he's going to come on and be like a sane person. Like he's going to do what he does. And, I think that at the end of the day, the thing about him, and this is maybe a little too in the weeds, but his complaint with the court decision and my review of his dog shit analysis of that decision was that he felt like it was vibes based. It wasn't like a true originalist decision.
Yeah.
And I was trying to explain to him, it was written that way because they were trying to get the vote of the leftist judges. And that's how leftist judges write. So they had to write in a way that the left would sign off on. But let's do the hypothetical opposite. Let's say the right didn't care what the leftists thought, right? They wrote a hard-nosed originalist opinion with the same outcome. Well, now I would have hard-nosed originalist arguments, but it wouldn't be 9-0, and you'd have dissenting justices on the left, and Destiny would still be complaining about the conservatives overriding the leftist judges. So the point is, when you accommodate them, they complain about the accommodation.
Yes.
When you don't accommodate them, they complain about you not accommodating them. You can't appease them. So at a certain point, you just have to be like, okay, this is a fight, and we're going to be fighting, and like that is what it is.
That's a super good point. I feel like, and it goes to two things. First, what you're describing, I totally see that. Like when you read the dissent on Obergefell, the dissent, like the language that I forget which justice wrote it. Who was it? Who wrote
my favorite is Scalia. Scalia wrote one of the all-time great dissents in Obergefell. Yeah,
that one was really good. I'm trying to remember whose it is. That I'm thinking of, but it's like, yeah, you're right. The language is so couched in the look. What we're not saying like that we're just taking this position. All we're saying is that maybe we shouldn't be like prescribing, what marriage ought to be based off of a political worldview. Maybe that's an oversight by the court. And oftentimes, I think what conservatives have to watch out for is in our attempts to be so good faith and reach out in couching the language and appealing as to not galvanize more dissent from some of the judges and political activists. Sometimes we almost convince ourselves that we can't take a hard line position on it. And you end up like ceding way too much ground because you're playing within like this mental paradigm of what is going to generate the least reaction from the opposition. But they're going to run crazy with it no matter what. So I think that's what we have now to deal with is people who are uncomfortable advocating for like a conservative worldview because they're so used to trying to tailor it to a left that is going to take anything and just go wild with it.
Particularly in the legal framework. Like, for example, I think that you could make an argument, Ryan, and we'll see what you both think on this, because I'm not an attorney. I think the concurrences that are disagreeing with the fact that, like, legislation need be proposed is getting towards an originalist perspective. So in that Colorado case, they're like, look, here's sort of our originalist view on it, that actually the only remedy would be legislation from the federal Congress. That's the only remedy. However, there's an argument beyond that we think will appease the rest of the people in the court, which is this patchwork argument that this will make elections unworkable, etc. So the hypothetical is the actual situation where it's like Destiny in this case, and the reason that Destiny matters in the abstract is this. I think that he is not only does he have a big audience, but he is at least competent in making arguments and represents, I think, a thrust of many of what Democrats are thinking. And you can see what happens, to go to your point, Ryan. So the court does exactly this. So, like, here's our originalist belief, but here's also why you guys should be on our side. And then that's twisted of like, oh, well, why did you have to make two arguments? We don't like the second argument, and therefore you're not really an originalist now, are you? You're really not. And so the other reason it matters in the legal perspective is because, unfortunately, and this is just my opinion, but I think that on one hand, you could say, well, lawyers and judges are one thing, but laymen like me or Destiny's another. Let's look at Ketanji Brown Jackson. I think increasingly that layman perspective is going to be represented in the judicial branch. I really do think that's the case.
What's crazy?
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but courtesy of Zero Fucks, since you said the name Ketanji Brown Jackson.
She don't want to battle. She's rattled. Her dissent lacks restraint. This court is unshackled. She's scared to death. She's scared to look. She's shook. 32 days? Let Louisiana cook.
That's a gem.
That's a gem. Post Calais. We got to collect these. Yeah, I mean, she is one of the most radical justices I've ever seen. I mean, if you go back in history, there's other radical justices at other times, but she's argued for some things that are, I would call it judicial supremacy. Like, there's no separation of powers in her mind. Like, the court has the power to review and constrain every action by every member of the government, even if it's an action that is only given to that branch of government without constraint. Yeah. She applauded a lower court ignoring a direct order from the Supreme Court because she disagreed with the majority's ruling. Like, some pretty wild stuff. So I fear that if the left gains power and they get, they do well in the midterms, they win the presidency in 28. I don't think they're kidding about packing the court, and I don't think they're going to pack the court with sane jurists and moderates. I think they're going to pack the court with, more Justice Jackson's young ideological judges who are going to tear apart really some of the remarkable gains that the country's had. Because, like, I don't know, Kai, maybe you can weigh on this, but like one of the things Rob and I have been talking about recently is that, like, there's a lot of reasons that people are blackballing on Trump and the right now, and I'm sensitive to many of them. But I think there's a little bit of a loss of perspective where it's like, okay, like, did you think abortion should be a state issue? That's a pretty big win. Did you think that the administrative state was too big? Well, Trump's been deregulating like a madman, and we got a Supreme Court ruling that said that agencies are no longer gods and they can actually be challenged in court and lose. Like, did you think that, like, DEI policies and blatant racist quotas that were favoring one race over another was getting a little bit out of hand? Well, it turns out that's illegal now, and it's in the Constitution, and universities aren't allowed to do it, and companies aren't allowed to do it. And if they're blatantly discriminating against white people, then there's a recourse. It's not a one-way ratchet. Like, these are not small things. Like, if you go back to what life was like during the Biden administration, these were very real concerns that people had. It seems like it felt like you were getting choked and you couldn't stop it from happening, and that we were on the verge of enacting these policies into law. So, like, I get it. Like, okay, maybe, like, you don't like some of Trump's policies, or you're opposed to the war in Iran, or like whatever it might be. You wish the border was more secure. You want more deportations, pass the SAVE Act. Like, is that a reason to let the left pack the court and reverse all those things that I just mentioned? Like, it seems like why would you cut off your nose to spite your face?
Hey, I got to go. Thank you, guys. Great meeting you. Hopefully, we'll talk soon. I got an interview to get to. So we'll see y'all soon. Take it easy. Oops, sorry. Yeah, I screwed the pooch there. Oops. All right, let's read super chats real quick. What's up with the lack of super chats? Sorry, we're starting an hour late. I'm going to start the interview here with You're Offended, We're Offended, You're Offended. 2012 Ace Man, $10. Saw Destiny's Rage Quick. Keep up the good work. Yeah, I'll be starting a show here at 10 o'clock. We'll be going over that. Mr. Prometheus, 6 months a member. Hope marriage is going well. Says Normal American for 52 years. Thank you. Lavin, $10. Says Destiny was okay with Colorado taking Trump off the ballot because states can run their own elections. But if Red State were to take a Democratic candidate off, he'd lose his mind. We all know that's the case. And then our good friend How Long Nate, $5, says radical is an understatement for Justice Jackson. Of course. Let me get my own video up here. So I'm going to be joining We're Offended, You're Offended. You may have seen them. They have a Rumble channel. You may have seen them on Verbal Combat. It's a husband and wife duo from Canada. So we'll be going probably about an hour, and then I'm going to raid over to my next video, which is going to be just the normal show at 10 o'clock. Apologies that we had some conflation with the time zones. So I thought it was at 8 p.m. Eastern. Here it is at 8 p.m., I guess, Central? How the heck do I know? I don't know. Look, I'm not good at math, and the world revolves around me and my time zone, and it's the only time zone that matters, and everyone needs to get on track with that, or something like that. So let's get this ready. I also want to link their Rumble channel and anything else that they would like, so please consider checking out their channel. How does it do this? Okay. Put that link here. Canada people time. Is that a thing? Ron, Canada people time. Okay. I have it open in the background, so Crisco says no. Now listen. Let's try to get those super chats in. Let me tell you a little something. The people that are watching right now, I know what's going on. The great Ryan Mullally's on. The great Andrew and Rachel Wilson are streaming right now. A lot of great people streaming right now. We got the OGs in here. The OGs that are watching. So Get the super chats in, and we'll beat the morons that start watching at 10 o'clock. Just between me and all of you watching right now, I don't care for the 10 o'clock people. They're garbage. I've heard, yeah, Moldy X, I've heard that the opponent for Rachel wasn't that good. I mean, it's sad. One of the reasons I get excited, like, to have an interaction with someone like Destiny is, like them or dislike them, at least their arguments, even if they're terrible, their arguments being proffered. So much now of debating these people on the left, it's just really, it's not good. You know, you saw when I debated there a few weeks ago in Modern Day Debate, that person on, hell, what was the topic? Christian nationalism. And she just, it wasn't impressive, right? I don't want to be rude. Her name was Leslie. I think I saw that Andrew's debating that chick coming up, so good luck to her. All right. There we go. I can't wait, though. I think this is going to be a good interview. We're probably going to go for about an hour. It's obviously, I'm streaming here, but it's not my show. It's my good friends over there. And they raid over on Rumble all the time. So I'm always happy to be working with some Rumble folks. And want to make sure that we're getting their channel out there. Now, I don't know. They may be on Twitch as well. I don't even know if it's an interview so much as just a collaboration. But let's be honest, collaboration sounds pretty effeminate. You know. Hey guys, I'm collaborating. Now, Lavin could give $200 right now, and even though we're going to be raiding over to another video of mine later, I think that still counts. The 200 for no whip songs should apply, even if it's another video. My audience is the worst. You guys are the worst. I clicked the wrong button on some. Did you guys see all the boys that show The Boys has ended? And the Homelander character that they were making like a superpowered Trump, like he loses his powers and then he's like, oh, I'll do anything. I'll offer sexual favors to not die. Great. I watched like, I think maybe 3/4 of the first season and I was like, this isn't bad. And then I never bothered. It was the same with that show Invincible. I watched the first season of it and then I just never bothered to pick it back up. But my understanding of The Boys was that it got more and more, like the first season wasn't overtly political. And by the way, that's actually the most effective left-wing political message when it's like not in your face, right? But they have a tendency to like, even if they have a good, like, wow, it's entertaining, but you're kind of subconsciously getting your left-wing message in there. It's not good for my side. I don't mean that, but that's how you do propaganda well, right? And they can't help themselves, though. They're just like, okay, I saw that there was like a character in the last episode that basically comes from nowhere. And he's like, hi, I'm a rich billionaire from South Africa. And, I have like 15 kids. And they kill him off. It's like, wow, you did it. You guys did it. Paul Zoth. Oh, I'll read that later, Paul. Hello. What's up, Kim? How you doing? Good. I'm streaming, but they can't hear you yet. Do you mind if they can hear you guys? You don't have to. That's fine. All right. Let me bring the screen up. I'm good if you guys are.
Sounds good. Move you there. All right.
They don't produce anything. They don't do anything.
Well, hello. And hello, everybody. Welcome to We're Offended, You're Offended. I'm Kim. That's Tyler down there today. And our very special guest, Robnoerr, which you can't see, but he is Tyler's doppelganger. You can actually see Tyler. It's really weird. But anyway.
I look smogged him. He's out already. He's been look smogged. Yeah.
Right? He's like, peace. If you are new here, hi, hello, welcome. Don't forget to hit the little subscribe button down below. And thank you for clicking on the little button to come sit with us and listen to the craziness going on in the world today. So, Rob, how are you? Who are you? Tell everybody who you are.
What a philosophical. My name's Robnoerr. I'm from the same rural area in sort of northwest Pennsylvania. I've lived within 20 minutes my entire life. I grew up in a blue collar area. Wasn't very good at all the cool things my redneck friends do. Like, I'm not a good handyman, can't work on cars and stuff like that. Went to college, did policy debate in college, got pretty good, qualified for the national championship tournament. Then became a coach, which helped win a national championship at the novice level. Then ran for Congress in 2019 in a special election in District 12 here in Pennsylvania, and did a lot of home health care with adults with developmental disabilities. I consider myself a populist conservative. I would guess you could say I'm sort of on the Trump train, although I have some disagreements with him. And I think my central feeling is I feel that a bunch of establishment people, that the face of which is the Democratic Party and left-wing politicians in the West, want to erase people that they see as the biggest stumbling block to them, which is traditionally people in Western countries like Canada and the United States that are sort of the indigenous populations, white Christians, etc. And so I fight against that because I feel they're intentionally trying to silence and wipe us out.
I would definitely agree with that. I did not. So debating, hey?
I did it. Yes. I love debate.
It's weird. I never would have guessed that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But health, go ahead.
Yeah. So debate, I started off, I liked arguing about like sports and shit just with my friends growing up. And I took this course in college, debate, like my first semester there. And for the final, either had to go to this debate tournament or write like a paper. And so I was like, oh yeah, I'll go to this debate tournament. I was a drunk at the time. So the day of the tournament, I called the coach and was like, or who was my professor, was like, I'm not going to make it. Something came up. And he literally drove to my apartment. And I'm all hungover and he's beating on the door. He's like, come on, get your shit. You're going. And so I went, and it was a special division called rookie. And I took first place at that tournament. And I thought, I'm like the greatest debater ever. I'm just going to come in and crush everyone. And then the first novice tournament I went to, I won one round, got my ass kicked. And so, but that was a good moment for me because I was hooked, and losing, I don't mind losing. Losing motivates me to get better. So I got hooked on it. And I've been doing it ever since in the online space after collegiate debate. So.
Well, you're definitely good at it. I was more surprised about the healthcare thing.
Yeah. Well, for that, so I think in Canada, like you all have like bigger government programs and what have. As much as I bitch about the government, I went to a state school, Clarion University, and then they hired me as the assistant debate coach. So technically I was an employee of the state. I was getting paid for all the complaining I do about the size of the state. And in 2008, I believe it was, I went into work one day and the budget in Pennsylvania didn't pass. And so I went in and they were like, yeah, you're out, man. Like there's no money. And so I pick up the newspaper and I put my name in for two jobs that were there locally. One was to be a security guard and the other was to do home health care with adults with like autism. And I was like, I'll call it, but I'm not qualified. And they called me in like 5 minutes. They're like, when can you start? I was like, today. They're like, okay, we got a training. Come in now. And that was it. I went in and I sort of fell in love with it because I found that no one really gave a shit about most of the people at every level, at the nurse level, the doctor level, the people in the agency, the people at the state, the individuals we worked with that were really challenging. Like, it was just like society threw them away. And I don't know what it was. At the time, I was just like basically a borderline alcoholic. And I just felt like it felt right to be there working with these people. So I did it for 14 years until basically I quit to string full time. So yeah, that's what I did.
14 years.
Yep.
That is insane.
Yeah. It's tough work, but it's rewarding if you like it. And it's complicated because in many ways, I think that what I did was useful, but it was also way overspent in some ways. The idea is you take an individual that formerly would have been maybe in a mental facility or something, and you give them their own home. And then you have round-the-clock staff that are there working. Well, as you can imagine, that could get quite expensive if you have, like, say, 2 million people that need those sort of services. Who's going to be all these employees? And so there was a lot of fraud and abuse and neglect and terrible people that worked there. But it also was a really good program for a lot of people that maybe if you just put them in a facility, it's sort of like prison. Like if you make one mistake and you end up in prison and then your cellmate's a hardened criminal, you're probably going to become a hardened criminal because you're just fighting for your life. It was the same with these mental facilities. Some of these people were in there because society just didn't quite know what to do with them. And now you're next to a person who's been arrested for sexual offenses and it's like beating the shit out of you because have a lot of problems. And maybe you're just someone that, has is just a pleasant autistic person. So there was goods and bad about it, but I did like it. And anyone who would consider doing it, if you ever DM me, I could give you an honest look because it's not, it pays like shit and your hours are going to be insane that you work. But if you have the time, it's definitely rewarding. So,
wow. I definitely admire people who can do that or people who work with like special needs people and stuff like that. And they take them out through the day and help take care of them. And I think it's very admirable. I could never do it. I do not have the patience for that personally. Animals, on the other hand, that I have the patience for, but people, not so much.
It could be. So, like, just to give you, I worked at 2 companies. There's the man. I worked at 2 companies. The first one I worked at, I have some interesting stories, but I basically worked with primarily in a 1.5 year period, 3 different people. The second company I worked, I guess that second company was 14 years. I primarily worked with one guy. He's like a brother to me. I go visit him every other week and we have lunch. Great guy. However, just to give, and I want to be clear here before I say this, one of my best friends in the world. Like, imagine going through 4 hours when it's like, today's July 17th. How many days till Christmas? And then you'll count them out. Tomorrow's July 18th. How many days till Christmas there? Now do that the whole way up to December 25th. And I don't care how much of a big heart you have. At some point, you're like, I need to go outside for a minute. Just a minute. I got to catch my breath because it can start to grate on you. So it definitely is. I always say, are you capable of getting punched in the head and not swinging back? Because that's sometimes a requirement of the job. And there's no shame in admitting, no, some dude punches me in the head, I'm going to whack him. So it's, it could be trying both physically and mentally. I always said, it's the type of job where 95% of the time I was like, I can't believe I get paid to do this. This is awesome. And then the other 5%, I'm like, I can't believe this is all I get paid to do this. Because it's like the most insane situations you can imagine.
I could definitely see that. I, for one, at work, am one of the people who identify on our ERT is if there's shit going down, I am jumping over that desk and I am jumping right in there, which is definitely why I could not. Okay, I'm going to slide over the desk, maybe like seal myself. Shut up, asshole. Anyway, but regardless, I'm going on the other side of that desk and I'm going to jump in and help, which is why that's my instinct is to help. But however, getting punched in the head, my knee-jerk reaction might be to swing back. So
the first guy I ever worked with was like, I hate to say this, but Michael Myers-esque in that he was nonverbal and had seizures. His one eye would constantly do this. Like he was having a permanent seizure, like with some tick with his eye, and he would be super quiet. He would speak in short bursts. He probably weighed 450 pounds and was like 6'4". And the first night I went and worked with him, the other staff was like, "I gotta go. You'll be fine." He's sleeping, and he woke up a half hour later. And I sit there, and I'm a stranger to him. I'm in his home, like, "Hey, buddy, what's up?" And he smashes all this stuff in his kitchen. It was crazy. And then a new staff came in. He had his chair, recliner. And they're like, "Can you help us move the recliner? We're going to sweep under it." And he was so heavy, they had it made out of steel. And so when it was like the heaviest piece of furniture. Me and this other dude drug it. I watched this dude, the client, pick that chair up over his head and throw it through the fucking wall that day. And I'm just like, this guy could literally, like, I'm a bigger guy. This guy could have literally just grabbed my head and been like, pfft, and that would have been it. I've never seen a human being with that much power. It was incredible. And, you know, you'd get tough guys that come through. He comes at me, I'm going to hit him. I'd be like, dude, I've watched this guy take a 2x4 and smash it off his face for like 20 minutes. So you couldn't recognize his face. His nose was broke so bad. You could see his skull. And there's just blood coming down. He's just smiling, laughing at you. And it's like, yeah, man, you ain't going to do shit. You're going to run like I run. That's what you're going to do. And yeah, it was the most harrowing moment I had there was on the side of your house, you'll have like where the power lines come in from like the street. And then it'll like, it's always like encased or in some shit along your like siding. The dude ripped it off there. Now what happened was it ripped off and then went up the line, and the line up on the power line snapped and it fell, and it's live. And he is grabbing it, and he's running at me with this live power line. And as he's getting to the edge of it, where like the wire's exposed, I'm like crying because I'm like, you're going to die. You are going to die. You're going to grab, and he's out of it. He's not listening. And he gets near the end of the power line, like where it's the part that'll shock him, and he just stops dead and just sits there, and he's completely naked. He just sits Indian style and just starts going for like an hour. And I obviously had to call the police and shit, and like they showed up. And I'll never forget, the owner of the company showed up. She looks at this scene, and I'm like freaked out. And she's like, "Why is there garbage in the yard over there?" And I was like, "Well, he threw the garbage can." She's like, "Clean it up." Like that was that line of work, dude. And what was crazy was I started to like really care about that guy because I realized he did not have one person in this entire world that gave a shit about him. And the dude was trying to kill me on a daily basis, but like everywhere you went, you'd have a doctor appointment with him. They wouldn't even see him. They'd just send a script out in the car. You'd have to crack your window like this, and they'd send a nurse out to throw the script in your car. Like everything that he did, no one wanted to deal with this guy. It was just shove him to the next place, shove him to the next place. And so, you know, I had a falling out with the company after I left, but he passed away. He was the first person they put in a facility in the state of Pennsylvania, like one of the big like mental houses. He was the first one they'd accepted in years in this particular one. And I left the company under bad circumstances. And when he passed away, they called me and asked if I'd go to the funeral. And I said, yeah. And the company put me on the no list. I wasn't allowed to go. And so I was like, well, that sucks. No. And then I found out, you want to hear the best part? The company didn't send anyone. So they buried the fucking guy alone. There wasn't one person there for his funeral. It's fucking horrible. Like I legitimately wanted to go through my old company and just like smash the window in and just like grab people. Like, what the fuck are you? So petty. But yeah, right? That was the work. Like you deal with that. And then your next client that you go work for is some like sweet old man that's the nicest person in the world, you know, that would never hurt a fly. That's the line of work. One day you're running from your life for some guy. And that's one of the problems with the field. They lump both of those people in together and they're like, here's the same level of care. And it's like, no. Like one of those people, there needs to be reasonable restrictions because they're going to kill someone. The other person's a sweet old man that just might say something that's offensive from time to time because he doesn't understand social conventions. So he might blurt out the N-word or, you know, say like you're fat or something to someone. And it's like, he don't mean it. People. Yeah, right. You know, it's just so. But
I'm working on that.
There you go. You could get a diagnosis and then they could pay someone to hang out with you. There you go.
Love it.
I'm kind of getting to the point. I don't know if you're here yet, Rob. Also, thank you for coming in.
Anytime, yeah.
I'm literally on the side of a road right now, so it's been a day. I like how I looked up at my camera that isn't there. It's down there.
I do that when I was mobile streaming too. Or I'll like look off to my other screen like, oh yeah, I'm here. There's no other screen. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if you're getting there, but I'm kind of getting there. I kind of just like dropping hand grenades now. Are you getting there? You just kind of say like something unusual or kind of off cuff, just to kind of see what happens.
It's very I certainly like. It's very weird because let me give you a real story that happened. Right, like there are people that I will bring on stream that I don't mind, but they're more extreme than me. Right now, I would draw the line. I'm not gonna like bring people on that are like we should use like violence and stuff. That's one thing. But there are people that'll be like, you know, hey man, I don't think you should be allowed to hold office unless you're Christian. Like that's not my belief, right? But I don't mind. What do I give a shit? But then I'm actually working with politicians in Pennsylvania. So you're always like, if I write a speech for a dude in PA, right? And then all of a sudden a national scandal breaks. It's like, oh yeah? Well, this guy that wrote your speech was on with Myron Gaines. How about that? You want to hear what he said about that Austrian painter? You know, so it is weird because the nature of me is just like, I just don't give a fuck. Like, I don't care. My friends are cool. Even my left-wing friends, they know who I am. So I don't give a shit on that level. But I am aware, if you're trying to build bridges into serious inroads in politics, you can't drop that verbal grenade sometimes, even though as much as I would like, because it's like, yeah, I have to keep up appearances,
Well, and this is one thing I find really interesting. So, I'll get your opinion on this. So, I don't hide. I've been very clear from like day one. Like I'm still classical liberal. I still hold those kind of at heart. I still hold them as much as like times are like when I debated a libertarian, I'm like, okay, my libertarianism has kind of died with that. So when we see things like the left is very effective in the right policing itself, much to the dismay, and very much the right has kind of operated with this almost like we don't want to wield the sword because eventually we're gonna die and someone else is gonna pick it up. And that's the concern. While the left is like, we don't care. And so a trend that I've kind of noticed with this is that, like, the left they'll say the outrageous stuff. Like I'm not sure, well, obviously you've seen like the politics that have gone on, they shouldn't feel comfortable. The stuff that Destiny says and all that type of stuff. And everyone's just like, yeah, obviously.
That's crazy.
What's the problem here? And so
you're absolutely right.
Go ahead.
And it has to do with because so much of society and these institutes, this is what I say all the time. This is one of the big mantras I had when I was running for Congress in 2019. Show me the institution that sticks up for like sort of rural conservative values. Where is it? Right? It's not Hollywood. It's not academia. It's not, corporate America.
Angel
they don't
Studios?
care. Right? Well, yeah, there's small little enclaves. Like you could be like, well, right-wing radio, right? Rush Limbaugh. Okay. But ever since Rush has passed, it's nowhere near as effective. Or how about the church? Well, even the church, many branches of it's being sort of infiltrated with more woke type views. And so like we have this constant mantra. For example, one of the things I was going to talk about in my show later tonight, I was reading this study that it's like 92% of professors and students at law schools right now in the United States identify as left or extreme left wing. 92%. God. And so when you start to have these institutions like churning out generation after generation, more people that are radically to that side, what happens is a consensus forms. And that consensus is we're good people and you're bad people. And because of that, you can say whatever you want because you could always default back and the establishment will sort of have your back. But I'm a good person. So when I mock Charlie Kirk dying, that's because I'm a good person and he's a bad person, right? And it doesn't matter that I'm suggesting doing the most horrible, awful shit. We just had Ma'am Donnie give press credentials to two ladies that were up there celebrating the murder of Brian Thompson, saying that his kids are better off, and may his kids live well with the blood money. And these are, now you might say, that's something you might expect to hear like a Vosh or a Destiny say. These are credentialed journalists, right? So you see
this is now mainstream.
Right. Now you have the people that say extreme shit, right? Like Nick Fuentes, but Nick will tell you straight up, where would Nick ever be employable? If he would lose, he's done. There's no like respectable, like run-of-the-mill shop that's going to hire that guy, or run-of-the-mill job. It's just, so that's
no
where we're
think
at.
tank or anything.
So we
well,
have,
maybe some weird think tank, but yeah.
you get the point though. Like any outside of politics or job, he's done. There's not, if he gets a job at Walmart, people are protesting, right? So what you see then is it makes the left more free to say whatever they want because they know there's not consequences. In fact, not only is there not consequences, in the rare time there is, you're basically hailed as a hero by all of these other people anyways. So your social score goes up anyways, and you become like a martyr. Oh, well, you got fired from your job for cheering for Charlie Kirk dying. You're one of the good ones. You're great. And you're celebrated. So yeah, it becomes like that. I share your dream though. I was thinking about this the other day. So much, and I'll admit to being guilty of this from time to time. There are times where something will come up and I'll think, look, this is my legitimate take, and it's always my legitimate take. But I'll say, that'll help in the future. So you know what? If I'm like, hey, I was against the Iran pull, what do I think right now about the Venezuela situation? We went into Venezuela. There's part of me that says, look, in the future, if something happens, I could say, here was my take. Why do I give a fuck anymore? Why do I care about that? Why do I give a shit that I'll be able to look to the left and be like, look, though, I've been consistent. I ultimately don't give a fuck what those people think anymore. They could call me a hypocrite. They could call me a bastard. They could say that I'm just a team player. It's all naked projection. I know that I have a standard and I try to hold by it. And the people that know me well know that that's the case. And all these lefties could fuck off. Destiny the other day calls on to the stream when I'm on with Ryan Mullally, and they're going to try to make these, well, I disagree with this court decision, blah, 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 so that they could run around and say, therefore, we need to pack the court. They don't give a shit. They don't care about the individual decision. They're not legitimately thinking, oh, these justices aren't interpreting the law correctly, and so we need to get ones that are. All they give a shit's power. That's all they care about. So I no longer care if those people get upset. That's, getting called a racist, getting called a homophobe, getting called like a hypocrite by these people. They go fuck themselves. It literally could mean next to nothing to me. I just don't care. I really don't. So.
Well, okay. So here's my theory, and let me know how accurate or inaccurate I am with this. So typically with the left, because most of them either don't believe in a god or some kind of like spiritualist thing. So through the atheist or whatever type of view, they see that the world it's one shot. You came from the dirt and you return from the dirt from whence you came. And so to them, they are creating a world. They're creating their forever, their utopia. While the right, and this is the thing I've noticed within Canada a lot, is that the right looks for a savior. They're always looking for the God, or they're always like, this is just temporary. I'm actually looking to God to do something for me. And so I think that's where the left has been so much more effective. And they're going, we are the gods. We are God. We are creating this world, while you guys are too concerned that you might piss off the old man upstairs. You're concerned about that, looking for a savior rather than you becoming the savior. What are your thoughts on that?
I think there's truth to that. And I think that what it is, I think you pegged the left, right? The left feels, right, that they're morally justified. In a sense, they might not say that they're gods, but in effect, they're the authority because they're correct, because they're morally superior, and therefore they're the authority, and the ends always justify the means, etc. In effect, saying, forget about the deity aspect of it, but they are the power that must be answered to. They answer to themselves on the left. You are right. There's a lot of people, and in a good way, on the right, especially Christians, that think that there's a higher power to answer to. Or I think, and I don't consider myself someone well-versed in Christianity. I am non-denominational Christian at this point, which I think pisses off a lot of my ortho bro friends, but hey, it is what it is. I think where a lot of people get
You're not a real Christian,
yes,
Rob.
I know, I've heard it all. I think where a lot of people on the right get this wrong is, to me, that's not my understanding of Christianity. The idea that it's like, there's a lot of this like, well, who really cares? God will sort it all out anyways. That's sort of testing God, in my opinion, right? That's the whole point is, right? God put us here for a reason, and part of that reason is to make this place right here as much in his image as possible, or forget the specifics of it, of like, what do you mean Christian religion?
Right.
In other words, we're supposed to take this and do good with it. We're not supposed to sit in our ass and say, God will take care of it. That's not a virtue, right? And so for me, the idea of waiting for a religious savior in the sense that I don't have to do anything because God will take care of it, to me is antithetical to Christianity. And it also then comes in that form when you're waiting for a human leader. Well, Trump will take care of it. Or, I was arguing with some of the, like, Nick Fuentes fans the other day, and I was like, okay, let's play this plan through. How do we get the candidate that you guys will be happy with? We vote Democrat in 2026. Okay, now what? How do we get the candidate you want in 2028? And basically what this guy on my channel was telling me, I was like, for example, where's that candidate going to get fundraising from? Where's it coming from? Like, who is all of a sudden on the... Most of the anti-Israel people that are funding are going to do so on the Democratic Party. So who is it that's going to give you big money on the right? Where's your ground game, your infrastructure? This shit matters, particularly for a presidential election. And what I was told was, whoever that candidate is will figure it out. Now, that sounds an awful like trust the plan. The very criticism they have of the people that are like the QAnon too into Trump people. I'm sorry, I'm not just going to be a trust the plan person. I think that it's perfectly fine to be willing to work with people that maybe have tools that I don't, that are more effective, that are more likely to win political office, or that have a better cultural reach than me. I don't have to be the man up front. I'm not saying that. But I also think it's a mistake to just sit in your laurels and say, someone will take care of it. Whether it be God, whether it be a politician like Trump, or it be Carney, or whatever, or Polivier or whatever. Like, you're wrong if you're anywhere and you're like, I assume that some man's going to come along and fix all this. It's not going to happen. So you should make yourself better, and you should, try your best to help things, No, I'm afraid not.
I've been waiting for... Damn it.
Yep, sorry.
I've been waiting for my knight in shining armor.
And I had to break the news to you. How horrible, yeah.
I mean...
I'm sorry.
My whole life is over.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and so I think that's kind of an interesting thing. So, like in some right-leaning circles that I've talked to, people, and of course, like a lot of my view, it comes through a Canadian politics, Canadian lens. And, I hear people, they're like, well, I did a petition. I brought it to my member of parliament, my congressman, and it didn't pass. Canada's fucked. Everything sucks. It's all over. Pack it up. Go. Time to flee the country and everything else. And it's like the you think the left has done that? Like, you think the whole idea of the slow march on the institutions was by accident? As you said, 92%. If 92% of lawyers, where are they going? Where are they going? They're not going. They're not retreating. They're saying, go forward. So that 92%, now those are lawyers. Now those are lawmakers. Now those are judges. Now those are magistrates. Now those are your next Supreme Court justices. That's what they're doing. They're taking those institutions and they're making them that. And the right just goes like, well, fuck it. We throw up our hands. We lost. Donald Trump's not Jesus. Well, fuck. I guess it's all over, boys.
Well, that's the crazy thing to me, is that the left literally they're like fucking bulldogs. They'll just bull you down. It doesn't matter if you live or not. They will bull you down to make their point. And it's like, we need more of that in the conservative side, even though ideologically we align more in the left, but technically speaking, we have more in common with people on the right. Because the people on the left are psychotic now. So we need more people on the right that are willing to, okay, well, this doesn't work, or we're not going to wait for our next savior, Lord and Savior Trump. They need to push more.
Yeah, it's a weird thing because, one, quite literally, if you look at studies, particularly with young people, the more left-wing you get, the more likely you are quite literally to be crazy, to be diagnosed with significant mental health issues, right? So that's just true. The other thing is, like, think about, if I were to ask either of you, like, what are the characteristics you think could make someone more conservative? Like, what would you say? Like, forget about religion. If you were like, hey, there's Rob, what would make you more conservative leaning? What are some of the things
Have kids.
Have kids. That'd be my first one. Get married, have kids, or work a job, make a lot of money. And then all of a sudden the tax man comes and you're like, hey, wait a minute, right? Like those types of things.
Or work and make not a lot of money. And then you go like, oh, I got $1,000 or $600 or whatever. And it's like, yeah, half of that's not yours.
Yeah. So having a
They're
family,
like, what?
having a serious job, right? Those are the types of things that make you more conservative. And ironically, those are the things that make you less likely to want to be politically active, right?
Yeah.
The left has this advantage where it's like they got nothing to lose. They're fucking miserable, so many of them, right? Like most of the people I know are apolitical that live in my little rural area. And they're really conservative. They are. They just don't give a shit to vote. They don't give a shit at all about politics. You know what they give a shit about? Hey, the poker run's coming up this weekend. I got to get my four-wheeler running. And it'll be nice that my brother's coming into town. We're going to have a big family reunion, you know? And my kids got soccer practice after school today. That's the shit they're focused on, right? The left is focused 100% of the time on attack, get into every institution. We say things like this. We'll be like, for example, the reason I'm stubbornly still on Twitch, even though I only have like 2 or 3 people that watch me there, is because I have committed myself to being like, fuck you. You're going to have to ban me from this space before I leave. That's where I'm at. But most of the time, conservatives are just like this. Oh, I'm not wanted here. I'll leave. I don't give a shit. We'll have our own thing, right? Mm-hmm. The left is like, we're going into every one of those motherfucking spaces. Yes. Oh, it was like a male-dominated thing to play like pen and paper RPGs and video games? Fuck you. We're coming and taking that. Oh, sports? That was a man-dominated. Fuck you. We're coming there. Now when
Disney, fuck you. Cool. We're coming there.
Yeah, like
D&D was so fucking cool. Now it's lame and gay.
Now, you're Canadian? Are you hockey fans?
No. I'll root for the Jets from our fucking Manitoba.
Winnipeg, yeah, okay.
Winnipeg, yeah. Well, I'll root for our Jets, but other than that, no.
They're spending a ton of time and energy on trying to make fucking NHL like LGBTQ because that's one of
they just had a. The Ottawa Senators just posed. Yeah, okay. So you've seen that too. The Ottawa Senators just like, hey, hockey is inclusive for everyone. And every single year they put that rainbow tape on the stick.
Yep.
And there's hockey players that have come out. A lot of hockey players, or I shouldn't say a lot, but there's been a few that have actually stuck their neck out and saying, I'm not okay with this. Like religiously, I find this disgusting of portraying this type of stuff.
Now, imagine is you're not going to see. Sorry, you're not going to see it on that side. You're going to see the men who are going into the women's hockey leagues to fucking dominate, but you're not going to see a woman who is I identify as a male going into a male hockey league. You're not going to have it. It's not a thing. Like, and if it is so very rare that you don't even hear about it.
They did once in the NFL. There was a woman kicker, and she kicked it like it was just enough that it was fair ball, so it was like 10 yards. And the enemy team, sorry, fucking nerd, the opposing team got the ball and ran it back, and that was her first and only kick in the NFL. They fucking canned that chick.
Well, then even better than that, there was the NFL hired a female ref, right? And can I share screen here? I'll show you this real quick.
Yeah, you can. You can do whatever you want.
You get a kick out of this. There you go. You bring that up. So the NFL hires their first female referee, and here you see the article from earlier of the year. Fired female referee files discrimination lawsuit against the NFL. Part of her argument was that the uniform didn't fit her well because she's chesty. And so it's like, that's the type of shit you're talking about. Like, even when they go woke, that's what makes me laugh so hard about this. These organizations bend over backward to appease these people that don't give a fuck. The average NFL fan, some like dude like in the bar downtown where I live, like that's making $12 an hour working his fingers to the fucking bone, that saves up enough money just to buy a fucking jersey and cable TV so he can watch the game every Sunday and be left the fuck alone. And he has to be reminded time and time again. You would look, if you were outside of this society, if you're an alien looking in, you'd be like, so let me get this straight. This motherfucking guy is a carpenter. He's up on roofs. He does roofs every fucking, something that's important for people's lives. He's up there. He's making like $12-13 an hour. Then this guy over here catches a football and he's making millions, right? But the roofer is perfectly fine with that relationship. He's like, that's okay. Mm-hmm. I just want to be able to watch that guy on Sundays. That's it. And that guy that catches the ball goes, fuck you, roofer guy. Acknowledge your privilege. Right? Yeah, how insane is that that's where we're at?
Well, and that's what happened with the whole Colin Kaepernick thing. Like, you know, I was saying, like, at the time, like they are very, like, the left is very effective at getting into these places, making these grievances type of things, and then the right now we're seeing the right is finally kind of mounting ahead. But since Charlie Kirk, the right is fucking fractured. I don't think the right can actually mount a counter to anything now.
It's a very difficult. First, you're absolutely right, but like just to tie a bow, it's a difficult line to say. We absolutely, although you want to just be with your family and the things that help make you conservative, you also have to take an active stance in sort of our culture and in our politics. You should, but you don't want to go too far, and that's the other danger that we run into. And I think you've probably seen this too, like being a streamer and talking about these issues. People get super black-pilled. Right, and it's like they get fucking depressed, and it's like, look, at the end of the day, we're all dust. If you're religion, then you go to heaven. If you don't believe in religion, then you're dust. But either way, the things that are going to matter are real mark on life. It's how we treated those around us. Were you a good husband? Were you a good wife? Were you a good parent? Were you a good child? Right? Were you a good neighbor? That shit matters more than anything I'll ever talk about on this channel. So it's not worth, you got to keep those two. It's hard to keep that yin and yang where it's like, yeah, I want to push for things politically. I want to push for things culturally, but not to the point where I become a morose asshole like these people on the left and start to lose sight and become this depressed maniac. It's not like that. Life's a blast. Even if things are looking down, so much of it's your attitude. With the Charlie Kirk thing, you're absolutely right. I'll just say this real quick on it, right? There is a vacuum that's been left by Charlie Kirk, and you see a lot of different factions scrambling, and Kirk's strong suit was the ability to bring all of these factions that were tangentially right, like the libertarian right, and even the Groyper right to some extent, and the neocon right, and the Christian right. It's not that these people all like Charlie Kirk, but it was like Switzerland. It was like a neutral ground where it was this was the one guy that somehow actually had the ear of not just on the ground people, but also the serious political people, and was trying to patchwork everything. And the left has achieved an incredible victory strategically of killing him and then celebrating it and getting away with it. And it's no doubt helped them immensely. It really has.
Which is absolutely insane to me because, sorry, sweetie, but
no, go ahead. Sweetie, what the fuck?
I don't know. I'm not really sure why that even came out.
Fuck this.
Oh my God. I know, right? I'm so sorry.
That's how it did. We know what you meant.
Sorry, bitch.
Yeah. You didn't want to say cocksucker on stream. I got it.
I talking to my kid too much today. Anyway, I forgot where I was gonna go with that.
Oh
shit, I lost it.
Dead air.
Well, yeah. Well, but so this is something that I've because I'm even doing have you ever done the political compass test?
Yeah. A while,
so
a long time ago, but yeah.
Yeah, so I kind of do it once every. Oh, yeah. Where do you fall on that?
We've been doing it once every year.
I should redo it, but I was sort of right-wing libertarian, conservative libertarian, but not extreme, sort of center onto the bottom right there is where I was. More towards the center line than the bottom line. But yeah, that's basically right. I would guess that I've become less libertarian though in a significant way, and I think having a kid helped change my perspective on that because
1,000%.
But I put it this way, right? I didn't give a fuck when I was a drunk that I'd go out in the public street and it smells like weed, but I give a shit now that I have my kid. Right? And I'm like, fuck all that. Yeah. I don't want that. Now, I'm not super authoritarian. I'm not throw these fuckers in prison the rest of your life. But I'm okay being hey, man, put the joint down. What the fuck are you doing? Come on. It's a public area. So I've certainly became more in that sense. And unfortunately, I think that maybe the impulses, I'm still really have an affinity for the classic liberal and the libertarian. But I don't know that, I guess this is shitty to say, and they would be pissed at me for saying this. I don't know if it's the right time for them. I don't know that they have the tools necessary to push back against this authoritarian left that's hell-bent on controlling every aspect of our life,
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. I saw your debate with that Casey person, and older or a younger me, I should say, would have said, kind of the idea of yeah, man, just kind of live and let live. Two adults, they want to do their thing, leave them alone. Which kind of in theory, I still hold on to it. But it's becoming harder and harder to really hold on to that feeling of hey man, they're adults, as long as they're informed, let them do their thing. And I've kind of It's kind of waned. And so it's like,
It's
okay,
well,
I
you
guess-
know, I mean, a serious look, it's like weird trans stuff, weird gay shit and stuff like that, right? Here's my feeling on it all, right? I don't think it should be illegal to be gay. I don't, right?
Mhm.
I think that we should be like, ugh. That's what I think society's reaction should be. Like, for real, I have gay friends, but I would let them know that I'm like, ugh.
Do you tell them? Ugh?
No, we don't talk about it, but I think they know that that's they know it's my feeling, where it's like, for me, it's like, it's not, you know, I say this all the time. Again, I find it's weird to me. Everybody wants to debate religion and shit now, and which is fine. And I'm not saying that's not important. That's
So
not my
weird.
forte. And so I end up James from Modern Day Debate all the time. He'd be like, "You want to do Christian nationalism?" And I'm like, I told myself over and over, I never want to do that style debates. I ended up taking them because I'm like, let's do politics. No one wants to debate me on politics, so okay, I'll do the Christian nationalism thing. And you know what I say all the time is like, I don't think that everything that I personally believe is a sin should be made illegal. I just think that we as a society should be like, look, it's not good. Being gay is not good. It's not. It doesn't help society at large, right? It hurts with birth rate numbers. It increases disease numbers and shit like that. And we should as a society be like, no, it's weird. And by the way, there's other things that aren't even as obvious as that. Like, we should go back to society saying it's fucking gross if you're banging a bunch of people before you're married. That's gross, and we should adopt that. Should we make it illegal? No, of course not. You know, but there's this idea.
Culture is so much more important.
Bring shame
the
back.
Cultural cultural enforcement. Look at COVID or any of these things. It was culture enforcement. The social enforcement is so much more powerful than the law.
Totally agree. And like, that's, for me, it's like, you know, the idea, they're like, oh, you want to make all the 10 commandments like a crime. I'm like, no, like, honor your mother and father. No, I don't want it to be a crime for you to be like, you suck, Dad. I don't think you should go to jail for that. But it's good advice. Societally, we should push that. Like, yes, it does make sense to have society where we have respectful, intuitive parents that are involved, right? And then we have children that honor that, right? That would make sense to try to, obviously there's always exceptions. Do you have to honor your dad if he's like a drunk that's beating your mom? No, of course not.
No.
But we all get the idea that it's these normal principles that we should push for and normalize as a society. It doesn't mean you have to make shit illegal. So when it comes to like that libertarian aspect, I'm still like, I would still be like, you know what? I'm probably okay with legalized weed. I probably am. But I think it's fucking stupid. Like, if I'm honest, I think the people that are like, that you're so addicted to weed that you can't help yourself when you're out in public, you know, you can't wait and go fucking hit a bong in shame like I did from time to time in college, like back in your dorm. You can't do that. You know, you have to do it at the fucking concert in front of my kid, you know, or we went to this show. There's a PBS show called Wild Kratts. We went to, it's a kid's show. It's like, it's pretty cool. We went to a live event, and as we're walking in the venue, it smells like weed. This is a fucking show for 5-year-olds, man. And someone couldn't hold themselves, you know, to smoke weed there. And I'm not saying, again, I want to be clear. I'm not saying like they should have cops should have come in and drugged that dude out. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like, it's okay as a society to be like, hey man, what the fuck are you doing? Like, that's not cool.
Yeah.
And we've gone so far the other way. Ironically, like, it is weird because you'd be like, well, the left are like the parties of like huge government like control, censorship, and all this shit. So you'd think it'd be antithetical to the libertarians, but not really, because the left's also like really embraces this, fuck it, do what you want, feel good, right? That's sort of the idea. You don't have a duty to yourself. You don't have a duty to society. You don't have a duty to your wife or to your kids. Do what makes you feel good. You want to have an abortion? You go do it, girl. You want to go fuck 100 dudes?
Get that punch card,
do
baby.
it. Go do it, baby. You do it. There's no shame in any of that. And ironically, that somewhat fits in to what some libertarians think. Now, not all. There's very good like libertarians that are like, no, fuck all that. We're just saying that liberty means the government doesn't enforce, but we hold ourselves to a moral code where we enforce ourselves. We just don't think it should be under the guise of law. So I think that, weirdly enough, you see a lot of that classic liberal that's sort of attaching itself to the left because in their mind, it's like, yeah, man, free love, do whatever the fuck you want. Libertarianism, right? I was never that type of guy. I was okay with the, you know, don't make shit illegal, but I was very much against the, like, you don't have any duty to your family or society, you know, shit like that.
I will say the other.
Oh,
day.
the men are talking.
Sorry.
Timothy 2:11. Kim, shut it.
up.
Aren't you an atheist?
Yeah.
Uh,
I
Timothy's my
like to invoke,
neighbor.
He
though.
knows a lot about the Bible, though.
Yeah,
It's
Timothy's
really
Timothy's
weird.
my neighbor. The second note he wrote me, the 11th paragraph.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up.
So I will say, just really quick, that it's funny because Tyler and I were actually having a conversation the other day, and I literally told him, like, me in high school growing up, I was that goth kid. I was the bad seed goth kid who did things that shouldn't be doing. And I'm like, never in my teenage years would I think that come adulthood, I would be more like my parents, for one, and two, sitting there having religious debates, and I'm not even a religious person. I'm like, this is so messed up, for one. And two, shit.
Oh, sorry, I laughed.
Damn it.
Sorry.
You
God has
hair
smitten
dye.
you. God has
Yeah.
smitten you right now.
Timothy 2:11,
ADHD at its
baby.
finest, guys. Sorry.
Now
Sorry.
I agree with you though. Like I was an atheist. I went to a Pentecostal church, and it really damaged me on Christianity because it was on its face corrupt and stupid. And the defining line for me was when the pastor's wife pulled me aside and said, "You're too smart for this." What's up, Tiki Ty? What's up, man? I mean, think of that. Your preacher's wife. I'm there. I'm like 14 there to legitimately learn. And I'm being told by the people in positions of authority, you're too smart for this. That was my cue that this isn't the right church. And so I became atheist. I was for years, and I was a smart ass about it. What brought me back was people that I saw their life not evangelizing to me. They didn't never talk to me about religion, but I knew they were Christian, and I saw the life they were living, and I was like, that's a life that I like. Right? They're married, they have kids, they're happy, right? They're not out like hungover every day like I was. And I was like, that was something to strive for. And so I eventually became agnostic and then transitioned to like non-denominational Christian. But let me piss off everyone, because this shouldn't be, not you two necessarily, but we run in some similar circles, like over there in Verbal Combat. I love Andrew Wilson. Andrew's great, Rachel's great. I owe them a lot. They're good friends of mine, right? But sometimes I think so many people in our circle, like the people on Verbal Combat or other channels like that, they want to emulate Andrew so much.
Yes.
And
Holy fuck.
Yes. They always want to take it to this, like, this esoteric, like, philosophical, religious, well, how do you define ethics and all that? And oftentimes to me, it's like, man, I think that one, you're not Andrew Wilson or Jay Dyer, so you're incapable of arguing like them. And so you're doing it a disservice. But secondly, even with them, I would say, sometimes you dig so deep and you have every right to do it, but it just becomes too much and you're losing the practical application of shit.
Yeah.
So it frustrates me because I see this a lot when you'll get on these Verbal Combat panels and it's like, you know how it is, people donate for you to debate, and it's always you got to play to the audience. But I know exactly what to say. I could be like, well, what does truth really mean? You don't know shit. It's all really, and I know that 95%.
What's your epistemology? Where do you root your morals and ethics in? If it's not God, then you have no reason to actually live.
Yeah, it's like, and for me, it'd be like, like let's say me and you are debating, right? And the question is, JD Vance would be a good president, right? And I give my opening statement. I'm like, sure, he would. I think that it would lower the deficit. I think that we would focus more on domestic policy, blah, blah, blah. And your opening statement would be, how do you define good? Right? Where does the ethics and the morals? And it's like, man, I get it. Right? I understand that sometimes that is necessary in a debate to define your terms like that. But there's so much of a propensity now for people in our circle to just be like, we'll just spend all of our time arguing that. And it's like, man, you know what the fuck I mean. You know what I mean when I say God. I just explained how I would define good. Our economy's doing better. The border's more secure. People are happier. People are living longer. Good. Well, why would that be good? It's like...
Yeah, and that... So this is actually one thing that I've noticed. Like, I agree. It is very much in those kind of debate spheres on the right. Yes, it's very much like your Christian nationalist, ortho bro, philosophy, or philosophy, English.
Philosophy? Yeah.
Philo, something like that. And yeah, it becomes that, okay, we don't really get to the meat of the issue. But this is actually one thing that I've thought of is when we have to now define good, I think that's a problem.
It can be. Now, listen, I'll steel man the other side of it. The easiest way to do it's to point an actual debate that maybe you've seen. Andrew Wilson debates Brian Shapiro, I'm sorry, for the first time, right?
Please,
And
no.
the topic was, can you ethically support Trump? Now, the very nature of that debate is it's centered around the concept of ethics. Completely makes sense in that world
Right.
that you're going to have like, well, what is ethical? Where does your ethics go? That makes sense. In that debate, it totally makes sense. Then Brian messages me and's like, hey, man, will you come on my show and debate about Trump? I don't want it to be ethics, though. Okay, fine. I don't really debate ethics. No problem. Right? He's like, we'll just talk about it. The thing he really wanted to talk about, he said, was, remember back then it was like Trump was bombing these Venezuelan boats. So it was before they went into Venezuela. It was when they were bombing. So he's like, let's talk about that. No problem. I said, that's fine. Very first question he asked me, how could you ethically support Trump? And it's like, but see, now that I understand the philosophical debate, because it's like, once you make it a matter like that, if you would have just said, do you think it's a good thing that Trump's bombing these boats? I would have never went down the train of like, well, how do you define good? But when you're like, how can you ethically, now that's a different level. And I think what happens is sometimes it does a disservice to, you could ultimately be right and hurt your cause. And this is one of the things I say to people a lot of times. The first question you should ask when you enter a debate is, why am I debating? And people, like, I think people think I'm fucking them over, like I'm trying to be like some wise man on the mountain, like telling them some bullshit. But I really mean that, because think about it this way. Let's say you could win a debate that way, right? And let's say there's an audience watching, they're like, hey, I'm really deciding who to vote for here in the midterms, Republicans or Democrats, right? And the Democrats like, here's 3 reasons you should prefer Democrats, why it would be good. And the right-winger person destroys them by saying, define good. Where do you get your ethics from? Oh, you don't have an ethical framework? Like, how would you define this? And they just run circles around them, like on philosophy. Did you really win the debate? Now, maybe everyone watching agrees the other person looks stupid, but if you advance the cause of people voting Republican, I don't know.
Yeah,
if your goal is, I actually want people to go vote Republican, have you advanced that cause? Or if you just won a debate against this one dude? So everyone has different reasons to enter these debates and do these things. I am usually thinking, what is the practical real-world application of me arguing? If I'm arguing against reparations, my goal is to lay the groundwork for not necessarily my opponent, but the people that are watching to agree with me and say, yes, these are positions that we should avoid. If I'm arguing against pornography, same thing. If I spend all my time just like, well, I'm just going to hyper-focus on like the root cause of ethics and religion and stuff like that, I don't know that I move the ball forward. Now, on the other hand, if your primary concern is to move people to a particular denomination of Christianity, totally makes sense that you hyper-focus on like sort of the ethical applications. And I don't begrudge those people because, of course, your religious faith should be one of the most important things in your life, and so I totally understand it. It's just not my style of debate, and increasingly it seems like, you know, from a perspective of, we're trying to find people that disagree in like spaces like that where we're having all these debates. And increasingly it's like, well, everybody's sort of agrees on 95% of this shit. And so we're arguing this fringe, but it's always appealing back to that 95%, you know?
Yeah. And that's actually why, like, I actually sought out more kind of right-leaning stuff, is that kind of that counter push. I shouldn't say counter push, but kind of that
Opposite.
Yeah, it is, you know, and I've seen you say this, that like it's hard to debate people that like you more or less agree, but it's more like, how much do we agree? You know, how much, immigration, how much? 0? Negative? Like, is there a percentage? Okay, we kind of agree there's, you know, immigration's okay. But yeah, and I like going into those different spaces where, you know, I can challenge those ideas and really understand like where they're coming from. And I kind of look at, like, I say, I know people give me shit for this, but like, it's true. I'm a middle of the road normie. Like, I'm, like I said, classical liberal. I'm a left leaning centrist, more libertarian.
You are?
And so, yeah.
I straddle that pool harder than you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so, so with kind of exploring more of those ideas or seeing those types of things, it's kind of like, do people really think like, well, when I'm engaging with the world, am I thinking of the laws of logic? It's like, no, people have they have contradictions all the time, and there's logical fallacies and there's cognitive dissonance abound. And it's like, how does the normal person, seeing those, say, like high tier, like I can do those kind of like highbrow philosophy type of ideas, but it's like, what is the normal person? Do they give a shit about like, well, where does my good come from? No, they care like where their kids are, they're growing up in a safe neighborhood, yada yada yada. And more the feels rather than the logic.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I did, so like with the, with the Crucible, and they have their own Discord stuff. Great guys, I recommend it. If I don't know how you get signed into the Foundry, the Crucible's Discord, but it's a great place. You can also come over to my Discord, Normal America. I'm going to start doing more with it. My man Avarice is setting it up for me better. But
perfect.
I went over. They have a debate club, so they were like, "Will you come do some debate lessons?" And you want to know what's funny? There's people there that would admit to you they're novice debaters. They're taking a club to get better at debate. Great idea. Yeah. Right? It's something that could really help you, not just as a fun activity, but also could have application in real life. I'm going to tell you, despite the fact that I was a nationally ranked debater and that I coached a national championship team, probably 90% of the people on the entry level, like been in the Crucible's debate club for 2 months, know more fallacies than me. They know how to name them. I never learned that shit. Never. And that's maybe not good, you would say. But here's the problem. I intuitively know when it's a fallacy. I just don't know the name of the fallacy. I don't have the professional articulation of it. The problem is sometimes you learn the jargon and that replaces the critical thinking for it. So let me give you an example. Like, I don't know if you play chess. I play a little bit of chess. And when you, in chess now, one of the things that's happened is you learn an opening. So you'll learn, like, I move here, and then your opponent always moves here, and then you learn, like, 15...
Sicilian, baby.
Yeah, okay. See, I like Jabava London on white.
I don't know what the fuck that is.
I'm a French defense fan on the left. But you learn these, you learn. And what a good chess coach will tell you is, it's not enough to memorize the move. You have to ask yourself each move, why am I doing this? What is the point? What am I setting up? I've learned the first 5 moves, but if I couldn't tell you why those 5 moves make sense, I'm fucked on move 6. I don't know. I don't have the concept. If I tell you each move, I'm moving this pawn here because the goal is I want this pawn to break at the end of the game. So I'm trying to constantly make moves with that in mind. It's the same with these fallacies. If you just learn the jargon, it's like, I've memorized the move, but I can't tell you why, right? And so a lot of people that when I talk about debate, they'll be like, well, we win because we pointed out 3 fallacies you did. And it's like, well, that's not a win. Not to the average person.
But the audience, the audience, like, you sounded like a fucking douchebag 99% of the time.
That could be it. And even if you don't, it's like, the way I view debate, and this is a policy debate, right? What we did in college, it's sort of an offense-defense paradigm. You have to have offense to win, right? So a debate that I judged at the university it wasn't the style of debate that I participated in. This was a public debate. And the debate was, should the university I was attending have a drunk bus? What a drunk bus was, there was these around campuses around the area that had these. No questions asked bus that was ran by student volunteers with their license that would pick you up anywhere in town and drive you anywhere in town. And if you were shit-faced, didn't matter. They didn't card you. The idea was to stop drunk driving. So you didn't feel that I have to drive. You call this number, we come pick you up, no fee, get you where you're going, right? Okay, that's the idea of a drunk bus.
Like it.
So this team's arguing yes, right? We should have a drunk bus. So they stand up and they're like, basically they make one argument. It would cut down on drunk driving, okay? And they give like a 2-minute opening. Wasn't very good, but that's their argument. And the other team's argument was, no, it won't. And that was the whole debate. They just went back, yeah, here's how many DUIs we've had. And this could cut back. Here at this university, it cut back. It cut back on wrecks. It cut back on criminals, And the other team is like, nah, I don't think I'd work here. And the team that said they didn't think it would work there was doing a decent job, but they lost the debate. Because at the end of the day, the average person's like, well, why not try it? You haven't given me any reason that it's bad to try. Like, for example, you didn't say it would cost a lot of money, which is bad. You didn't say that. You just said, no. You have to have an offensive reason. And so the real world, when you're debating in the real world, a lot of time these like sort of like the logic of like the fallacy and this, that, and the other, like it doesn't really translate to an average person. So again, if your goal's like, I'm trying to win this court case, or I'm trying to win this election, or I'm trying to win public perception, like a lot of times just shouting, that's a fallacy, where's your ethical foundation, etc., it's not going to move the needle. I mean, we live in a fucked up world where it's like, things matter that ought not matter when it comes to like sort of public debate. You want to know some of the matters about public debate that you would be like, what? How good looking you are. Gavin Newsom stands a chance to seriously win the presidency in a large part because there are 60% of women that will vote for him just because he's a good looking dude. That's life. You have to be prepared to deal with that reality. Standing up and being like, well, that's fallacious. That doesn't mean that his argument's true. Agreed.
Doesn't matter. It's how it makes you feel.
You have to articulate that in a way that makes sense. And if if you're in this jargonistic framework, or you're in this like hyper philosophical framework, I don't know how much it translates to the guy down the street, that's working 9 to 5 fucking as a welder. He's gonna be like, what, a tu quoque fallacy? What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what you mean. What do you mean, what does good mean? I fucking know what good means. Shit like that. So that's sort of, and I want to be clear, I'm not shitting on the people that do that. There is a time and a place, and it's certainly, you could use those tools effectively. All I'm suggesting is don't rely so heavily on those tools, because you see someone who's a master at it like Andrew Wilson, and then you fall into that, and you're like, but wait a minute, I took debate club, or I'm interested in debate because I want to argue with my friends, and it's not working for you. That's because your friends are arguing on a different level, not in a higher level or a lower level, just a different level. And that type of jargonistic approach isn't gonna do it for them.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of that is a problem I see, that in those kind of spheres, it is very much, it's like the let's be Andrew Wilson. Like, Andrew Wilson is the top tier. He's the he's the best in all of it.
Well,
and that's kind of becomes a problem.
I would say this, like, from the bottom of my heart. Andrew would absolutely destroy me at any philosophical debate. Like, he just would. I could do the philosophical debates, but I'm not in the level of Andrew or Jay Dyer or a lot of these other people. On the political debates, I do just fine. Andrew's also good at political debates, but you have to know how to seamlessly move into those, like, to be able to utilize all of those tools. If you're going to be like a top tier debater, you got to be able to, you might have your specialty, but you want to be able to go with the flow. And a lot of times what people do is they see if it's easier, if you're watching and you're pissed off about this, let me rephrase it. Hey, everybody watching, you know how you fucking hate when some low-level piece of shit Destiny orbiter will come on and be like, wait, and he starts trying to talk like Destiny? Yeah, it doesn't work, does it? It doesn't work. And you recognize it easily when it's someone else. You're like, this is a cheap Destiny impression. And
not naming names, not so erudite.
Ooh.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, well, I
what do you mean? What do you want to even know what the fuck you're talking about? What the fuck, Rob? What the fuck do you even know?
Pisco's my favorite like that, because ironically, I think
Hurt my
Pisco's a
head.
better legal debater than Destiny. And a lot of topics, Pisco's better. I truly mean that, right? And if you just Pisco's at his best when he's not debate broing. Like, he actually is persuasive to me when he's just like, look, Rob, I disagree with that. Look here. And you're like, okay, I see your point there. But the problem is he had success through Destiny. And so much of his persona is trying to be a fucking tough guy like Destiny. So if you watch him on X, he'll just be like, hey, Dave Portnoy, would you like to come on for a conversation? Dave Portnoy's the head of Barstool Sports. A bigger name, right? He's got a lot of influence. You want to come on and talk about this? And then Dave will either not respond, or he'll just say like, nah. And then the next post from Bisco will be like, you fucking coward, you fucking little bitch. Yeah, that's right, you run, motherfucker. And you're like, what are you doing? How is this working for you? I'm not saying that it's not possible to have that bravado, but that's not him. It's clear that he is trying to amp it up because he saw it work for someone. And like or dislike Destiny, his particular brand works for his audience. It does. And that's, look, far be it for me to praise that bastard, but Destiny has an incredible work ethic when it comes to streaming. He puts in as many hours as anyone when it comes to streaming. and he's entertaining, and he is definitely someone that's like a rabid dog to the point of fucking absurdity that will argue a point for hours and hours and hours, even just a red herring semantical point, so that he could get a perceived victory. And there is a lot of people that want that in their side. They fucking want that. And that works. But that doesn't mean if you want to be a left-wing debater that it's going to work for you. Why would I want to watch someone doing an impression of Destiny when I could just go watch Destiny?
Yeah.
Why would I want to watch
Fair.
someone doing an Andrew Wilson impression if I could just go watch Andrew Wilson?
Yeah.
And the irony is, people will say me, or they'll be like, oh, you think you're Andrew Wilson. I'm like, how? Have you ever watched us debate? Our styles couldn't be more different. I almost never spend time, unless it's on verbal combat, arguing definitions of words. Because when I'm doing a debate with a lefty, there's just like I understand what we mean by, is James Comey a bad guy? We get it, right? On verbal combat, it's a little different because everybody's like in this like sort of, we all agree with each other. We're in this circle, right? And so we're arguing fringe shit. So, and I don't know if you've noticed, most of the time, I try to put myself in a position where I'm willing to take either side of the argument. And so, like, it's a difficult thing for me because I don't want to just lie. Like, there are times where I'll be like, dude, I don't believe this at all, but I'll argue. But most of the time, I'm arguing something I believe. And the reason is because the topics are often difficult. It's not a one side, like, yeah, this is clear. So you'll say, well, what are the arguments? I'm sort of in my head thinking through the question as I'm debating. So I'll have a gut feeling. I'll be like, my gut feeling on this is this, but I could debate the other side and make the arguments that I really believe, and then we'll see how it comes out at the end. And so I really try that. I tried it because, I'm trying to give my opponent, you'll sit there all night, I don't want to debate that one. I don't want to debate that one. And I get it. And at the end of the day, if we had a healthier mix of righty and lefties, it'd be easier for all of us to find a topic, right?
Yeah.
But instead, it's like, if we agree on 90% of shit, how the fuck can we find a topic to disagree on? It's very difficult, So someone's got to bite the bullet and just be like, yeah, fuck it. Like, whatever, let's just argue it,
Yeah. And that's where, like, my, with me being still kind of that classical liberal, like, I wouldn't say I cut my teeth, but, like you were kind of talking about, like, your kind of like fall from religion. Mine was when I asked the pastor, why should I believe in God? And they said, because. And that just sent me down the path of like, okay, so all of it's bullshit. And it's kind of been, the same thing ever since. And so, that theism is kind of more my specialty of like, actually getting to the root of it, like the root of why people think what they think.
Well,
and
see, just real quick, I'll say this is why I'm so hesitant to debate religion, because to me, I personally became atheist for about 10 years because people that claimed to be speaking the true religion were horrible. Mm-hmm. And so I don't want to do that. I don't want to speak definitively on a topic like religion that I'm wrong on. If I say, here's why Amy Coney Barrett will be a good justice or not, and I'm wrong, okay. But if I sit here and confidently tell you how to save your eternal soul, and I'm wrong and I'm proven to be a fool, I could really cause some damage, right? That's a different level. So I don't like talking religion because I don't feel I'm in a position. I feel that I am humble and know how little I know, and so I don't really like talking about it because I don't want to steer. I've seen what happened to me when someone that claimed to be speaking with authority on religion was transparently full of shit. So I don't ever want to be in that position. That's why I hesitate.
Yeah. Well, and that's kind of, like when you hear people, and like I don't know I don't want this to sound mean or anything, but it's like, okay, so here I'll kind of say this. So like I was actually like a Destiny fan at one point.
Ill.
And then I seen him. Well, this was before I don't know. You did that like super cut, if I remember correctly, Rob. You did like a super cut of like Destiny, like back in the day, saying like outrageous fucking wild shit, which is stuff that I never heard. I thought, okay, he's kind of more of a moderate liberal, or at least he was at one point, and then whatever broke. But then when I seen his debate with Andrew Wilson, it was like, oh, that guy's making way more sense than this guy. Fuck that guy. And so, and then it's kind of shifted, and then, kind of found you, and it's almost, and because I think you and him, and I don't want this to be like an Andrew Wilson fucking thing, but like, it always seems like people are like, well, you're not him. It's like you're always like, even though like when with your debate with like Sirkar, like how I don't know how you made something that seemed like kind of a normal position, but you made it sound outrageous, and then it was outrageous, and it was 9 hours of what the fuck am I listening to? Like that in itself is such a fucking skill to something that seems benign. Just a benign statement. You go, well, what do you mean about that? And then you really hammer in on that. And like watching that is such a, that's watching a Michelin star chef than a fucking line cook. You know, like how the fuck did you do? Like,
it's very weird. Like for me, I don't know how to explain it. Even in policy debate, like what I did in college, I was so different than everyone else, like so completely different. I like the story I tell is you get prep time in between each speech, 10 minutes for the whole round. Now, the way the debate's set up, there's usual times when you're using that prep time. For example, there's teams of two. Each speaker speaks twice. So there's the affirmative and the negative. So the order goes first affirmative constructive speech, then a 3-minute cross-ex. First negative construction, 3-minute cross-ex. Second affirmative constructive, 3-minute cross-ex. Second negative construction, then it 3-minute cross-ex, then it flips. First negative rebuttal, and there's no longer cross-ex. So each team gets to speak. Generally speaking, in your first speech for each side, you're using no prep time. You know exactly what you're going to say. You have your first, in debate, in policy debate, your first affirmative speaker, it's just a speech that you already have written out. Here's my case, my opening statement, right? It's already written out. Same with the negative, basically, because you have it, unless the affirmative is breaking a new plan, you know what their plan is, you know what they're going to say, so you have it written out, right? So you're usually taking prep time then in those middle speeches. You're taking a little time to get your speech together. I would just stare, or I would doodle on my paper. And like my coach and my partner would be like, what the fuck do you do? Like, what are you doing? Everyone else is diligently writing down what they're going to say. And I'd just be like, and they'd be like, what are you doing? Like, you meditating? You thinking? I was like, no, I don't really think about anything. And they're like, how? And I just like, I don't know. Like, sometimes I'd think of 2 or 3 things, but I don't know how to explain it other than it's just, for me, it was more of a feeling. Like, I would honestly sometimes stand up and have no idea what I was going to say until my mouth started moving. And then it would like, oh, it sort of fits. It's working. And like, and
you're so effective. Like, that's what I like. That it was, like I said, I just watching that, like, it's such a honing in on just one thing, and then it expands. Or even like I saw that last one with that Casey person. It was like, okay, it's kind of a weird little benign, but then you like found this like little crack, and you're like, hold on, I'm gonna dig into that crack, and now it's like, oh. No, their whole worldview has like completely fallen apart because you found this one little crack, and like, I don't know. To me, that's like, holy shit.
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, I guess the only way I can explain it, the way I prep for a debate is this, and the no prep debate's actually funny because I've told people before I did that it's almost in real time. Now, I recommend that if you know a topic's coming up, you prep for it. It makes sense, right? But basically, here's what I do. The first thing I say when I hear the topic is, why am I debating this? With the no prep debate, I have a pretty good idea why I'm doing it. I know what the show's about, what I'm trying to accomplish with the show. Then the next thing I ask myself is, what is the central argument that I want to go for at the end of this debate? So the last thing that I'm telling the audience, what do I want it to be? And it's usually 2 or 3 things. These are the big points that I want you to focus on that I won, right? And then I say, okay, in order to get there, how will the back and forth of the debate need to look, right? To get to the closing statement I want, what does that need to look like, right? And then once I have that envisioned, I say, then what should my opening statement be to get to that place that I'm comfortable, right? Now, I usually do that in a span of like 10 seconds. That's like, okay, here's the idea I have. What's the opening statement? So I don't have my notebook in front of me because my wife was up here doing taxes with me and she screwed up my notebook. But I would show you, like, what I write down is like, as soon as I hear the topic and who my opponent is, I immediately, like, 3 arguments, think of 3 real quick, and then write them down. So like the porn thing, right? Like the first thing that comes to mind is like, is porn good for society? The first thing I need to make is, it has nothing to do with legality. It has to do with, on its own, is it good? Right? That's the first argument I need to win, because I know that my opponent's going to say we shouldn't make it illegal. But can I say that it's bad for society and still say that it shouldn't be made illegal? Yes, I can't say that. I have to win that argument. That's number one. Second, I want to make the argument that it's like bad for the people that create porn. Right? Okay, I can make that argument. Third, I want to make the argument that it's bad for people's mental, physical health and for children. Okay, that's it. Now, I'm writing down what my opponent's saying in the opening statement, but most of that's defense. What is the defensive positions going to be against the offense that they're saying? But I have my 3 offensive positions that I need to win. My framework argument, I don't have to argue that it's illegal. My 2 offensive positions. And so I'm running it back from there. And what I need to do then is, and if you're a good debater, what you want to do is don't leave the debate get so far afield that you're unable to bring it back to those things you want. Because oftentimes what happens is people will focus on a meta argument for so long that's sort of not really germane to the ultimate conclusion. And so you have to skillfully not be a dick, interrupting, refusing to talk about what your opponent wants to talk about, but also be making the arguments in a way that it's bringing it back to your central point. And it's something that style of debate, that's very useful in like real world and in politics. So there was this guy that I was advising that was running for governor in Pennsylvania. And I talked to him on the phone for 2 hours for debate prep for this particular debate he was having. This style of debate, there was like 12 candidates on stage. And so what I told him, I was like, one issue, think of one issue. And his issue was, he was a big fracking guy. Fracking in Pennsylvania was his issue, and no income tax. So energy, no income tax. Energy, no. I was like, every fucking question they ask you, every question, your answer needs to entail energy, no income tax. Every single one. Because there are 12 people on stage and it's a 2-hour debate. You may at best get 7 minutes of talking time. You want the audience walking away going, I remember that guy. Energy, no income tax. Energy, no income tax. You have to be, they have to walk away going, I know that argument. I know what they're thinking. And so I was like, let's do a test run. What do you think about the fact that, Governor Shapiro, or at that point, Governor Tom Wolf, stuck up for Black Lives Matter and a rash of what people were calling violent interactions with police with people of color? I'm like, what's your answer? And he gave a decent answer. And I was like, you know what that answer didn't talk about? Energy, infrastructure, or no income tax. I was like, here's the answer. Of course. I think there's been a demonization of law enforcement, most of which are great people. However, it's certainly true. There are bad apples, and there have been terrible interactions with police and people of color, and we absolutely need transparency to hold those accountable so that we can have faith of all Pennsylvanians. We'll see less crime as a result of the energy policies that I have that will predominantly benefit people that haven't gone to high academia, such as people in inner city Philly and Pittsburgh. And with our no income tax, those people will be able to build families that will ensure that there are less interactions with police as we see going forward. See the difference? 1 minute answer. And it's like, I'm like, that's the sort of, so if you adapt that mindset and you're then in the porn debate, right, we're talking about whether or not there should be age verification. Right? That goes right in line with, I want to talk about this is bad for children. So I'm able to couch the answers that I have on that position to how to take it back to the issue I want. What you don't do is, fuck this, it isn't important. I want to talk about my issue. You find a way to legitimately address the concerns that they're saying while steering it back to the issues that you think are most important. And I fuck this up at times too. So Destiny calls in the other day. Obviously, it wasn't me arguing. It was Ryan Mullally that was arguing with him, right? But for me, the argument with Destiny is this. I don't really give a fuck what your opinion is on one particular court case. That's irrelevant to me. It's a red herring to the fact that you want to pack the courts. So sure, I'll sit here and argue whether or not I think the Calais decision was good or not, and I think I have a good defense of why it was a good decision. But understand that the framing of this is, you're using this as an excuse to pack the court. Period. Understand that. And that to me, keeping that central theme. And for me, the simpler the better. Because you have to understand that most of the time your audience isn't Andrew Wilson. Your audience isn't Jay Dyer. Your audience isn't Pisco. It's not David Pakman. Your audience is just general folks like me and you that lean left wing, lean right wing. That's the most people that you're trying to reach. And so you want to make the argument. You're only as good as being able to explain your concept and your argument to who your audience is. And if you're talking at such a high level that the audience can't understand, then you're not doing yourself any benefit. But if you're talking so low level they can't understand, that's not good either. So that's my fundamental, like, I think even in college debate, what I was good at was I was very good at distilling the concepts to some dumb fucking redneck like me, because I am a dumb fucking redneck. And so it's easy for me to put it in words that I had an ability to understand, like what these difficult, these people way smarter than me were talking about, but I dumb it down. And what I found is a lot of the time, because of what we talked about earlier, the idea of practical application versus like a philosophical application, because a lot of times those people that are like maybe have a higher IQ than me and a way better SAT score, and this fucking lefty from Harvard sitting here waxing on about like philosophical concepts of the law and shit, when I dumb it down to like, yeah, but what the fuck's that mean for my neighbor that's a farmer? They don't have an answer. They're just sort of like, well, I'm smarter than him. Yeah, well, see how far that gets you. And that's, I think, where my strong suit was, that I was always able to sort of take these concepts and distill it down in an honest way to be like, look, this is what's happening. This is what they're talking about.
I like that. I remember the first time that I ever debated was against Avarice, and with his acceleration, abortion, heaven maxing thing. Like literally, I couldn't even believe the words that were coming out of his mouth. And my emotions just took charge. And I'm like, you are insane. And I couldn't even think of what the topic was anymore. I'm just like, this guy is nuts.
Yeah, well, that's Avarice. So that's something. Understand that policy debate is I'm sorry, Rob5270. Thanks for the raid, Andrew and Crucible. I do appreciate it. I'm talking to my friends from We're Offended, You're Offended. Link in the channel. So they're on Rumble. Go check them out. Yeah, I mean,
I was a lot more Caucasian, but it's just I'm literally in the middle of nowhere, Manitoba. So it was daylight at one point.
When I'm being interviewed or doing a debate, I rarely read the chat. So apologies for missing that, Andrew. But yeah, I appreciate it, man. In policy debate, it's a game. It really is. It's no different than chess or playing football in the sense that it's a game. And it was one of the things I loved about it. In fact, it's useful to be able to debate the other side of an issue. So you should this is one of the things that always happened in college debate. And that's how I did. They'd make these theoretical arguments, and they would say the way you're debating is bad, or your interpretation of what debate should be is bad because it would justify racist affirmatives. And I'd say, so? If I want to stand in and say my plan, if the topic is I have to argue a plan that would reduce the population of the world by 5 million people, and so my answer was nuke Africa because I think they're worthless people. I should be allowed to do that. It's a game. It'd be no different if I'm playing the game Civilization and I attack Africa, or Risk, right? It's a fucking game. And if I choose a, quote, racist bad argument, and keep in mind, debate's the left of the lefty, then guess what'll happen? I'll lose, because it'll be a harder argument to defend in front of these lefty judges, and I have to debate in front of these lefty judges. So I found that incredibly appealing, that it didn't matter if I was arguing something I believed. I could argue whatever the fuck I wanted to win this game. And so because of that, it was hilarious how you would get like these fucking, the simplest way I could distill it is the three parts of an argument. This is way oversimplifying, but you have uniqueness, link, and impact. Uniqueness would be the way things are. Link is how the plan changes that, and impact is ultimately why that's bad or good, right? So uniqueness might say the economy is good right now. The link would be your plan crushes the economy, and the impact would be that causes us to go to war. Right? That's a simple structure of an argument.
Well, the truth was one thing.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. No. Finish your point.
The truth is, there's another part of it called an internal link. An internal link's just between the link and the impact, right? Well, the truth is,
blowing someone up stops them from living.
Well, it'd be like uniqueness, economy, good. Link, your plan hurts it. Then next, that causes Jeb Bush to be elected, and then that causes Republicans to win in Congress, and that causes us invading China. Those are internal links, and then the impact's invading China, right? The truth is, an impact is never an impact. It's always theoretically an internal link, right? So I could say invading China is good. That's a good thing. Well, why is it good? Because they're commie fucks, and we should blow them all up. And then your response to that might be like, I agree they're commie fucks, and they should all die, but if we invade them, they'd win, and they'll get more power. And I would say, but that's good if they win. Because if they win, then what will happen is they'll get complacent, and 20 years from now, we can wipe them out. Right? And you'd say, but that's bad. Because if we wiped them out, they would actually have like a dead hand switch and they would blow up the entire world. And I'd say, but that's good because humans are shit. And so the world should be blown up. And you'd say, but that's bad because humans are shit and blowing everyone up would be a simple end to it. But really, they should have to live in this torturous world forever. Do you see how you could just keep making more and more ridiculous arguments? And so to speak what you're saying, Kim, what would end up happening is these teams, a lot of times when you're entering into debate, these teams would make these like on their face absurd arguments, but you wouldn't know how to respond. What do you mean humans are evil, so we should all die? That's fucking crazy. My mom's a good lady. Why would I want her to die in nuclear war? Right? But
Why
it's
are we
hard to
killing
articulate
unborn babies?
Yeah. So it is something that it is a skill to learn, like how to push back on like the intentional absurd argument, right? So, for our friend Avarice, it's making the argument, well, isn't it true? And by the way, there's utility in arguing this sort of stuff, right? Because what happens is if you get into like a hyper like microscopic view into a part of a debate and you do that over and over and over and you do those links, all of a sudden you can make someone believe some absurd position, right?
Yeah.
So for example, you could be like, oh, don't you agree that, babies in the womb that pass away go to heaven? Sure. Right. And isn't it a chance if they're born that they can end up going into hell? Yeah. And don't you think that we should advocate for policies that put as many people into heaven as possible? Sure, that sounds good. Okay, then let's create a machine that intentionally impregnates women and then murders them in the womb so they all go to heaven. And you're like, wait, that on itself. But didn't you agree with step A and step B and step C? Right? And so it's like a syllogism, and you're like agreeing to, I agree with premise A. I agree with premise B. I agree with premise D. And what you're not realizing is there's shit in there that you actually don't agree with, but it's hard to articulate it. Right? And so when the conclusion comes based on all the premises, you're like, well, that sounds fucked up. There's something about that sounds fucked up. And so it's difficult to sometimes go back and say, well, where did this go awry? And by the way, this is what people like Destiny do in a debate. What they'll do is they'll look at some microscopic issue that's not really important to the greater context of the debate. And they'll hyper-focus on that. And they'll be like, well, what about this? Here's some little perceived victory I get. I'll give you an example just for me with Destiny this week, right? Destiny's online bitching on X about getting blown out and rage quitting against Ryan Mullally, right? So what he does is he's like, well, fuck all the, all the haters, whatever. Ryan clearly didn't read the case. He doesn't know the case. Now, of course, the humorous part of this is Ryan wasn't prepping for this debate. It was Destiny that claimed that these court cases were things he was really focused on. He called in to talk about that. So it'd be the equivalent if I'm like, if Tyler's like, I read this comic book, right? I read the Killing Joke, Batman.
The Bieber.
There, okay? And I'm like, all right, and he calls in my shows like, I want to debate about this. And I'm like, okay, I don't really know that comic, but sure, let's go, right? And then like Tyler then ends up making the argument to me like, you haven't even fucking read this. It's like, no shit, right? It's you. But if you didn't read it, Tyler, then that's a really bad look because you're the one who picked it and you came in. By the way, I see this in the no prep debate all the time. I don't know the fucking topic. My opponent's prepped for it for a month. And they'll come in and I'll be like, how do I have a greater understanding of this than you? You had all month to prepare. Anyways, so what happens here is Destiny should know these cases that he's arguing about. And he's getting pissy because Ryan can't verbatim quote a couple things from them. Meanwhile, the entire debate, there are key things from the cases that Destiny has no fucking clue about. So I just point that out today. I'm like, Destiny, if you're going to accuse Ryan for not being able to pull up this verbatim quote of not having read the case, what does that say about you who missed this entire section in the Calais case about the 2019 RUCO decision? It's so much so that it said at the beginning of Alito's brief. And you want to know what Destiny's response to me was? It wasn't Alito's brief, it was the syllabus, not Alito's brief. So, haha. And his whole audience is like, oh, like that meme. They're just like, yeah, fucking mic
But you left out all the meat and potatoes before, where it's like, oh, you were like completely
right. That has nothing to. One, I didn't claim to have read the fucking case. Second, what's the big distinction? So I fucked up that it was from the syllabus as opposed to the brief. Okay, it's not really that big of a deal. It's also said in the brief. Third, even if I'm a big piece of shit asshole, let's concede it for a moment for whatever reason because I looked this up or whatever. How does that address you not knowing it? at all.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter because what it is he's getting blown out the whole debate, and then he confidently asserts one little area that he thinks he's doing well on, rage quits and goes, boom, that's all that matters. And his audience, like parrots, are going to be like, that perception makes them think like, oh yeah, he just had this crushing win. But it's nothing when you step back and you look at it, like try to be objective and be like, but what does that have shit to do with anything? Okay, Rob didn't claim this was a case he knew. He's just saying, Destiny, if you read this case, how did you miss this? And your response is, that wasn't the brief, it was the syllabus. Okay, but it's also in the brief, and again, you failed to address. That's it. Yeah, you got me. I said it was the brief instead of the syllabus. That's the sort of shit that happens. And the truth is, if you're an effective enough rhetorician, you'll always be able to find something little that your opponent doesn't get quite right or whatever. And so you just learn to hyper-focus on that. Oh, okay, that's the only issue that matters. There, fuck you, you're an idiot. Ha ha ha. I got a big audience, and they're going to say that you're a fat fuck, and ha ha ha. And when it's like, fuck, he is right. I am a fat fuck. Like, ooh, you got me there. But that's sort of the tactic, you know?
You know, it's funny. Sorry, it's like, go ahead, babe.
Well, I was going to say, considering, I think you said 10 o'clock that you already had other stuff lined up. So
Nah, we go as long as you want. I'm not worried about it. I ended the other stream, so.
Oh, well, now I kind of feel like a dick. So.
Well, you don't have to. I got rated by Andrew, so I have like 800 people watching, so it wouldn't make sense to end this stream. Pretty simple calculation, you know.
Okay. Yeah.
Wowza. Hello, Rob.
But no, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off there.
Well, no, because I was just going to say, like, other things, if we could wrap up, and I know, like, you have other things to do and everything else, and I'm sure you can see me so well, which is actually infuriating me.
I hope you're clothed. That's all I'll say.
Yes, he'd be glowing a little bit more if he wasn't clothed.
I'm a hairy man, so I don't know. You'll never really know.
You're also very white, even though you're not fully white.
What the fuck?
I know.
Don't worry.
Racist.
Our lives matter. It's true.
I'm darker than you are, and I'm white as fuck.
See if I move up to the front, maybe it'll be a little bit better.
Maybe.
Oh,
I can already tell this is gonna be better. That's so much better. So much better.
Yeah, it's still day. Like, no joke, I'm in the middle of butt fuck nowhere.
There you go.
You trucker?
Earlier. Yes, sir. Yeah.
I did not know that. Good. Truckers are awesome.
World one truckload at a time.
Fuck yeah. My father-in-law's a truck driver. He does oversized loads. And my wife used to be the escort car out in front. And I've driven escort a couple times, so love the truckers, yeah.
An escort or escort? I'm just kidding.
Escort driver.
Between jobs, we get it. It happens, you know.
Yeah.
You gotta make ends meet. I get it. I get it.
So odd, strange, way off the topic question. Does your wife look anything like me? Because that would be funny AF, considering you look like my husband.
My wife maybe somewhat looks like you. She's,
so
I hesitate, to be quite honest, like my wife will join the chat and the stream and stuff. It's fucked up that we live in this world, in this space where it's like, she doesn't want an online space, and I don't want my kid on an online space because of how fucked up people are. So it's sort of like she hasn't come on a lot, but no, she's great. And I'm really lucky that she fucking supports, what I do. I think I'm incredibly lucky, and she's just amazing. She did go down to DebateCon last year, so a lot of people met her down there. But it's fucked up. That you can't. I look at I don't know if you all have ran into this, but I look at Andrew with Rachel, and I get it. Rachel's out there, and she don't need someone to fucking be her white knight or anything like that. She does a great job debating. But look at how they weaponize their children and tragedies that'll happen. It's fucking
that
so
made
it's
me
like
so mad.
It's very much like I was always this coming from collegiate debate, to sort of take it back to that a little. I was always in the mode of hey, fuck you, your argument's dog shit, but hey, who gives a fuck, right? We're just arguing, no big deal, right? And so it really was eye-opening to me to see, I think even back then, I didn't realize how many of those people would be fuck you, I hope you die, you right-wing piece of shit, because I wasn't looking at them that way. I was oh, you're probably a good person who just disagrees with me. Now I question. Yeah. And when you see these people online that it's the shit they'll say, they're not just trying to win an argument. They get embarrassed, they lose the argument, and then they're they're like, we're gonna fucking attack you, we're gonna attack your family, we're gonna try to get you fired, we're gonna fucking dox you, we're gonna SWAT you. And if all that doesn't work, well, then we'll do like we did to Charlie. And it's like it's so fucking insane to me, because for me it's like I would never, even like fucking Destiny, I never said shit about his relationship. He broke up with his wife. I didn't say shit. There's rumors about his son not getting along with them. All I said was, I feel bad for any parent that has like a strained relationship with their kid. I hope they work it out. That's it. Yeah. And to Destiny's credit, he's never said shit about me and my family. But I mean, I had people that I thought were like just affably disagreeing with me. Like, there's this guy, Dylan Burns. He had a producer, I forget the fuckface's name now, but he had 2 producers, and one of them, in 2020, in December 2020, my wife was 9 months pregnant, and we both got COVID, my wife and me. And this guy was basically like, good, like implying not just me, which I don't give a fuck, but my pregnant wife. And he was like, haha, good, she deserves it. And I was like, why? Why the fuck would you say that? And back then, I knew COVID was way overblown, but they didn't really know what was going on with our kid if a pregnant lady got a case of COVID like that. And, that sort of opened my eyes. And, Andrew used to tell me this. Andrew would be like, these motherfuckers, they talk about you behind the scenes. They're trying to blacklist you. They don't want you to do well. Because I'd be like, hey, Dylan Burns, Prime K's, Wick, I wish them well. I hope their channels do well. He's like, no, that's not what they think of you. They want you fucking buried, like proverbially buried your channel. They want your channel fucking done. And so because of that, me and my family have made a decision where it's like, they stay off cam as much as possible, because these fucking lunatics out there, I mean, for fuck's sakes, I'm being sued for $150,000 at a minimum for fucking nothing. In a lawsuit that publicly put my address out there. And it's like, that's the stakes we're at now, where it's like, just how fucking insane this shit is. So, I mean, I think my wife's amazing and beautiful, but it's not like she's some fucking troll that I'm hiding, in the basement or something. She better not go out of the fucking basement. But it's just like, it's so fucking weird. She doesn't really want to talk on stream, and I'm
is
fine
totally
with
fine. There's not a lot of people. There's not a lot of people who, when their husbands are streamers, that the wives are out there. Like even Speakeasy, like his wife isn't out there, Alicia.
She's in the chat, which I see.
But you don't see her out there.
And she's not really debating. She's just like, thanks for the donation. Click the link at the top. Shit like that. Yeah.
Amazing human being.
Yeah.
But like with Tyler and I, we both started this through COVID. And it was, the funny thing is, to bring it like way back to the beginning, I never used to vote. I was just like, meh, whatever. I don't give a shit. But then once I got kids and a family, that whole thing changed, because I seen the things that are happening in the schools and stuff like that. I'm like, this needs to stop. And then I started paying attention, and especially through COVID with the Freedom Convoy, how I seen people twisting things. I'm like, this is not okay. Like, how have I not noticed this stuff before? And that's when I got more into politics, and Tyler and I started doing what we're doing. And we did it together. But the thing is that that's not a normal thing. Like, normally it's one or the other doing it. It's not both doing it. So that's not a bad thing. And the thing is, like, when it comes to our kids, like, we've always kept our kids off of social media, and we've kept them far away. We don't mention their names. We don't mention anything, like, because that's not anybody's business. It's sad enough that the things that we talk about, we've had to contact our local RCMP and be like, hey, so we do this and this might happen. So please don't kill our dogs.
Yeah, well, my wife's dad's a cop, and so we've had to contact them and have the same conversation. Yeah, I mean, and taking it back to the beginning, the fucked up thing is, like, that the entire story there, like, you didn't really care. There's nothing wrong with that. And, like, I can't stress this enough. One of the greatest battles we face, and it's difficult, and I don't have the answer. How do you convince people that just are happy people, that family people that want to go to church, that want to just go to their job, that want to enjoy their life, that are happy? How do you convince them these motherfuckers against you hate life, and they fucking hate you? And one of the reasons they hate you is because you're happy. And they're working 24/7 to make you miserable. They want to control every fucking area of your life. They want your kids to fucking hate you. They want you to be ashamed of your religion. They want you to be ashamed of your forefathers. They want you to be ashamed of your race. They want you to be ashamed of your sex, your biological sex. right? They fucking hate you. And like, I
Yeah.
heard that message and I sort of understood it, but not really. Because part of me was like, well, yeah, but not really. It's not that. Yeah, it is that. It's
Yeah,
that bad.
really.
But you also don't become such a fucking lunatic that you join them in becoming a miserable piece of shit that can't enjoy time with your wife or your family and can't enjoy your time at church and can't enjoy your time in the community. So it's a fine line. Our opponents, they have a lot of advantages that are also their greatest weakness. They are not held by an ethical standard. They think might makes right always, and they're not held by a duty that they have duties to make this world a better place. They're not held to any of that. They could fucking straight up lie. They could fucking abuse you. They have a set of rules that they think because they feel morally superior to you, it doesn't apply to them. They don't have to worry about being logically consistent. It doesn't matter. It's all about power. We do. We have to worry about that stuff because it's who we are. It's in our nature. We are concerned about the future. We are concerned about our families. We aren't miserable sacks of shit that just have infinite time to sit around and plot the demise of our enemies. It's not who we are, and it's not in our nature, even if we did have the time. So it's hard. I say all the time, our greatest strengths are our greatest weaknesses, that we actually care, that we're caring people. And to learn to try to be like, how do we walk that fine line where we have to harden our heart to some extent and be like, go fuck yourself? No, I'm not going to, like, the easiest example in the world are Christians that have Christianity weaponized against them. Oh, turn the other cheek. Oh, the real Christian thing to do is to not get involved in politics. The real Christian thing to do is just to give the left all the plans that they want and policies they want. No, fuck all that. But it also doesn't mean that you have to become a miserable sack of shit that, that can't enjoy life,
Well, how do you convince the other side that having differing opinions is not a bad thing? It's okay. You don't have to wish my death upon me because I don't believe in what you say. It's actually differing opinions that grow things in the world and make things move.
No, the difference now is, like, the left and right used to agree that, like, should taxes go up or 2% or 1%? Should the funding be going to schools or should it be going to, like, I don't know, infrastructure or something? Like, it was minor things like that. Now the mainstream, and this is what we see within Canada, wildly popular. Your talk of like foundationally, this nation is, it has blood libel.
Yep.
Well, that is very much a mainstream liberal position today, that Canada is founded. Evil colonizers came here, oppressed the natives, and destroyed the way of life, and all this other type of stuff. And so, to them, it is the argument isn't tax, isn't a tax percentage. It's, we're coming for your kids. We're coming to extremize. Extremize? I don't know. Fuck. Sure, I'm going with that word.
Fight back.
We're going after your kids. We're going after you. We're not just going after your paycheck. We're going after you. And that's fundamentally different. Like, my politics haven't changed. Theirs just went, what the fuck? It was always leave the kids alone. They went.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
I used to think like, well, we all want the same thing, right? We want a society where our children are safe, where there's abundance, where there's not homeless people, where crimes is, not utopia. I'm not an idiot, but we just have different opinions. So the free market capitalist and the socialist, they just have vast disagreements on how to get to that. And then I started to realize, like, the things that I would put as my goal for a society are completely different than what these people want. These people look at, like, for me, I think we're all tribal, right? All of us. And it's perfectly fine. You'll never hear me shit on the idea of black people coming together to advocate for black issues at all. I think that totally makes sense to me. It's something that you should do. Just like you should have white people doing that. Just like you should have Christians doing that. We're all tribal by nature, and there is nothing wrong with tribalism. There can be things wrong with it if you take it to the extent that you're like, I'm literally using lethal violence against anyone outside my tribe. I don't recommend that. But the idea of having a group of people that you share commonalities with, that you have an affinity with, that you're advocating for, totally makes sense. We all do it with our families. You guys seem really nice. I give a shit about my wife and son more than I give a shit about you guys. And I would expect you to do the same with your family.
Rightfully
There's
so,
nothing wrong with that. That's perfectly natural. And extensionally, I care about my community and my little town more than I care about Toronto. It's just true. And so it goes out for there. So there's a lot of people that advocate for like Christian issues, and I think that's amazing. For me, the affinity that I had was rural America. That was the group that I looked at and I was like, this is where I grew up. These are the people that I respected the most. And I feel like they get shit on by every institution. So I was like, oh, I'm going to advocate for the issues of them. And what I found is that the left fucking hates us. They want us dead. Like, and when I say that, I don't mean that they're specifically advocating and killing us, though they would if it came to that, if they thought it would mean them losing power. They want us to die out without power. They're waiting. They're waiting until people like us no longer exist. Their goal isn't, oh, I want your family also to have a home and have abundance. They're like, fuck you. We want you shamed. We want you groveling to us. We want you to cease to have any political or cultural power. How can I fucking share a country with that? How can I be like, well, let's compromise. Yeah. How about you guys get to control half of my life? I can't do it. And so for me, the message that I'll be focused on going forward in these midterms is the left is now making it a mainstream position that they want to stack the courts because their real interest is perpetual power. They think, I used to say, I'll sum it up this way. When there was talk of Elon Musk buying Twitter, right? I would have these debates before them with all the mass censorship on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, of all these conservative voices. And I would have these debates with people, and they would push back and this, that, and the other, etc. And this is something that I was shocked to see. I would say something like this. The left controls like 95% of the mechanisms that control our public discourse. They control the mainstream media. They control social media, right? They control all of these platforms. And they wield that control, 95% of them. And that's not right. And you want to know what the funny thing is? The left would look at me and go, we agree. That's not correct. Yeah. That's not fair. We deserve 100%. That's their fucking argument. That's the argument. They look at a system where they have all of these institutional advantages and say, it's not enough. It's not enough. That's why you'll hear them saying things like this on like mainstream media platforms. They'll say, we can't normalize Donald Trump. We shouldn't even hold the debate with them. We shouldn't even have it. To even have a conversation with him is normalizing it. Because what they're really saying is, we will not be satisfied until we have 100% control. And it works like this in every fucking cultural Marxist fucking label that they put on. Every group. For example, I saw on X, someone said this the other day. Did you know that in the United States, at least, with undergraduate degrees now, it's like 62% go to women, right? And this guy's a professor, and he's like, I remember, like we were at a graduation at my college, and they announced that 62% of the degrees were going to women, and the crowd cheered like crazy. He's like, I've never heard people cheer for inequality like that in my life, right? And that's the truth. It's like, there is no, like, the idea of equity 50-50, no, that doesn't exist. That's just an excuse to cover up for the real agenda, which is fuck men. Fuck them. We won't be happy until there's 0%. Zero. That's what would make us happy. And like,
especially if you're white.
Study I was reading, law schools, it's like 92% of employees and students of law schools in the United States are left to extreme left. That's not enough for them. They're fighting scary. Right now. There are groups fighting like hell saying those are pussy numbers. 92%. It must be 100. And we're sitting back like, I wonder what's on TV tonight. That's how fucking committed they are to this cause. They will never be happy. They will always be miserable little fucks because they don't believe in God, or even if you don't want to go to that direction, they don't believe in anything that's righteous. All they believe in is power. They believe that they are gods. They believe that they're the moral authority, and they'll never fucking be happy. And so they will use the fact that they'll never be happy to perpetually fight to make you more and more miserable. And it will never fucking end. They will take that fight to the grave. There'll be miserable, sad sacks of shit that will destroy these once great countries that were made by great fucking men. And as they stand on those heaps, fucking with cuts all across their arms and their fucking genitals cut off on the estrogen and their fucking blue hair and nose rings, they're still going to be fucking miserable. So that's what we're fighting against, and that's my focus, to point out that now they're nakedly telling you, we demand in the United States to pack the Supreme Court, and we demand to give the legislative power over the court so that we can have power perpetually. And so any footsie with, well, maybe it's now time to vote Democrats, this is over. It's over. The Republicans are a pile of dog shit, and the fucking Democrats are the evil motherfuckers shoving that dog shit in your throat. And so there is no debate as far as I'm concerned.
Well, and
Rob
there has
for
been.
president. Jesus.
No, I'm not. I'm
That's
too
why
happy
he
to
is
run
the
for president.
great Robnoerr. He is the great Robnoerr. Like, and this is one thing. So, like within Canadian politics that we saw. So I'm sure you saw the clips of Justin Trudeau wearing blackface. Look, he's he blah blah whatever. Well, the right took that hook, line, and sinker. Now you see every right wing person is going, look, Justin Trudeau, look, he wears blackface more times than he cares to count. And it's like, the dude was wearing a costume for an Arabian Nights play.
Yeah.
So the right, in order for their fucking stupid virtue signaling, played to the left's argument.
Well,
yeah,
they
love you,
play-
Steven Crowder.
I
but you
agree.
sure did.
I agree, but sometimes what you have to do is try to hold them to the absurd standard. Like, for example, the left was trying to argue that an 8-year-old kid at a fucking college basketball game of a team whose jerseys were black and painted his face half black and silver was engaged in blackface. They honestly tried to make that argument, right?
Or the kid
This is a true story. I had a friend, this left-wing friend of mine. He's like, a good friend of mine. He's like, pretty left-wing, too. He's vegan, fucking Buddhist. Like, he's like a hippie guy. But he's a good guy. I like him. Yeah, he calls me when this like blackface shit broke, like, I don't know what it was that started it in like 2018 or something. And he calls me, he's like, Rob, I think I'm fucked. There's pictures of me in blackface. Now this dude's left wing and he's got a job that would really fucking give a shit if this dude was wearing blackface. And I was like, well, okay, give me the context. You want to know what his blackface was? He was in high school, he was in a play, right? And I'm like, oh, he dressed up as a black character. No. He was a stagehand. And so they had to wear black pants and a black sweater and paint their face and hand, wear black gloves and paint your face black so they can't see that they're like pulling the rope while Peter Pan flies or whatever. And I'm like, that's not blackface. That's like saying that our commandos on a night raid in like the Navy SEALs, that's blackface, motherfucker. No, but the left doesn't give a fuck. The rules don't apply to. They know they're full of shit. So take blackface out of it for a second. Let me explain like something. This is one of the easiest examples, right? Kids in cages are a human rights abuse. They're a human rights abuse. Kamala Harris said it. Joe Biden said it. They said if we're going to investigate this is disgusting. Kids in cages under Donald Trump. The left ran with this like Coney 2012. It was the biggest fucking issue in the world for like a month, right? Then Biden gets into office and in short order we have more than 2 times more kids in cages. Where was AOC crying? Where were they? And they were like, well, fuck them kids. Those are different kids. We don't give a fuck about these kids. And so what I always say is their hypocrisy shows 2 things. One, they never gave a shit about what they claim to. We all get that. But the other reason that you need to remember when they're being hypocrites is they know you do care. In other words, the average person doesn't want to see a kid in a fucking cage. They're not going to be hypocrites about something that doesn't matter. They won't be like, Robnoerr uses a black pen. Okay? And they're like, but you're using a black pen. That wouldn't make sense. They're only going to do it something that they think that the average person gives a shit. So they virtue signal. And sometimes the best way to attack them is to become even more fucking ridiculous than them. So you're just like, my dream would be, I would love this to happen. I would love to see a bunch of retired NBA players, dudes, like fucking start a women's team and just win every fucking game like 180-10. Just every game. Just fucking crush them. And be like, yeah, man, we won't be happy until biological men win every woman's award in the fucking world. Every actress award, every fucking, anything. From sports to fucking acting
women
to
just
writing.
fucking hand it over.
That's it.
Yep. It's funny that you say that, and I'll say this, and we can wrap up because apparently I got to actually get off this highway at some point. But I have been saying that I think today's feminist movement is a male supremacy movement.
And in a weird way, I mean, think of it like it's like for the red pill guys, like your Andrew Tates or so. What a buffet! Feminism's the best thing that ever happened to them. Yeah, like imagine a bunch of dudes sitting around in a bar in like 1960, like, how do we get laid? I know. Let's convince all the women that marriage is shit and they should all get careers and don't leave those dirty men tell you can't go out and suck whatever dick you want. That'll teach them. And like these dudes are like, excellent. That sounds like an excellent fucking deal to us. And it is true. So much of feminism is exactly that. Like we've talked, think of the idea of this, like, a traditional, by the way, it's why it's one of the funniest fights in the world, is watching like the second to third wave feminists like argue with what I might call like a fourth wave feminist, which is because the feminist argument with all the bullshit they're doing basically boils down to men and women are different and women are better. That's basically third wave feminism, right? And the trans people are like,
women with extra parts is better.
right? The trans people are like, we agree, and men can be women, right? And
It's a male supremacy
and the feminists
movement.
are like, wait, no, men can't be women. Women are better than men. There's a difference, and men can't be women. And they're like, how dare you? We will use every bullshit lefty tactic that you've used against masculine people against you. We will attack your position from more on the left. And that's like ultimately that actually. A lot of people don't learn the error of their ways until they face the consequences of their ideology. You know, a good example of this was, there was this fucking shitbird sports reporter here in the States. I'd never heard of him, but I remember this story went viral. And during the George Floyd BLM riots, right, he took to social media and was like, good, blah, 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 blah.
Yes.
And then the next night, he's like, they're outside our gated community. Where are the police? We've done nothing wrong. And it's like, good. Burn that motherfucker to the ground. Burn that dude's property. Because only then will he go, oh shit, I've made a mistake. He was perfectly fine when it was everyone else's property being burnt. But as soon as it's him, and this happens over and over and over and over, there is nothing I could say whatsoever that will ever convince these people that are so morally certain of their bullshit principles that it's wrong. Only when they face the consequences. So like with the blackface shit, you know, going back to that, like, yeah, cancel Justin Trudeau, fuck him. But wait a minute, this was benign. I don't give a fuck, I don't make the rules. That's the left's rules. How many other times was blackface? You know who wasn't benign? How about Ted Danson, where he lured the literal blackface? Or Sarah Silverman? Or Jimmy Kimmel, right? When they did all of that. You know, I wanted to, for me, when Drewski
cancel
came out,
whiteface?
Well, Drewski did whiteface, right, with Erica Kirk, right? I don't know if you saw
Yep.
that. I
did see it. I was referred to as Drewski, and I didn't know what that was until I he told me, and I looked it up after. I'm like, all right, I'll take it. It was funny.
Hey,
I liked it.
I think it's bad taste that people are making fun of Erica Kirk, but also I'm a fan of comedy, so I say go for it. I don't think it's off limits for him to do whiteface, but my wife had to talk me out. I was going to do blackface and shave my beard like Drewski and just do a skit where I'm Diddy's buddy, right? Because as Drewski, yeah, what's up, Diddy? What's up? I'll bring the baby oil. Yeah, I'll bring the dress. Don't worry, Diddy. Right? Diddy's boy, Drewski, right? Wear blackface, make fun of Diddy's boy, right?
Why
Right?
not?
That's okay, right? Of course not. And right, that sometimes that's what it takes. You know, it's just approaching it from the unreasonable. Like, do I think totally objective? Forget the society we live in. Did Bud Light deserve to be canceled because they made a can with Dylan Mulvaney? No. If nothing else was going on, would I really give a fuck? No. But everything that leads up to that, the forcing the trans shit down our fucking throat in every area and every institution, the cancel culture, if you run afoul one little iota of what the fucking establishment left thinks how you get canceled, right? We told them for years, stop doing this shit, stop it. The only thing that will make them stop is, okay, fuck you. Now we're going to enforce those same policies on you. Now all of a sudden, all these companies that formerly were like, okay, on one hand, we could piss off the right and they'll go, oh. Or we could piss off the left that's going to contact Media Matters and do everything they can to sabotage our brand. We're going to piss off the right. And now the right's like, fuck you, we'll cancel you too. That's why you have people out there like Robbie Starbuck, whose whole fucking career now is just, look what John Deere did. They supported this DI shit. John Deere, we're giving you 2 weeks, right? Or we're going to fucking boycott your company. It works. And it's shit that it had to come to that, because in reality, do I give a fuck? I just want a lawnmower that runs, right? That's the end of the day. But now, I didn't want the culture war. I was forced into it. Now the motherfuckers that started it are like, why is everything the culture war? Acting like they're not the assholes that started it to begin with. They're pissed because we're starting to get inroads and starting to win, and it makes them mad. So, you know.
Yeah, and all I ever said was I just wanted to play video games with my friends and hang out with my kids. And now here I am.
Dude, I remember at the height of the George Floyd, like, you couldn't play, like, you go to, like, website for, like, the official website for, like, Call of Duty, and it was all Black Lives Matter and shit. Like, the local McDonald's, Black Lives Matter. It's like, man, fuck you. Fuck you people so much. By the way, who was right there? all that Black Lives Matter shit. Well, Patrice Cullors or whatever allegedly got millions of dollars. The woman that was like partially running it, and were Black Lives made better?
Friends and family.
Yeah. Did we invest in the inner city? What happened? Right?
No, you bought her a fucking mansion and her friends and family.
The irony of all of these positions. So consider this. I was considered racist because I was against riots done in the name of Black Lives Matter that were disproportionately occurring in black neighborhoods. So me being against rioting in black neighborhoods made me racist. And I had some local people that told me that. I was like, here, how about this? What if we get some money together and we'll get some of these looters, get a bus, and bring them to your house, white guy, and then they could loot your house. See? Now it's not racist.
100%.
Right?
100%.
Right? Because I'm so anti-racist, I say, let's help you loot liberal ivory tower white people. How about that? Let's do that. All of a sudden, the white guy calling me racist for being against, that's ridiculous. How could you? Oh, when it's poor fucking Jerome's, little gas station that he owns, black guy in inner city Chicago, fuck him. Burn it to the ground for racial justice. Loot that fucking Nike store that's owned by a black franchisee. But when it comes to you, Mr. White Guy, your house, and you could see these, once you start to see it, it's fucking everywhere. Like, for example, I was a racist because I thought that the U.S. government, in the form of the NIH, funded the Wuhan lab in China to fucking weaponize coronaviruses, and then it escaped. That made me racist against Chinese people. The non-racist position was backwards, retarded Chinese people ate pangolins and bats and didn't wash their hands. That's the non-racist position. And you're like, wait, what? Yeah. What the fuck are you talking about? But that was the honest-to-God positions that they adapted. And so once you start to see it, you're like, all of a sudden you're like, I don't give a fuck what these people call me. Why would I give a shit? I just don't give a fuck. And so I'll make fun all the time, man. It's fun to watch them squirm. I love fucking accusing them of what they've accused of. It's just great. And I don't even know that it'll change anything. But yeah, man, my friend that, he wore painted his arms and face black while he did the fucking stage. Yeah, you're right, dude. You're racist. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sorry, man.
Better tell your boss. I don't know what to say. Tell your boss you wore blackface,
Well, Rob, we will wrap it up here. We'll wrap it up here because this was a ton of fun. I know this was supposed to be an hour, and then all of a sudden it's 2 hours. I'm like, holy shit. Okay.
And I'm still not done.
We could go for a while.
We'll do it again.
This was a total blast. Yeah. More than welcome. Open invite. You can bring Avarice along. You don't have to, but you can. I know. A little pity invite.
I love Avarice.
He's a good guy.
Yeah, he is.
Well, hey, thank you all so much for coming. For my audience, I'm going to link their channel again. But yeah, I always appreciate talking to y'all, and I'm glad that I could actually come on your show and do it. And anytime, man, we should do it again next month. So
tell the audience where they can find.
You can find me at Normal America with Rob Noerr on YouTube or Normal America on Rumble. And if you just search the name Rob Noerr or Normal America, you'll be able to find that on basically X, Kick, and Twitch as well. So I usually stream
back on X.
Yeah, I beat that.
You got it back?
I got it back from that fucking Nigerian hacker.
That's why I didn't at you.
Yeah, that's where
I did in the comments. So listed in the description box below is his YouTube and his X account. I don't have anything else, so you'll have to listen to him and what he told you to go to.
Yeah, Normal America with Rob Noerr on YouTube. Usually streaming almost every weeknight, 10 p.m. Eastern time. So
love it. It was an absolute pleasure.
Oh, hold on. I know Avarice will be really mad if I don't say that. Playing Disney whip songs. Sorry, I don't want to leave that out.
Yeah. The whip song thing's a terrible shame, but you got to make money somehow, I guess. So
I do a lot for money. So
yeah. Well, hey, thank you all so much, and I'll probably see you sooner than later over on Speakeasy's channel.
Probably.
Fantastic.
All right.
Thank you again.
Yep. Anytime. Take it easy.
Thank you, Avarice, for putting this together.
See you guys. Bye. All right. You motherfuckers. 54 bucks? Sons of bitches. That's okay. I had fun. I like talking to them. All right. Here's what we're going to do. We are going to let's make fun of Andrew Wilson here for a second, and then I'll be right back. I gotta go to the restroom, and then we're going to talk about politics, the recent interaction I had with Destiny, etc. All right, I'll be right back. Let's get this going. Now, I think when Andrew lost to the olive jar there, I can't remember. I think I'd met Andrew in person one time previous to that incident. And I have since hung out with Andrew a lot of times at various events and what have. And I bought immediately following the olive jar incident, I bought this, and I keep forgetting. I have to remind myself to take this. We got the silicone jar openers. They help your grip. So if some slimy feminist greases up your olive jar, you just use your silicone jar opener. And I figure you could probably keep it on your keychain. It's got a little, so you can walk around with that in your keychain, just so you never find yourself in a situation where some greasy fucking lefty greased up your olive jar. So I got to remember to get that to him. Yeah. Oh, are the people in the chat arguing with each other or arguing with me? What's the deal? You sure love repeating platitudes and idioms of your indoctrination. Me? Hell yeah. Love it. If you're talking about me. Some super chats real quick. Reminder to get those in. Had a lot of fun. Remind you one more time. If you liked, listen to Tyler and Kim there. Their channel is We're Offended, You're Offended. It's over there on Rumble. So check it out. I think they're good people. It was nice to talk to them. So check it out. And I keep putting a link that's not to them. Why am I doing that? Let me that's bad form. This is the link to their channel. Give me a second. What an idiot I am. Oh, now I've made several mistakes. But yeah, good folks. So appreciate it. All right. Super chats real quick, and we're going to get on to business. Airborne Animal, $5 says, the thing about the left is that they have no limits and no morals. Nothing is too much, nothing too far. Nothing. The right just does not understand that. I agree. Senior Missile Monkey, $5 says, land doesn't vote is quintessential to the mindset of hating rural America. The left hating rural America is embodied in that quote and argument. Of course. There's this song, there's this band, they're very lefty. Here's the thing, I argue with people about this. I take inspiration from music, movies, art, etc. Even if I think or know that sometimes the people that create that had a different intended message or they're really lefties or whatever. I don't care, I'll subvert it. Like I remember once I said something about V for Vendetta and people were like, don't you know it's really left-wing bullshit, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, maybe. I don't care. I'll use it to help make the point that I focus on what I want with it. So there's this band I like. They're called the Drive-By Truckers. And they have this song. They've gotten pretty lefty. Apologies for that. But they have this song called Bob. And the whole idea of the song really resonates with me. Is this guy Bob, he's not married. And he's just singing how he's a worker. And let me see. I'll tell you the lyric that really stuck with me at this song that sort of hits home. And it matters to me because for me, like rural America is really where like so much of, you know, my focus is. Says Bob still got an antenna on the pole. 2 channels come in, 2 more come and go. He used to watch the news, but he don't anymore. Ain't none of it new. It's the same as before. He figures all of it any good for is keeping everyone bored until there ain't nobody like Bob anymore. That's it, man. That's what life is to the people I know. That's what fucking society says about all the people I know. Just fucking die already. Just fucking die. We don't want to deal with you. Just fucking die. We take these fucking, you know, people that fought in, you know, World War II and fucking Korea and Vietnam, and we put them in nursing homes with some fucking immigrant that beats the shit out of them. Just fucking die already. Just be done. Just throw away fucking culture of the people that I think are, you know, the people that built this country and are the fucking greatest people. And by the way, you may disagree. You might say, I'm black. I think the slaves built this country. Okay, it's fine. You're welcome to have that belief, and I'm not even saying that there aren't parts of it that are true, and we could agree and disagree who built more and blah, 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 blah. That's fine. But I'm allowed to notice that no one gives a fuck about the people. In fact, not only do they not give a fuck about the people that I grew up with, they just want them to be done with. That's the truth. There ain't no group sticking up for them. None. And it fucking enrages me. It really does. Naughty Germ, $5. Thanks as always, my friend. Says, my bad, here you go. Thank you, man. Reverse Massage, $2 says, wear your blackface, sir. It's about respect. Respect. Little thing called respect. Eastwood, $50. Thank you, man. Says, love you, Rob. Rob. Oh, fuck. Might as well.
He harasses women in messages, has a weird infatuation with men's organs. He's a syndicated radio host, and it's all about respect. He's Brian Shaprio.
Thank you. Thank you for the Brian Shaprio reference. And then, Torque Doctor, $10 says, "Cummies suck." That's all. There's a hell of a super chat. Got it. All right. Tonight, what I want to talk about, there's plenty of stuff to talk about, but I thought that I would focus a little bit on just a little personal drama, not really, that I was having with left-wing streamer Destiny. Now, Destiny called in the other day, and let's see. Kind of open some threads here. Destiny called in the other day while I was doing this show with this attorney, Ryan Mullally. He's a friend of mine. I think he's great. You should follow Ryan Mullally. Great dude, right? And Ryan had apparently done a video. Some of you have probably already seen this, so I'll be quick about the explanation. Ryan had done a video where he was criticizing Destiny's legal takes, where it was basically, it's just vibes, it's vibes. Destiny was watching my stream live as we were talking about it. Someone made me aware of it. I said, Destiny, if you want to call in, call in. He called in, got his ass kicked as always, and then rage quit as always. It's starting to become a theme. Then he takes to X today, and he's got things to say. Destiny's got things to say on X today. And so I thought it'd be worth sort of pointing out some of the threads here that went, and I just want to go over the gist of it. The reason I think this is important is, I get it. Fuck Destiny. Who cares? Blah, blah, blah. Totally understand that. One, like it or dislike it, Destiny is someone who's still an influential voice of people on the left. Second, I don't give a shit that you guys hate him, rightfully so. I really don't. Like, I think he's said and done despicable things, particularly his calls to violence and how extreme his community could be. There is so little of, like, competition on the left to debate against. At least Destiny's there. Who the fuck are you going to debate? You see some of these people? Now, I know a lot of you, most of the audience here came over from Rachel Wilson debating some lady tonight. How'd that go? I didn't get to see any of it. Given the comments that people in my chat were making, the woman was terrible. Is that true? So at some point, you're going to debate someone, and when the left thinks that, Destiny's the bee's knees, he's the guy. Hassan's afraid to debate Destiny. Asmongold's afraid to debate Destiny. I ain't afraid to debate Destiny. Destiny blacklisted me for a while. He had to unblacklist me yesterday, unblock me on X, just so I could send him the link. So, it's still worth, not because I'm going to convince Destiny. Maybe there'll be a few people in Destiny's audience that you could convince. But it's about everyone else. That's what it's about. The normies out there. The people that find this debate and go, wow, what an ass kicking. That guy's supposed to be some champion of debate for the left. That's what it's about. So, 1 second. Give me 1 second. My great editor, Black Elk, put up a video of this. Now, here's the deal. We're going to get super chats in. I know. Don't make me break out the old fucking cheat sheet here. Don't waste your money, guys. Thanks so much for... oh, wait. For the grift! Woman, bring me a drink! Give me money, fuckers! Am I doing this right? Don't make me break it out. All right. So, I'm going to just show some of the clips and some of the interactions. What's particularly important is not just Destiny and his explanations, but I also want you to focus a lot on sort of his intelligence audience. Maybe they're bots, maybe they're just fuck knobs, but I'll show you some of that. Now, I learned something. Watch this. I learned something here today. Pretty cool, huh? All right. So, here's Destiny going at Ryan Mullally. He says, I understand that a lot of lawyers suck at litigating and other lawyer work and find it easier to make their $800 a month on YouTube. But if you're going to show up your JD to impress people, please at least read the court cases you're discussing. As I predicted at the end of the show, at the end of the show the other day, Destiny in his rage quit is going to claim, the real issue is Ryan Mullally didn't read the court case. That's going to be the real issue. So I commented on this. Now, as I'll show you, we're going to go through some of the clips, and I'm just going to review a big portion of this debate and give my takes on what was going on. But we'll sort of skip ahead to the end, and I'll tell you what was going on. I put this out, and I, unlike some of the people on the left, make sure to tag the people to the best of my ability if I can. So I said, our friend Destiny once more having to make excuses for losing a debate and rage quitting. Destiny came on to our stream to argue points he wanted. He should thereby know the cases he's claiming to have read. Yet as he showed in his debate with me on defining insurrection over a year ago, when looking up how the Colorado case keeping Trump off the ballot, despite claiming he reads the cases and doing deep dives on them, he fails to retain important knowledge from those cases. In fact, I believe he has read those cases, but he relies on his chat and orbiters to send him info in real time. He will also use Google search, use AI, etc. while debating these cases. Then he will demand his opponent, in this case Ryan Mullally, recall verbatim facts about the case. By the way, brief side note, a case that wasn't the case that Ryan was prepping to debate. This is the one Destiny was prepping. So Ryan must then recall verbatim facts, and if Ryan can't, that proves Ryan's never read the case. Yet the entire debate in Calais, which is the decision they were talking about, started off with Ryan discussing how the framework for the Voting Rights Act was changed by the court's 2019 RUCO decision. How did Destiny, who claims over and over he isn't getting help from his chat, looking things up, etc., and has extensively read these cases, not have knowledge of this RUCO decision? As you can see, Alito mentions this right at the beginning of the explanation. Destiny is not good at debating these cases. He gets significant help from his audience and other sources and still performs miserably. And when he knows he looks bad, he rage quits and then accuses others of not reading the court cases that he exhibits. He himself did a very poor knowledge. And here's from the Calais decision. I had to take this screenshot on my phone so you can't really see. But it talks specifically near the top there about RUCO. And it mentions it many times throughout the decision, which I will be able to show you. Let's see what some of Destiny's audience says about this. I'm sorry, wrong post. Now, this turns into... Instead of responding, Destiny oftentimes does this. And you see this. This is a tactic that you see frequent on the left, which is they'll just start a new thread so that their audience could come in. And when you start a new thread, it's more likely that the people that follow you see it as opposed to just responding. So here you go. Here's Destiny's response then. He says, I don't care if we disagree. I guess I don't even care if you call me names or whatever. No, real quick, what were the names I called him here? Friend, losing a debate and rage quitting, fails to retain important knowledge, he searches, uses AI, Destiny is not good at debating these cases. He gets help from his audience and other sources, and when he knows he looks bad, he rage quits and then accuses others of not reading. I don't see, maybe I had another post where I called him a name. I don't know. Seems odd, but fine, whatever. Anyways, he continues. I don't care if we disagree, or I guess I don't mind if you care if you call me names or whatever. It's just insane to me that you will claim I'm using AI when I've read through these cases on stream. And it's even more hilarious when you guys demonstrate that you're using AI to make your points or expose. Now, stop here. I debated Destiny over a year ago on the idea of insurrection. Now I'm going to go full screen to explain this to you. This is what led to me getting blacklisted for a long time by Destiny. Here's what happened. Destiny debates Andrew Wilson on what the legal definition of the term insurrection is. Andrew takes a position that he's like, I'm not even going to define insurrection. I'm merely going to say that your definition of insurrection, fine, whatever, I'll concede it. But it is so broad that it would mean that there are all sorts of insurrections every year, and no one ever treats any of them with any sort of concern. Here, by the way, I guess I have to do this. is Destiny's definition of insurrection. And this was from his debate with Andrew Wilson and later from his debate with me. In fact, we'll just do this. An assemblage of people that are united for a common purpose, resisting, I guess, he says, like the implementation or execution of a particular law or interfering with the course of a government proceeding by way of force or intimidation for a public purpose. Now, Andrew correctly points out the absurdity of how broad that is and how, like, pretty much every Vietnam protest that ever resulted in someone screaming slurs or something at police or shoving them would technically be an insurrection. And Andrew even gets it boiled down to, I believe this is the example Andrew uses, if there were two hippies protesting a marijuana law and one of them shoved a police officer, that's an insurrection, baby. Insurrection. There you go. That's how broad that definition is. So Andrew's like, I don't give a fuck what the real definition of insurrection. You're defining it as something that would mean that there would be hundreds of insurrections pretty much every year, right? Okay. Yeah, all of Black Lives Matter, pretty much, insurrection. All of the anti-ICE protests, insurrections. Of course, Destiny had to bite that bullet that the anti-ICE protests were insurrections, but it doesn't matter. Now it's not that insurrections are bad on their own. You could have good insurrections. After all, the Founding Fathers had an insurrection. That's where they're at now. So after all of these years of, insurrection, now it's, anyways, moving forward. That's what happened in that debate. So Andrew handles Destiny pretty easily, points out the absurdity of his position, but Destiny and his fans pissed and moaned and cried about it. How can you debate and not give a definition of the term insurrection? And Andrew explained it to him over and over. I'm not the affirmative. I'm just saying you gave your definition, and I said that definition sucks. That's it. And Destiny couldn't defend that his definition didn't suck, but he bitched and moaned because Andrew played a dirty trick. Now, as this is going on at the time, one of Destiny's friends was a guy named Pisco. Pisco was in contact with me and wanted to debate what the standard legal definition of the term insurrection was. I was working out a debate with Pisco where I said, I don't really give a shit what the definition is. My problem is not with the definition. My problem is with the unequal application of the law. So if we're going to agree, okay, this is the definition of insurrection, fine. But I want to see then fucking left-wingers that are constantly insurrecting face the consequences of it. No, we only talk about it when it's January 6th people or Trump people. The hundreds upon hundreds of examples of left-wing insurrections, we don't care about those. That's where I'm concerned. I just want equal application of the law. So if we're going to say all of these things are insurrections, fine, treat them all the same. If we're going to say none of them are insurrections, fine, treat them all the same. That's my issue. While this was going on, I still worked at this home healthcare place. So I had like a little mini vacation coming up. Plus then, like when I worked home healthcare, I was at work 24/7. So during this, Destiny DM'd me and says, hey, you want to debate me about the definition of insurrection? Because he was pissed because Andrew didn't give a definition. So he wanted to reclaim some of that, So he's like, as long as you agree to give a definition of insurrection. I said, sure, I'll give one. I said, but I'm at work and I'm not going to be home for like 13 days. So I'm not going to really have time to research or anything. But sure, when I get home, I'll message you. So I get home after like 13 days and I message Destiny. When do you want to do that debate? You want to do it tonight? He says, yeah. I enter the debate. I admit fully. Here's my condition for the debate. I say, I'm not very prepared for this. I was just at work, but I'm happy to give a good faith. I said, I'll give a definition of insurrection. I will. We'll talk about it as long as you want. However, I would like you to give equal time on the topic I want to talk about, which is the unequal application of the term insurrection. So we can talk till you're fucking blue in the face about what is the definition of insurrection. My point is, I don't give a shit. But sure, you do. We'll debate it. But I want to talk about the unequal application. Okay. So I gave my shitty definition of insurrection, whatever I thought it was. And then we went through 4 fucking hours on the definition of insurrection. 4 fucking hours. 4 hours. Remember, he promised me at the end of this debate that we would talk about the unequal application of it. 4 hours. Okay. All kinds of crazy tangents that we took in that. Just crazy tangents that we took. He talking about weapons that were there January 6th. Pencils would qualify as a weapon and just crazy shit, you know. One of the things that happened was he told me the paper that his source came from. I fully admitted, I have not read this. Haven't read it. Now, I knew that paper, though, because Pisco told me he read that paper when I was discussing with Pisco the possible debate we were setting up. So, I did some searching of that paper. All I had was this. I didn't have a computer, just my phone. So it's hard to read papers and shit like that. It really is. Give me 1 second here. Sorry. Might have to take a phone call here. Anyways, easy peasy, right? So I had looked this up on AI, this paper, because I couldn't read it all just on my phone. I had also saved the paper to read when I got home, but as I told you, as soon as I got home, I'm doing this debate. In addition to that, I looked up a couple of like articles of people talking about this paper. So about 2 hours into the debate, I ask him a simple questions. Can you have state level insurrections? Makes sense. Why not? Like, it fits all the criteria that we saw here. So why couldn't you have a state level insurrection? Would seem to make sense to me. And the reason that this matters is when I get to the second half of the debate, I'm setting up an argument. And by the way, this is something you should do if you debate. You should understand what the arguments you want to make at the end of the debate are, and then constantly be setting that up, right? The argument I'm going to make is if you think Donald Trump should be kept off the ballot for engaging in an insurrection, and I could prove that Black Lives Matter, when they engaged in violence, was an insurrection, then Kamala Harris engaged in an insurrection more than Trump. She actually promoted a bail fund for the insurrectionists. And according to many authors that talk about what insurrection is, which is including engaging in an insurrection could include aiding and abetting, including financial aid, I would say pushing their bail fund for insurrectionists would qualify as engaging in an insurrection. In fact, some cases said things as simple as during the Civil War, if you would have given shoes to someone in the Confederacy that stumbled upon your farm, that was aiding and abetting an insurrection. So I'm setting up this. And of course, as is often the case with so many of these lefties, they don't want to give an inch. Can you have state level insurrections? The answer would be, yeah, probably. It seems to make sense. So if you could insurrect against the federal government, couldn't you insurrect against your state government? Sure, because they're going to say, well, BLM wasn't insurrecting against the federal government. They burned down a local police precinct. Okay, so it was a state precinct. Great. So they insurrected against the state. Got it. That's the argument. That's how they're going to try to get out of Kamala Harris's potential insurrection she engaged with wasn't federal. I know. I've heard them make this argument. He's like, no, I don't know. And I say, look, I think that it has. And I'm reading. I thought it was from one of the papers, but it was actually from the AI summary. I read from it saying, yeah, your paper, I think, says there could be state insurrections. He says, show me what you're reading. Fair enough. I send it to him. He's like, is this from AI or something? I was like, no, I think it's from an abstract that I read. And then he starts reading it, and I'm like, oh, yeah, it is from AI. He's like, okay. We go to the paper. Paper says there could be state insurrections. Debate moves on. That's it. That was the entire exchange. So for another 3 hours, we debated. After about 4 hours, we finally got to talking about what I wanted to talk about, which was the unequal application. Of course, we only talk about it for 10 minutes. Destiny takes it back. Now, this is the part that matters, right? Because we're going to get to the exact same pattern of behavior from Destiny. We go back to the Colorado court case. For those that are just following, Colorado's state Supreme Court ruled that Donald Trump was not allowed to be on the ballot in 2024 because he engaged in an insurrection. The case made its way to the Supreme Court, and in a 9-0, the Supreme Court said, no, they can't do that. Trump has to be allowed to be on the ballot. Okay? Okay. Destiny, remember, his entire argument is defining insurrection. And he has these court cases that it's like, Trump engaged in insurrection. Now, this is his argument that he's been researching and he's been studying. And I say to him, how did the Colorado court define the term insurrection? What was their definition that they used? If your entire argument is there is this legal definition of the term insurrection, and there have been court cases that spoke to Trump or others being insurrectionists, okay, what was the definition they used? That seems germane to the conversation, right? It's clear you know those court cases. You claim to have read them. What was the definition they used for insurrection? You want to know what definition the Colorado court used? They didn't use one. They were like, here's some suggested definitions, but we're not going to pick one. We just think under any of the definitions, this was an insurrection. So they didn't pick one. Now, Destiny didn't know that, and Destiny got real butthurt. He got real mad. So let's play that clip for you. This is from over a year ago. So this is August 9th, 2004. So here is the final fallout of all of that. And you could go watch, I don't have the debate in front of me, but you could go watch the whole fucking debate, and I'm not making any of this up. He gets pissed off because he's wrong, and he prides himself on, I read these cases. This is his case, his big issue, and he didn't know what the court said. Oh, all right, screwed that up. There we go. Apparently, you never got around to that Colorado court case that you like to cite all the time that says
Bob,
is an example
you realize that I
I
originally told you that they use a 3-point test and then
there were tons of these protests that
no, you're not allowed to say tons. I'm asking for particulars.
No,
Stop.
Destiny,
You're
I'm allowed to say whatever the I want. You don't control what I
Okay.
can say. And I understand that you want to be intentionally obtuse about this. Yes.
I'm being intentionally obtuse when you think it was illegal for 1,000 people to protest a federal law.
You wanted one. Okay, you wanted one.
Okay,
you
Rob.
wanted one. You just got it. Okay, insurrection or not? You just
I don't
read.
know. I would need more information about this.
Okay, well, why don't you keep looking, keep reading? You're clearly interested in this. You take insurrections to be very seriously.
Rob, you
Correct?
understand that I've written like 10,000 words on my research for this document, for the January 6th stuff, in which I have way more information, right? You understand that like the level of work I put into this, and then to give me, by the way, I had to find this. You didn't even know this. That for me
That's
to
so
find this
true.
and read 2 paragraphs and go, oh yeah, I think that this definitely meets or exceeds my, I don't know. I would have to do more research into this. This is your example. I had to find this for you, Rob. You didn't even know about this one. I found this for you. So I don't know if I would include this or not. I'm not sure.
I knew in general there were protests of
No, you don't. You didn't know
yes,
anything.
I did.
You tried to pretend.
Now, what Destiny's arguing here, what he's spurging out, I'm like, okay, given your definition of insurrection, any Vietnam protest that had violence or intimidation would qualify as an insurrection. And what he was doing was demanding that I provide evidence that there was ever any clash with law enforcement during a Vietnam protest. He needed the specific times and locations. That's what he needed. Now, compare that to what we'll see in this debate from Monday with Ryan Mullally, where he literally makes up, and it Ryan's like, can you give me an example of back in the days post-Civil War when a state government kept off a federal politician from office and it wasn't the federal government? And Destiny just makes up a name. John Smith. I don't know. Let me look it up. That's what Destiny does. See the difference? You see the difference when it's him having to come up with an example? Now, is there anyone out there that's reasonably going to argue that there weren't Vietnam protests that had violence? Anyone? Well, Destiny demands that you have the exact date. So I looked it up, found one, and now he's, I don't even know, blah, 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 blah. And he gets more excitable like this when he knows that he's losing the point. So this is how he acts. incredulous, just yelling, and his audience eats it up, but we'll keep going.
That's asking you for a particular
that's
one.
That's not true. That's not true. I knew in general there were protests against the Vietnam War that got violent. I knew that, and I knew that that would meet the definition of insurrection you provided. And I will allow me to finish. Allow me to finish. I find it ironic as you're talking about the 10,000 pages that you've gone through at January 6th. Apparently, you never got around to that fucking Colorado court case that you like to cite all the time that says is an example.
You realize that I originally told you that they use a 3-point test, and that when we went and read it, they used the 3-point test. I literally summarized it. And you know, Rob, you know that, by the way, you hadn't read that case before, because after you read those 3 points, you thought you had a gotcha, and you said, oh, and it kind of looks like they're not even using your test. Like, you completely forgot that I said multiple times at the beginning of our conversation, I think the Colorado court uses a 3-point test. Do you remember any of this happening at all?
Yes, I remember, and I remember specifically saying, as you said that and before that, that this is exactly what they did. My entire argument, and I've had this debate with Pisco before, was I was shocked because I'm interested in the obvious double standard of how these things are applied, that the Colorado court case refused to determine what insurrection was, because they knew if they used like such as the definitions that they were using previously from the 1860s, that Black Lives Matter would have met that definition of insurrections many times over.
No, that's not true.
That is true.
You just don't know. You don't understand anything about what these courts do. The court is supposed to decide, ideally, the case before it. And the court isn't generally supposed to venture beyond the case before it. So when a definition of something like insurrection, is offered to talk about a particular event, the court generally isn't expected to step outside of the bounds of deciding that case. So you trying to say that the Colorado Supreme Court saying that, well, in order to decide this case, they don't have to decide exactly what an all-encompassing definition of insurrection is, proves that there is no definition. It shows you don't understand what you read, because they said just for purpose of deciding this case, and you don't understand what the function of a court is.
Again, I do understand
everything.
I do understand the function of court. I also understand the interest of spurging out when you know you're getting blown the fuck out in a debate, which you're prone to do. So what I'm saying is, yes, I understand that this selective court, much like many of the courts that have engaged in selective lawfare that we've seen over the years, it is true that in theory they're only supposed to decide the case in front of them. I knew that this was a convenient way. The fact that the Colorado court, nor any court in this country, declared any of the actions of Black Lives Matter, Antifa, etc. as insurrections was very interesting. And I knew the fact that they were unwilling, even when they're citing definitions of insurrections, to just say, yeah, shit, this is the definition we're going with, that it would be used by people like you to say, well, technically they didn't even decide what insurrection was. So, you can't really then go back and say that Black Lives Matter is an insurrection. I understand that the court was not there to determine whether or not Black Lives Matter was an insurrection. I found it very convenient that they cited several definitions that would have meant that it was clear that Black Lives Matter were over and over again
What
insurrections.
does this have to do with Black Lives Matter? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
The court didn't have anything before it about BLM. Are you implying that the reason why the court didn't give a more narrow definition that wouldn't have even been needed to decide the case is because they were afraid of implicating Black Lives Matter?
I'm not saying that's specifically what their only intent was, but I'm saying it had the convenient after effect of that. So if we looked at the definitions that they used this is exactly how this came about, right? I read this part, I'm skimming through this, I read the part of insurrection. I'm debating with Pisco on Twitter, right? I'm like, Jesus, if we look at the definition they used for insurrection, which was, quote, a rising against civil or political authority, the open and active opposition of a number of persons to the execution of law in a city or a state. It's like, shit, that's basically what all defund the police were. Every movement that said defund the police, based on this definition, it is a rising against civil or political authority, the open and active opposition to a number of persons to the execution of a law in a city or state. They're literally protesting the police. Clear cut. Almost by definition, the stated definition of Black Lives Matter would make it then an organization engaged in insurrections. Pisco then correctly says, but Rob, notice that that's not the definition that they end up using. I'm like, what are you talking about? This is the definition that we should use. It's from the 1860s. This is from right around contemporaneously the time that Section 3 of the 14th Amendment was created. So why wouldn't we use this? He goes, no. They just said, here are possible definitions, but they chose not to pick one specifically. So you saying that Black Lives Matter meets that definition, maybe not, but that's not the definition that the court used. So that's how I was like, okay, now I got to read exactly what this whole so this was months and months before the Supreme Court even weighed in that I read this entire fucking Colorado decision, which is why I said, okay, I know exactly what they're talking about now. They're like, here's several definitions of insurrection, but we ain't going to choose one. We're not going to choose one, which then allows people that want to defend the double standard to say, well, they didn't choose one. They didn't specifically choose one, so you can't look at the one from 1860 and say, clearly this means that basically the entire organization of Black Lives Matter is an organization. Even though it meets that definition.
Wait, you could use that one, though.
Okay.
Because they didn't tell you what to choose, so you could use that. If anything, this court case arguably leaves open even more BLM stuff to be challenged in the courts, because they didn't give you a more narrow construction of what an insurrection would be that would exclude all of BLM. So what are you talking about? The fact that they say for the purposes of this case, we don't have to hone in on one, how does that protect BLM?
It protects BLM because the fact that if they would have used that specific case, and I'm not saying they did it intentionally, what I'm saying is may have factored in, but it certainly was exploited.
It didn't. You're wrong. That's not how any of this works.
How the fuck do you know?
How do you know?
How do you know?
Because I know how courts work. What do you mean? Nothing in here prevents you.
Oh, so you know. So I just want to be clear. You know the intent of the members of the Colorado Supreme Court and why they chose to not take a specific definition. That's your argument.
I'm saying that the one that they've offered makes sense, so I'll take them at their word for it. The one that you're offering doesn't make sense. Yes, they did.
No, they didn't. They specifically said they're not offering an all-encompassing definition of the term insurrection.
I said the explanation for that. What was the explanation that they gave for that?
The explanation was that they thought that that this would have met any definition of insurrection. And you're literally repeating. And again, so two things. One, you're just repeating what I said at the outset of it. And second, it gets to the broader point, as someone who's fucking researched this so heavily and talks about this case often as, oh, well, there was a case where they ruled this was insurrection. There was the New Mexico case and there was the Colorado case. You didn't even fucking read the court decision, man. You didn't even read it.
I literally told you like 20 times that they use a three-pronged thing for their decision of insurrection in this case. How many times did you not?
So you did read it before. That's what you're saying.
A long time ago, yes.
Okay.
Or at the very least, an executive summary. I'm pretty sure I read the case, yes.
You read it before, but you were unaware that they specifically said we're not giving an actual definition of the term insurrection.
It's the way that you're phrasing this is not accurate. What did they say, Rob? Are you even capable of phrasing what they said?
Yes, I've done it like 5 times. Are you capable of hearing
what
me?
they said. Phrase what they said.
There is a lot of varying definitions of the term insurrection, but we're not going to settle on one actual definition of insurrection because we think that whatever definition of insurrection we would use, January 6th meets it.
There you go. Correct.
Well, no, do you want me to say? Now, this is very indicative of the style of debate that you do. It's why you want to have debates on the definition of insurrection. We haven't even got to the second part. We're just broaching it now. It's because what you want to do is just to try to get these little narrow focused talking points that could then define what the debate becomes. So then you could walk away and say, oh, January 6th, by definition, we could say was an insurrection. Now, fuck around and find out if you were those Trump supporters. Maybe Trump deserved to die, blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, in the past, you've literally given the rationale for why you defend insurrections, saying that they're the other side of the coin of voting. This is, and it's the same thing here. If you think that, I guess if your audience isn't so bright, if you have me keep repeating the point that I initially fucking made and told you what they said, that somehow that proves something, it proves nothing. I told you what they said. My entire point of bringing this up was we haven't had any fucking court cases for over 100 years, even though there would have been obvious examples under your definition of the term insurrection. No court cases brought in the past 100 years. Then we have 3. If the definition of insurrection is so fucking obvious based on the legal standard, why do we have 3 fucking different definitions or attempts at definitions given in 3 separate court cases? If the definition's so obvious, they should all give the same definition, but they didn't. It's almost like something changed in the past 100 years. It's almost like they were like, we no longer view insurrection as the same way we did around the time of the Civil War, which is why no one brought up the term even suggesting Black Lives Matter or suggesting things like the Vietnam War protests or suggesting things like the attacks on ICE facilities or any other number of things, even the Chaz zone. None of it was brought up. And you know why. Did I lose you? I did. He booted me? Wow. Really? A rage quit for the Destiny Miser. Wow. That was it. Now, that was about 2.5 to 3 hours after this I used AI. We talked for 2.5 to 3 hours later. You see what happened there exactly? I kept saying my initial point was the Colorado court gave a bunch of definitions of insurrection and said, we're not going to use any of them because we think that it would be all of these definitions. So Destiny, no, when you started to try to, well, here's what they said insurrection was. They didn't. My question to Destiny was, what was the definition they used? And he didn't know that they didn't use one. They said, here's a bunch, but we're not using one. He didn't know it. And he was embarrassed. And he initially said after this that one of the things that pissed him off was me pretending like I read more on these court cases than him. He was embarrassed because he was wrong about the underlying facts of these cases that he wrote 10,000 words on. And he read them on stream. That was his claim. Now, did I treat him unfairly there? Was I yelling and screaming like he was me? Not really. My voice got a little high. That was about it. He got pissed off. So he keeps saying, restate what they say, steelman what they say. I steelman what they say and say, which has been my point the whole time. He quits. So then he goes to his audience. See, I was right. Now, he later realizes it was a bad look. So he has to come up with a post hoc justification for why he rage quit. And the justification he settles on is, Rob used AI 3 hours before that. And so I thought, well, he'll bring me back on. Because remember, you heard me even say in that clip, Destiny, we've been talking all this time. We didn't even get to the section you promised me that I wanted to debate about. So I was like, he'll come back on and let me debate what I want to debate. Nope, blacklisted. That's that, right? Notice how he finds some little mundane thing to argue about, hampers on it, rage quits, and then focuses on that like it's an important issue. And his audience eats it up. To this day, they're like, Rob, GPT, blah, blah, blah. I don't care. I've seen what they cheer for, so I don't mind that they dislike me. But the funny thing is, Destiny also uses AI. He does. See? When he's prepping for debates with me, he uses AI. But that's okay. His use is okay. And last night, or Monday, when he was debating Ryan Mullally, it's clear that he was at least using a search engine to search for shit, as we'll get to. And it's most likely that he either used AI or help from his chat in some form, which he does all the time. And his defense is just, but I read it on stream. I read it on stream. So it's all okay. And once more, he uses the exact same tactic, rage quits, and then post hoc justify. The reason I rage quits because Ryan didn't read the case. Now, I showed you, if Destiny's the one claiming these are the cases I prepared for and that I read, and I've done all this reading, how was it that he didn't know about what the case said that was central to Ryan's argument? How did he not know it if he read the case? And as I said in my post there, I don't doubt that he read it. Did he retain the information therein? Doesn't seem so. But that's exactly what he's demanding of his opponents. Ryan, repeat to me exactly what they said on the Gingles framework. It's a complicated thing. Ryan claims he also read the court case on stream. Because Ryan couldn't drudge up exactly what they said on the Gingles standard. Fuck you, I quit, he says. And then says, Ryan's bad faith, he doesn't even read the cases. Meanwhile, the very case, both the cases Monday that were discussed, Destiny fucked up all over the place. Didn't remember key things of it, acted like, huh? Misquoted what was going on with them. So I bring it up my post. Now, here's Destiny's response to me. That's why when he says it's insane we're claiming he's using AI, it's because that was his central criticism of me. That's why. It's even more hilarious when you guys demonstrate that you're using AI to make your points or expose. Okay, now Destiny's big claim here, he's about to prove to you that my post was AI, where I highlighted the part of the case that talked about the Ruco decision. For example, you used AI or were told by someone else to paste a picture of that quote at me. No, I didn't. Because you claimed that Alito mentioned this right at the beginning of his explanation. But you're not quoting Alito, as he writes the opinion of the court. You're quoting from the syllabus, which is the summary written by the court, by the reporter of decisions, not Alito or justices at all. You haven't even got Alito's writing yet. if you're reading the syllabus. Again, I don't know if you actually read these decisions. They're kind of boring and a lot of work, but stop presenting yourself as having read them, and certainly don't accuse me of not having read them. Now, what I'm going to attempt to do is, notice how, you notice anything about this? If you just saw that, what device do you think I was using to get that? What's that look like to you? Does that look like I was on a laptop? On a PC? Or does that look like I was sitting in the fucking parking lot of a place, and you can't see it, but I was on my phone. That's what it was. Look. It's a screenshot of my fucking phone, is what it was. Okay? You want to know how I found that quote? Here's what I did. I went here on my phone, picked up the case, then I hit the button, and I searched a term. And I typed RUCO, and it said there were 11. And I went to the first one. And as you can see on the screen that I was on, I didn't even see that it said syllabus. You can't see shit. Here. I could fix that. There it is on my phone. There it is. Now, you click Find Selection. See? Now I'll type, 1 second here. Bear with me. I'll type RUCO. There it is. The exact one I clipped. So I did this. Screenshotted it. Now, had I scrolled up? Yeah, it's from the syllabus. Syllabus is sort of the abstract or general explanation of the court case. So I falsely assumed because it was page 3, it was the beginning of Alito's decision. That's on me. It wasn't. Of course, as you can see, it was mentioned 11 times and is also prominently featured in Alito's decision. But yes, the exact clip that I clipped here, fair game, was from the syllabus and not from Alito. Okay? Now, presumably, Destiny read all of this, and seeing as how RUCO is mentioned prominently in Alito's decision as well, the point still stands. But Destiny's big attack is, aha! Rob used AI to get that picture. Why would it matter if I did anyways? He claims here at the bottom, stop representing yourself as having read them. When did I? I didn't claim to have read the Calais decision. I don't think that I've ever claimed that. I certainly didn't Monday night while Destiny was there. I didn't read the Calais decision. I read like 3 or 4 pages from 95 pages. Fully admit it. I wasn't debating the Calais decision. I didn't have much commentary on it. We covered it on Law and Order. I asked Ryan questions about it. He gave a very similar explanation that he gave to Destiny there. Ryan is claiming that he read the Calais decision. So what the fuck does that have to do with me? Destiny's claiming, I read these decisions. I know all about them. Ryan's like, okay, well, then you know that there's a difference. This RUCO case in 2019 basically said that the courts can't weigh in on gerrymandering, political gerrymandering. They can't. And so the Gingles thing, you know, the standard that they used under the Voting Rights Act, it changed because now we're all equally under the same set of rules, whites and blacks and every other race, that gerrymandering's just allowed and the federal court doesn't weigh in. Simple. Because of this RUCO decision in 2019. Destiny not only doesn't know the RUCO decision, but then goes on to further claim that it was already the way it was before the RUCO decision. That federal courts never said that state maps had to be tossed out. It would only be state courts. I provided examples as I was sitting there. Here's some examples of that. So he was wrong. He would have known he was wrong if he understood the Alito decision. But instead of answering, look, dude, if your argument is Ryan, you clearly didn't read the case because you don't remember verbatim these things that I'm recalling. How does it bode that Destiny didn't remember a core fucking principle and argued about it for like 20 minutes? So my response to Destiny was as follows. One, I never claimed to have read it. I claimed that you claimed to have read it and yet didn't know some basic facts of it. That is true. You had no idea about the RUCO case, which would seem to belie your claims of having read these cases in a meaningful way. Same with the Colorado court case and Trump being removed from the ballot. You claimed the patchwork explanation was the problem with the case that he had, and you would show it by the concurrences. And yet, when we looked at the concurrences, they actually said they were fine with the patchwork explanation, showing that he didn't understand that case either. Second, I didn't use AI for this post. I simply searched the decision for RUCO and saw it was discussed several times. Merely saying decision instead of syllabus does nothing to disprove my point. He's making it seem like, the fact that that was in the syllabus and you said it was from Alito's decision proves that you're somehow bad. It's a red herring. It proves nothing. Again, you're the one claiming to extensively read these cases, not me. So how did you miss this? Third, just because you read a decision on stream doesn't mean you understand or correctly recall it. Are you telling me you don't have orbiters in chat messaging you about these cases at times while you're debating them? Or that you aren't using search engines or AI during the debates? You constantly deflect to, but I read it on stream, to deflect from your misunderstanding of these cases and the fact you're getting help from your chat and others messaging you in addition to using search engines or HI. And this is the clever trick that he does. He could use search engines. He could have people like formerly Pisco would message him. He could have his chat messaging him. All of it's good because he could say, I read it on stream once. I read it on stream. Just because you read it on stream doesn't mean that you're not currently using AI, that you're not currently getting help, etc. And the reason it matters is you're the person who implied that doing those sorts of things is condemnable. You can't look up AI. You can't know. You have to have read it and understand all this shit. I continue. You actually went so far as to make up the name of a person in a case to try to prove your point because you didn't have an example. Remember John Smith? Only to have to search, probably using an AI for a case. Number 5, you rage quit again because you knew how bad you were looking. And again, you try to post hoc justify it to save face, knowing your audience will just parrot your explanation, starting to become a pattern. Lastly, as far as name calling or what have, I mean, you came in ignoring your opponent and playing the piano, so don't act like disrespect isn't reciprocal. Happy to discuss this with you on stream anytime. Now, we're going to go through parts of this debate. I am going to speed it up a little. I don't know how much we'll get through. But what I want you to notice is I'm sorry, before we get to this. Oops. I just want you to see, it's bad enough. Destiny makes that statement, doesn't say anything else. Doesn't answer why he didn't know about RUCO if he read these decisions. Doesn't answer why he claimed the concurrences were against the patchwork thing in the Colorado case and was wrong about it. Doesn't answer any of that. He's just like, it was from the syllabus, so you must have used AI. Let's look what his audience thinks. Wick, at what point does the shame and public embarrassment get too much, do we think? Is there a point? Yes, Wick. Always has to be suckling at Destiny's teat. Incapable of having any real sort of impact without constantly kissing the ass of Destiny. So glad he weighed in. Boy, nailed it. He nailed it, right? Rob, no, I feel bad for you with this one, big dog. No amount of screaming, I'm blowing you out could fix this. Whatever job you had before being full-time locale might be worth going back to it. It's over and over. Rob was caught reading AI for talking points. Do you seriously think an intellectual giant such as this would use AI? Another L for Rob. Projection of Rob's old AI cuckoldry. How about them apples, fat baldy Rob? The irony of you using AI to accuse someone of AI. Damn, that's brutal. Rob ChatGPT. Ryan got destroyed. Rob's an idiot. You're proven wrong. Oh, that was the one against Destiny. Nor can't read. And more. My favorite's Wick, though. The public shame of proving that Destiny is shit. Yes, when will the shame get too much for me? Of proving. Then you can see with, I'm sorry. Back here. There's my explanation. How do I have enough viewers to avoid a Grok subscription? By the way, send in super chats. Gloss over my example verbatim, as you can see Alito mentions right at the beginning of his explanation. You showed you didn't read it for sure. Never claimed to have read it. Pretty sure I brought up details in the Ruco debate case during the debate. How did I get the information in real time? No, I didn't. Why debate some lawyer who's never read the case and you citing AI? Rob relies a lot on AI. I need to lay off the AI shit. They literally just repeat Destiny over and over. No proof. That literally Destiny's response to me, nothing. In living color, Destiny, you said Ryan didn't read the case because he couldn't recall points from it. The entire point Ryan was making is all through the case you claim to have read, and yet you didn't know it. How doesn't this meet the same standard that this proves you didn't read the case? Fuck you, Rob, that's AI. And his audience is like, oh! I love it. I absolutely love these people, especially those like Wick, because it really just shows they have no thinking ability of their own. But they're really that bad. But Daddy Destiny said this is the way it is, so it must be. We'll get to some of that debate in a second. FB, thanks for the 10, says, I mean, they definitely contributed, but it's pretty far-fetched to believe 13% of the population built 90% of the country. A lot of the country was built by the Irish because they did it cheap. Yeah, I talked about this in the reparations debate. It's nowhere near what they claim with slaves building the country. Torch Flare, $10 says, doesn't demanding super chat lead to a nation of aliens for an audience or something? The alien nation. I do recall something of that. Dork Doctor, $10 says, are we not men? Tried to bully me into giving you more money. Joke's on him. I won't do it. Stupid, are we not men? And FB, $5 says, like a line Brian moved the goalposts. First it was they were never arrested. Then after they got arrested, it became, what were the charges? Yep, exactly like that. And then over on Rumble, Tinker Tide Powers, $5 says, can't give your brother cash without doing the same for you. Thanks, man. And MT Alex, $10 says, keep on trucking. Thank you. Appreciate. So we're just going to go through some of this, and just so you can see, what we're going to focus on is, I want you to just keep this in your mind. This Destiny called in to debate these issues. So these were things that he had read. These are the cases he's claiming to understand that he read. Now let's see how many times that he's confused. I'm not saying that he didn't read it. I'm saying that reading it doesn't mean that you understand it, doesn't mean that you remember it, and doesn't prove that you're not using searches or relying on your chat or using AI. That's what I'm saying. I don't give a shit if you are. If you are pointing to the case and you're looking up AI to see other things that are said within the case, perfectly reasonable. As long as it's within context and it makes sense. Destiny's the one with the huge problem on this. Destiny's the one that's rage quitting, accusing his opponents, if they don't remember something from the case, are liars that haven't read it. That's Destiny. That's his claims. So I want you to keep that in mind as we look at some of this.
You just said you don't even know what your is.
I didn't say that. That's the thing that you wanted to yell about because, yeah, there he goes.
We're watching at 1.2. But Destiny, I don't understand your argument here anyways. It's clear that the federal courts were weighing in, saying that these maps couldn't be drawn this way. And then in 2019, the Supreme Court came in and said that that was changing, that these maps were not something that could be adjudicated by federal courts. So it seems like you're arguing just for the sake of arguing.
Well, no, the argument is that we all had an understanding of what Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act meant, and Alito basically destroyed this entire thing such that it's no longer a congressional law, which is...
Now, again, non-responsive to what I'm saying. Listen again to what I say.
You can't explain it. Why are you explaining now when you just said you don't even...
Because, yeah, there he goes.
But Destiny, I don't understand your argument here anyways. It's clear that the federal courts were weighing in and saying that these maps couldn't be drawn this way. And then in 2019, the Supreme Court came in and said that that was changing, that these maps were not something that could be adjudicated by federal courts. So it seems like you're arguing just for the sake of arguing.
Well, no, the argument is that we all have...
Now, that's exactly it. Destiny was saying previously is, no. There wasn't beforehand. We didn't do this. Beforehand, it wasn't a type of thing where the federal courts would weigh in. And then I presented evidence to show that wasn't the case. I'm like, I don't understand your argument. It's clear that the court weighed in here. And he's like, no, I'm saying Alito's bad. He changed the way we look at shit. That's not the meta argument that you're having at the moment. Reframes it, moves the goalpost. He was wrong. He reframes. No, this is my argument.
We all had an understanding of what Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act meant, and Alito basically destroyed this entire thing such that it's no longer a congressional law, which is kind of irritating because in the past they've appealed so much to, say that like for Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, well, Congress has to write a law to go further to tell us what they really mean. And then we've had Section 2
of the
Voting Rights Act.
Nice.
Congress and the Supreme Court have had an understanding of what it's meant for a long time. And now the Supreme Court has basically nullified Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act and said we can now do racial gerrymandering.
Okay.
We can do all partisan gerrymandering. It's okay to do that now.
And now we can circle back to my explanation, which is that Section 2 of the VRA says you cannot give a racial minority bloc lesser opportunity. But post 2019 in RUCO, when partisan gerrymandering was resolved, you can partisan gerrymander anyone, including white people. Anybody can be partisan gerrymandered. So if a minority group is partisan gerrymandered, they do not have a lesser opportunity than the majority does.
But you still
because
can't...
That was Ryan's argument from the get-go. Now, not only Destiny, who claims to have read the decision, not only did he not know that Alito makes this argument, not only did he not know about the 2019 RUCO decision, he didn't even know that previous to the 2019 RUCO decision, that the federal government was weighing in, saying that state maps were partisanly gerrymandered and weren't allowed. He didn't know any of that, despite, I read the case. Now, you might say, okay, but that doesn't mean he didn't read the case. I agree. He's just not recalling those facts, which are crucial to the decision, which Ryan has been making the argument the entire time. However, when Ryan can't recall something from the case, Destiny rage quits and says, this proves you didn't read it.
The majority is also being partisan gerrymandered.
So you can't actually say that. You can't say, I'm going to racially gerrymander. Even Alito says that would still be tossed. But you can say that you're partisanly gerrymandering, which is the only reason why you would ever do a racial gerrymander. So racial gerrymandering has, in effect, through illegal alchemy, has been made legal by Alito, in direct contradiction to what would have been hoped for by the Voting Rights Act.
So to quote Thomas Sowell, when you're used to preferential treatment, equality feels like discrimination. Yes,
I don't know why we're
because in a world where everybody is being partisan
arguments.
gerrymandered, it would be a special privilege given only to minority groups not to be partisan gerrymandered.
And you see, it's just he won't listen. It's like this the entire time. He's just talking over. At one point, he was playing the piano.
So yes, if in a world where everyone is being partisan gerrymandered, minority blocks are not given lesser opportunity by being treated the exact same as the majority block. If you're being treated the exact same, that's not a lesser opportunity. That's the same.
But that's why. But we didn't want to treat them the exact same. That's why Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act existed. That's the whole.
Now, Destiny admits here, we don't want blacks to be treated the same as everyone else. See? Admitting it.
Point.
Okay, but that's not what they wrote. In Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, it says that it's illegal if you use these means to give these minority blocks a lesser opportunity. That's the language that they use in the Voting Rights Act.
I'd like to take a moment to thank today's sponsor, Proton VPN.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a huge tech boomer, and so I started using Proton VPN to stop with the constant tracking, and it's been a game changer. Proton VPN hides your IP from websites, advertisers, and the government, so you can access the web without being tracked. Proton VPN has a strict no-logs policy that's been verified by independent security audits, and it has unlimited bandwidth even on the free option. Click the link in the description to try Proton VPN 100% free. It helps the show, and more importantly, it empowers you to take control of your internet privacy.
They said
True. I use Proton VPN. Very good. Continuing.
that if in a totality of circumstances, it seemed like minority voters in a state had their vote consistently overturned by majority voters in a state, that would be bad, that they would have the right to bring a Section 2 claim, basically, through the Gingles or Jingles framework, however you pronounce it, and that they would be allowed to have a majority-minority map drawn if they were consistently getting overturned by the majority white voters, basically, in that state.
Okay, Destiny, do you think that's the direct quote from what they said? Is that the operative legal terminology, you think?
Well, considering that you just Googled it and you're looking at it right now and you're going to pretend that you've memorized the language, my guess is I'm probably not quoting it exactly, but I think I got the spirit of the law correct. Yes.
Okay. So when Alito was talking about this law and saying, using this phrase about about opportunity, you think that he was just making it up? It wasn't in the law at all?
He literally did make it up. Yes. If you actually read the case, which I know you didn't because you don't read any of these you talk about, he goes through each of the words and he.
See, you don't read the case. He goes through each of the words. How did you miss the Rucco decision? How did you miss that? Mr. I read the case heavily.
He invents his own cool definition, and then from there, everything kind of logically follows. So he defines opportunity as the way you're defining it right now in a novel way that's never been defined or applied in any prior Supreme Court case. And then that's why he arrives at his updated Google's framework.
If the majority is being partisan gerrymandered and the minorities are being partisan gerrymandered, how is that unequal?
Well, if the minority, if their opportunity to have a vote to send a representative to the Congress is consistently overturned by the majority race of that state, then under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, then you would say it seems like they've been frustrated.
Okay, but my ability to put somebody into Congress is also being frustrated by partisan gerrymandering. How is it unequal that partisan gerrymandering is legal in both cases unless there's some overt racial issue that's involved?
Because
like my state, partisan gerrymander is me, Destiny.
But partisan gerrymander was not what it was about. It was about racial groups having their votes represented.
Technically, you're right. Partisan gerrymander was not what it was about. In fact, I agree with Justice Thomas and Justice Gorsuch that partisan gerrymandering was never actually covered by the VRA, and this whole thing has been a misadventure in law to act that it ever did. What it actually covered was things like poll taxes, literacy tests, actual denial of the right to vote, or actual denial of your right to have your vote counted. That's what it covered. But if we're going to say that we're going to not use that argument, then we are stuck with its language, which includes this idea that you cannot have minority groups treated less than the majority groups. But if you're treating them equally to the majority groups, you're not treating them less than the majority
But they wouldn't be treated equally if their vote is always overtaken by the majority groups in the state.
My vote is always overtaken, Destiny.
In what state?
New Jersey.
In New Jersey, white people don't have their candidates of choice elected to the House of Representatives?
No, in New Jersey, I live in districts that are broken up on partisan lines so that somebody who's going to vote for the right will not be able to get. Yes, it is. Because when they.
Where in the Voting Rights Act does it talk about partisanship? It's talking about majority, minority, racial groups.
Yes, and in.
You as a white person have more what other white people are voting for in New Jersey. Those candidates are.
In Louisiana, the issue there is that when they drew up the map, they drew it up on partisan lines, and it also happened to have an impact on minority blocks. That's the issue.
Minority people vote along partisan lines, of course.
Yes.
Always, yes.
Correct.
But the Voting Rights Act, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act said that if minority groups' votes were consistently being defeated by the majority racial group, that they are allowed to have a majority-minority district created. They were allowed to bring a Section 2 Voting Rights Act case to the Supreme Court to have a district
to the district court. But yeah, you bring it to a district court, doesn't it? But yeah, but that's what it means when you say less opportunity than what?
Than the other racial group.
Then yeah, and in a world where partisan gerrymandering is the norm, where everyone's getting partisan gerrymandered, you
Racial
don't
groups,
have less
racial groups.
opportunity if you are being treated the same.
You do if the racial groups vote on partisan lines. If there was a black party and a white party, literally, then the black party was all gerrymandered out on partisan lines, according to
There basically is, Destiny, a black party in Louisiana.
Exactly, and the Voting Rights Act said Section 2, you can't do that. But now it says you can.
Which then would mean that uniquely in Louisiana cannot gerrymander on partisan lines, but California can, but Nevada can, but Massachusetts can, but all these other states can.
Wait, not if they're frustrating a minority group's vote.
Well, they're not frustrating a minority group's vote.
Then there's no problem under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. But
So again, notice that what Destiny's arguing for here, forget about whether or not he read the case, that yes, blacks, if they're losing, are entitled to the right to say, we have to win. We have to win. You have to make districts where we could win, because if we're losing, then it's corrupt. And so we always have to have the ability to win. Not whites, not Asians, not Hispanics, but blacks. Only blacks. They have the right to win. If they're not winning, then the Voting Rights Act says you must do something to make sure they're winning. Absurd.
There would be in Louisiana.
Well, the technical distinction, Destiny, is that the minorities are, of course, still able to vote regardless of gerrymandering.
It's not about if you're able to vote. It's if you're able to have a vote that is represented in your state's House elections and that isn't consistently defeated by the majority race.
Okay, 1 second. That's insane. You don't really believe that, right?
That's
that can't be the interpretation.
No. For 37 years, that's how the Supreme Court has understood it, and that's how all the legislature votes.
Okay, but if that's the case, let's say a particular state, we'll say hypothetically is 10% black. And for those 10% blacks, we're so unracist, we give them those 10% to draw the map they want. And still they lose. You say, according to the Voting Rights Act, they're not allowed to lose. The mere fact that they lost implies that the Voting Rights Act has been violated because blacks have a right to win. That's bullshit. That's not what the Voting Rights Act says. It says that you can't have special tools designed to disenfranchise people based on race. It doesn't say they're guaranteed to win. And if they lose too much, then we have to change something. That's ridiculous.
I agree. That's why there was a test to determine whether or not a minority group was being frustrated by the majority group. This was I don't know if you remember the Jingles or Gingles framework.
Gingles test, yeah.
Yes. The idea was you have to represent a sizable minority group that is in a contiguous district. So it can't be 10% of people scattered throughout the state. And their vote has to be consistently defeated by the majority racial group of the state. These are the three preconditions for this framework to be met. So if it was the case that black people voted 50-50, half Republican, half Democrat, you have no Section 2 case. If it was the fact, you have no Voting Rights Act case. If it was the fact that the black people were equally scattered throughout the state, you can't make a contiguous district, you have no case. If they're 1% of the population of the state and they don't represent a sizable minority, you have no case.
So again, what Ryan's about to do, he said it has to be a continuous district. In other words, like a circle, a square, something that makes sense.
Plenty of defeaters built into Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act to make sure that these types of cases, exactly these types of cases, wouldn't be brought before any courts, any federal courts.
Rob, can you pull up my screen? So, Destiny, this is the map that Louisiana was forced to draw under the under the VRA prior to Calais. This crazy district here? Would you say that that's a contiguous district that looks like a sane district that anyone would draw under any normal circumstances? Well, it stretches 250 miles, Destiny.
What's the answer to that? The answer to that is I would have to look to case law to see what has been considered.
Okay, but you just gave a bunch of factors, Destiny.
Correct.
You just gave a bunch of factors. Do you want to repeat them? You had a good list.
I'm not. First of all, I'm not a judge. If I wanted to know how to apply the factors,
you were just explaining to us how the VRA works.
I'm saying that as applied, I don't know for contiguous. Like if you would ask me, what if they were 8% of the population? I don't know what constitutes a sizable minority. I don't know 100%. I'm just saying that this was the framework that existed before. This is the framework that Alito has destroyed. That's what I'm saying.
So under the framework that you're exalting, Louisiana was forced by a federal court to draw this insane district that stretched 250 miles across the country in order to give the black population in Louisiana a second district, because the map that Louisiana drew did not give them a second district. In fact, under the VRA, Louisiana was essentially forced to do one of the most naked racial-based gerrymanders I've ever seen. Now, this doesn't strike me as equal. This strikes as you're being given a opportunity, you're being given a greater opportunity than anyone in any state would get but for the VRA. This is not equal, this is more. This is a special privilege that was given to minority voters, and the problem that Alito was identifying is that the VRA...
Which is absolutely right. If the VRA is about equality, it's clearly being interpreted in the past by these federal courts as giving special privileges to blacks. That's exactly right.
It says less opportunity.
Okay,
if you're
listen.
treated equally,
Yes, I
then
agree.
it's not a
I
VRA
understand.
claim.
Yes, I understand. I agree. So like this is okay. And I'm glad you said this, okay? Because this was the argument, and this is what happened, is you just don't like the Voting Rights Act. Alito didn't like Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, and you don't like the fact that a minority group is getting some kind of special privilege to be heard here, which is fine, by the way. You can make that argument, but that's not what the Voting Rights Act said. And Alito didn't like it, and he got rid of it. They didn't get rid of it legislatively, like they probably should have. Alito got rid of it by legislating from the bench, which is exactly what he did, because you don't like the idea that a minority group had a special district created for it, which was the whole fucking point of the Voting Rights Act. Otherwise, why would we even have it? We could just point to the 14th Amendment. We could just scream over and over again, equal protections, equal protections, equal protections. And then boom, we'd be done with it. Why do we even need this law in the first place then?
So, Destiny, when the law said less opportunity, you think we should just ignore that language? We should say, actually, you know what? We're giving, as you just said, minority voters a special power, a greater power, an unequal benefit, rather than rectifying when they are deprived of something that non-minority voters get. So I think you gave the game away, Destiny. I think you gave the game away.
What do you think the point of it was?
The point of it was to make sure that we had a colorblind constitution where voters who are minorities were treated equally. They couldn't be treated worse. What you're arguing is that they should be treated better.
Wait, if it was to be colorblind, why is there any language at all in there whatsoever about minority-majority districts? Or why is there any language in there whatsoever about the majority race overtaking the vote of the minority people?
To force equality coming out of segregation, and we can go back and forth if you want on the benefits and drawbacks of passing laws that would otherwise be unconstitutional in order to rectify past harms of discrimination. It's a rich area if you want to go there, but the language that they used was less opportunity. But what you're describing, Destiny, is the desire to give minorities not equal opportunity, but greater opportunity. And this actually is, I think, a very substantive disagreement. I don't think it's appropriate to give people special powers or special privileges on the basis of their race. I actually think that's racist.
That's great if you think that, and I agree with you. I agree that you can have that thought. No, I agree you can have that thought, but then what you wanted was a repeal of the Voting Rights Act. That's what you wanted. And that's
I wanted the Voting Rights Act to be interpreted consistent with the 2019 case RUCO, which thank God now it is. What you want, Destiny, and as you said,
when it says, don't say what I want, you have no idea. You project so hard.
You want certain people to get a special benefit on the basis of their race. Did somebody clip that, by the way?
Try to have a legal argument.
I feel like actually Destiny came out and said that openly. Like
no, I'm just telling you what the Voting Rights Act says, okay? And I understand that you're saying now you don't like it, which is a fair opinion to have. You can even argue that opinion, but
no. What he is claiming is the Voting Rights Act, when it says that they can't be giving less opportunity, actually is interpreted as they have to be given special benefits. That's not it. A court may have claimed at one point that was the case, but they're wrong. That's not the clear language of the Voting Rights Act. And he's just like, no, he just hand waves it away.
It's not the job of the Supreme Court to decide. That's the job of Congress to decide, right?
You're telling me what it says?
That the Voting Rights Act was created to protect racially minority voters.
So you're not telling me what it says. You're telling me what the intent was.
Do you think that the Voting Rights Act was to protect the majority vote of white people in the United States?
No, I'm trying to figure out what your argument is, Destiny. First, you're saying that's not what it says, but what it literally says is that they cannot have less opportunity than other members of the electorate. So they can't have less opportunity. If they have the same opportunity, they don't have less opportunity, which is my point. You're saying, and you openly said that they should have more. They should have unequal powers, and that's not in the text of the Voting Rights Act.
What does opportunity mean?
Less opportunity than other members of the electorate to elect representatives of their choice.
Correct. So if you have 85% white people in a state and 15% black people in a state, who is that going to protect more?
It depends, Destiny, on the partisan makeup of the state, because nobody has the right.
I'm going to leave if you can't answer this question. If you have 85% white people,
it depends on the partisan makeup of the state.
Do you
see? You always got to tiptoe with Destiny and his rage. I'll leave.
Do you think that the white districts are going to be gerrymandered out? Who does this protect in general?
Let me explain the point. If the 85% and the 15% were split 50-50 between the parties, and the state nonetheless gerrymandered it so that the black people got no district, that would be a violation of the VRA even after Calais.
But it wouldn't be though, right?
No, it would be.
It literally wouldn't, because they would still have the members that they wanted elected would still be elected.
Yes.
That was the whole point. Even if they're somehow gerrymandered out, the members that they wanted elected.
Go back to my example. I said if the 85 and the 15 were equally split between the political parties, right? And then the state nonetheless gerrymandered it so that black people didn't get a district. That would be a violation of the VRA even post Calais.
Gotcha.
What
Can
happens
I ask, if the
I don't know if that's the case,
50-50 and how they would vote, why would we even have a Voting Rights Act?
Well, Destiny, it turns out that there were big ramifications for making partisan gerrymandering legal. And you might disagree with that, but I think earlier you said that you agreed with it, that you thought it was the right outcome.
Wait. I'll agree with Destiny. There's an easy answer to this question. Even if all of the Democrats were, or even if all the blacks were going to vote for one party or the other, or in the other world, they were even 50-50, the Voting Rights Act still said you can't put a poll tax. You can't have some sort of test that's intentionally to keep blacks from voting. And the argument, well, it doesn't matter. They would have canceled each other's votes out because half would vote Republican and half Democrat, is not to the point whatsoever. So the Voting Rights Act had nothing to do with the outcome of who gets elected more, the Democrats or the Republicans. By the way, it would be the racist Democrats that they were actually fighting against, but I digress.
People all in the South states right now that their ancestors were all Democrats, right? The Republicans of today whose ancestors were Democrats, right?
They've right?
Rob?
realized their mistake of being
Rob?
Democrat.
Right? Exactly.
That's right. It's always been the Democrats that are racially focused. Yes.
Of course. So Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act would never exist if the votes were along 50-50 party lines.
Destiny,
right? Rob just answered this. Rob just answered that.
Let me.
I'm talking
do you
specifically
think
about Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act.
Right. Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which says that you can't have a qualification or prerequisite to voting or standard practice or procedure based on race, basically, right? And you're telling me that if Democrats voted 50% Republican and 50% Democrats, that we would have looked at that law when it was being passed and said, it's perfectly fine to do whatever you want to keep black people from voting because, if they voted, it would be equal Republican. Of course not. We would still have a law.
No, it just wouldn't be a thing to talk about. Why would
law,
anybody want to try to disenfranchise voters if they're likely to vote either way? The whole point was
the racist?
Power.
Because they were racist.
you think in the past, you're laughing and you're making the dumbest point possible. That people would have...
I mean, so Destiny's argument is, clearly the Voting Rights Act is suggesting that Democrats need to be able to win, or else we would have never created a Voting Rights Act. If blacks voted 50% Republican and 50% Democrat, then, and there were laws that said like, oh, you have to pay a poll tax that blacks couldn't vote, everyone would have said, who cares? If they voted, they'd vote 50% Republican and 50% Democrat anyways. Well, that's absurd. One, it's absurd on its face. Second, even if you argued that it would be equal Republican to Democrat, there is a thing called primaries. And maybe black people, even in this imaginary world where it was 50-50, maybe they would choose different people in the primaries. So maybe the people in charge of those two parties, if they didn't like blacks, would say, yeah, we're not going to let them vote. So they won't be able to vote in the primaries to help choose. I mean, this is not a hard point. And like, that's why we're laughing. Like, Destiny, this is a nonsensical point. The point you're trying to make, what he's trying to convince you here is, of course, the reason that they were trying to disenfranchise black votes was it was hurting one party. So the Voting Rights Act is clearly then saying the other party has a right to win. It's stupid.
Given up political power for racist gerrymandering? The same people that brought you the 3/5 compromise would have said, well, we know that these blacks are going to vote for us, but let's go ahead and gerrymander them out anyway because fuck it, so that we lose. Do you understand how stupid that is? There would be no purpose for the Voting Rights Act to exist if we all voted on racially partisan lines anyway, which is what Alito has completely brought us back to. Do you agree? I'm just curious. You agree that there will never be a Section 2 case that like a federal court can realistically hear now, right?
No, there could be some. It depends on...
Let me ask you... Give me an example of one. Because now... No, well, besides that's obviously out of the case. I mean for gerrymanders.
Literacy tests.
For gerrymanders.
Okay. So for gerrymanders, to bring a case now, what you need to show is that they could have achieved their partisan purpose and that there is an alternative map that did not take race into an account that would have done it without disenfranchising, quote unquote, members of that group.
Which totally defeats the entire challenge.
No, it just makes it harder.
No, it doesn't make it harder. You have to demonstrate that any map that you would propose achieves the same partisan ends that their map would propose.
Because the partisan ends are legal.
But the whole reason why they're gerrymandering is for partisan ends.
Okay, but earlier you said that you agreed that partisan gerrymandering should be legal. Why are you
changing this earlier? I'm telling you that right now you
because
can
you said it earlier, Destiny.
Again, Destiny's point is, sure, you should be allowed to gerrymander for partisan reasons. Okay. And he's like, but now you wouldn't be able to challenge it if you're black. And Ryan's like, sure you would. You would just have to prove that the exact rationale for your intent for your partisan gerrymandering could have been achieved with a different map that didn't disenfranchise blacks. That's what equal opportunity is. You can't just discriminate or draw based on race. By the way, it's Destiny that actually wants the districts to be drawn based on race. Ryan's arguing for position, no, we can't do that. If I draw a map that fucks over black people, but I'm like, here's the rationale for it, and I'm allowed to partisanly gerrymander, that's okay. I'm only not allowed to do it if there's another map that wouldn't racially fuck over blacks. Destiny's argument is, well, because blacks always vote Democrat, and we're allowed to partisanly gerrymandering, by the way, which Destiny agrees we should be allowed to do, then the effect of this will be less Democrats in office, which upsets black people more. Dims the brakes. What Destiny wants is to say, yes, whites should have less opportunity because blacks should be given a special privilege that's not given to any other racial group, which is we are all, each state, Republicans, if they control the state, could partisan gerrymander in that way. Democrats, if they can control the state, could partisan gerrymander in the way they want. But the only time that we step in is if there are blacks in the state, and then we have to ensure that Democrats are at least winning some in those states. So a Democrat state, like the New England states, that gerrymander out all Republican districts, even though whites majoritarily vote Republican, that's allowed. Fuck it. That's the point that Destiny's trying to make. I'm for partisan gerrymandering, but blacks have a special right that no other group has, that we have to ensure in red states that there's at least one Democrat district. In blue states, we are under no such obligation to ensure there's one red. That's his argument.
Out of existence, you can gerrymander the races by claiming it's partisan, but the only reason why you gerrymander is for partisan purposes. That was the whole point.
Listen, you've moved on quickly. If I can't, you've moved on quickly from a point I think that's absolutely absurd. The claim that the VRA would have been unnecessary if Democrats split 50-50 or if blacks split 50-50 in how they vote. So let me ask you specifically then, if that's true and no one would have ever pushed for that, let's say hypothetically tomorrow, blacks 90% become Trump supporters and Republican supporters. If there all of a sudden was rules placed to disenfranchise black voters, would you speak up for them and say that that's absurd and that's illegal?
Well, I mean, right now, as per Alito's ruling, you'd be allowed to strip them of their voting abilities by gerrymandering their thing on a partisan boundary.
It's not the question I asked. I asked the question if you specifically would say that that's something, if they just flat out say blacks are no longer allowed to vote, that's good for you now because they're going to vote for Republicans. So would you say perfectly fine by me? I'm fine with blacks
ban black people from voting?
Correct. Or let's say they do it through literacy and poll tax. Literacy test and poll tax. Would you be okay with that?
Probably not, no.
Therefore, you disprove your entire argument. Yes, even if it would have been a 50-50 split, there still would have been people that said you can't specifically keep black people from voting. You disprove your entire argument by showing you would be one of those people.
What?
You said that if blacks voted 50-50, no one would have ever suggested a law to prevent poll taxes or to prevent literacy tests or other things to keep them from voting.
You said if the blacks would...
Again, his whole argument was, if blacks voted 50-50, then there would have never been Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. And I'm like, of course there would have been. You still couldn't have specific things to disenfranchise black people, even if the outcome of their vote would have been 50 Republicans, 50 Democrats. And Destiny's like, that no one would have pushed for that. That's ridiculous. So I say, okay, Destiny, right now, today, if blacks hypothetically start all voting for Trump and Republicans, and so then Democrats start pushing laws that are like, oh, we're going to have poll taxes, we're going to have literacy tests, so that less blacks vote, would you speak up against that? He says, yes. Right, which is exactly my point. Yes, even if Democrats were voting 50-50, people would have still spoke up and said, you can't have literacy tests. You can't have poll taxes. It disenfranchises blacks. And he doesn't understand the point, huh?
90% conservatives.
Correct. And you said, even in that world, you, who is clearly not a conservative and dislikes them, would have said, yes, it's still wrong to disenfranchise them. That's exactly my point. There are people that would have said, you can't disenfranchise black people, even if they're voting 50-50, because it's still unhuman, it's still against their rights, etc. As you're doing right now.
I don't even know how you would gerrymander them on racial boundaries if they voted 50-50. This is why the Section 2 argument doesn't work here, and I think Kagan pointed it out well in her dissent that the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act basically defeats itself if the races are all voting relatively separately, because you would never be able to make a contiguous district of minority voters whose vote was being suppressed by the majority voters.
Because you're conflating that the Voting Rights Act was specifically or primarily about gerrymandering, which was never the case. That's why when you're looking at it through the lens of gerrymandering and you're talking about a 50-50 split, you're like, the Voting Rights Act would have never been necessary. Yes, it would have, because the primary purpose was Jim Crow laws of like poll taxes, literacy tests, etc.
Section 2 was the big part of the Voting Rights Act that Alito basically destroyed. So that's basically
no.
He did not. Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. Of course he did.
He did not destroy the part which the primary focus with things like poll taxes, literacy tests, etc. The reason, the intent of it was never gerrymandering. That was never the intent. So when you say they would have never passed Section 2 of the VRA had it been that blacks voted half Republican, half Democrat, that's just nonsensical. They would still post it because
okay, I'm just curious then. If right now a state were to pass a law on like Trump's family biography or some shit that like 99% of white people could pass, but 1% of black people pass, would you guys both defend that as being an okay law?
No.
Why not? Wait. Why not? If it's explicitly, there's nothing racial about that test, no?
Well, the question is, there's some sort of
test like a literacy test or an educational
Sure,
test. is
make
what
it a
you're
literacy
saying?
test, yeah.
And 99%. Well, I'm against sort of those sorts of qualifications.
That's not what I'm
on your right
asking.
to vote.
I'm saying as per our reading here now of the Voting Rights Act, right?
That would have nothing to do with it.
Because you would have, if let's say you had a, we can just use the examples from history. If you put in a literacy test that basically prevented Black people from voting,
Sure.
then by the plain language of the VRA, Black people now have less opportunity to vote than
but
white people.
what if the literacy test, there wasn't any racial thing about it? That was just the effect.
I am describing historic examples where there was not.
You can't rely on historic
sometimes
examples because that's what Alito didn't want to rely on. I agree with what you're saying because what you're quoting now is the part that he got rid of, which was the totality of circumstances. But I'm saying there's no racial language. It's just a biography about Trump's family. And it just so happens to disenfranchise 99% of Black voters and 1% of white voters, like the new gerrymanders are now going to be allowed to do.
Yes.
Why would you be against the literacy poll test or whatever, but you'd be in favor of the racial
Because
gerrymanders?
in that case, Black people would be given less opportunity to vote than white people.
Do you understand that there's a difference here? Ryan's saying you can't pass something that says blacks can't vote as much as white, even if there is nothing racial about that litmus test and bar to voting. Gerrymandering does not say blacks can't vote. There is not one Black person in this country that has lost the right to vote because of gerrymandering. None. Period. All that was lost was who wins. There is no guarantee that the person that Black people want to win has to be elected. They merely have to have the right to vote the same to the rest of us. If you intentionally gerrymandered based on race to disenfranchise Black people, that would be one thing. If you intentionally gerrymander based on partisanship, then it is not covered by the Voting Rights Act. Saying you can't vote is different than saying you're entitled to the guy that you voted for winning. Those are two different things.
Isn't that happening right now in the racial in the way the gerrymanders happening across the United States?
It's not. They have the exact same opportunity to vote and have their vote counted.
But not if they don't. But it wasn't about having their vote counted. It was about having members of their class of citizens be able to.
But the example you gave was a literacy test, which is about having your vote counted, which is why I was talking about having your vote counted and why that would be a problem under the VRA, because it wouldn't have anything to do with the gerrymandering jurisprudence.
Why is it that the totality of circumstances language was adopted from, I believe, from Bolden and then added to?
Who's helping you now?
What?
I said, is that Kafka or Pisco?
I don't even know if either one of them are awake. I read the whole decision on stream.
Okay.
I'm guessing you didn't.
Go ahead.
So Ryan's making a joke here.
That the totality of circumstances language was adopted.
And why that would be a probability test, which is about having your vote counted, which is why I was talking about having your vote counted and why that would be a problem under the VRA, because it wouldn't have anything to do with the gerrymandering jurisprudence.
Why is it that the totality of circumstances?
Now, listen, I'll make your own judgment. Watch Destiny's eyes here. Destiny's looking off. Does it look to you like Destiny's reading something? You be the judge of it. Watch, we'll slow her down. Point 8. Watch Destiny's eyes, and that's why Ryan's like, you're looking off screen. It looks like you're reading something. Oh, is someone feeding you information? Watch.
Citizens being able to.
But the example you gave was a literacy test, which is about having your vote counted.
Now, when his eyes go, it'll be to the screen left.
That's why I was talking about having your vote counted and why that would be a problem under the VRA, because it wouldn't have anything to do with the gerrymandering jurisprudence.
Do you think he's reading there? What do you think? Now, he could be reading something he has previously written, notes or something. Entirely true. But he could also be reading something his chat's telling him. Right? That's why Ryan makes the joke. Again, let's watch one more time. I think when he's looking the other direction, there's probably a screen over there as well. But look, right there, it looks like he's looking at a screen.
Members of their class of citizens being able to.
But the example you gave was a literacy test, which is about having your vote counted, which is why I was talking about having your vote counted and why that would be a problem under the VRA, because it wouldn't have anything to do with the gerrymandering jurisprudence.
Why is it?
So it looks like he's reading. Now, maybe he wrote what he's reading. But he looks like he's reading something, and then he comes up with this.
That the totality of circumstances language was adopted from, I believe, from Bolden, and then added to.
Who's helping you now?
Now, it looks to me like he's reading something. And I would say the best guess is someone said, ask him why the totality of circumstances language was adopted from Bolden. That's my guess. Now, I could be wrong. It could be something he wrote. But again, let's go back and watch.
But the example you gave was a literacy test, which is about having your vote counted, which is why I was talking about having your vote counted and why that would be a problem under the VRA, because it wouldn't have anything to do with the gerrymandering jurisprudence.
It looks like he's finishing reading something, then he's about to ask the question.
Why is it that the totality of circumstances language was adopted from, I believe, from Bolden, and then added to.
Who's helping you now?
What?
Let's speed it back up to regular speed, you know? And so Ryan just says, who's helping you?
I said,
What do
is
you
that,
mean,
is that Kafka or Pisco?
I don't even know if either one of them are awake. I read the whole decision on stream.
Okay.
I'm guessing
So
you didn't.
Go ahead.
So now he's incredulous. How dare you? I read the decision on stream. Okay, just because you read the decision doesn't mean that you're able to recall it or that someone couldn't be helping you. Doesn't mean that at all. Methinks that he protests too much. That's what it seems like. Now, I don't even give a fuck if someone's helping. Who cares? You're either right or you're wrong. If someone's helping, so be it. But the point is, Destiny's the one who formerly with me, how dare you be researching? How dare you get help from AI? Meanwhile, in that very debate, Pisco admitted to me he was feeding Destiny arguments. What's the difference between me looking something up while I'm debating and that being bad because I didn't do it on my own and someone feeding Destiny questions?
Hold on. Look at me right now. What are the changes that Alito suggested to the Giggles framework?
Now, he wants the changes that Alito suggests. First up, I don't have a fucking clue, but I didn't say to read it. Ryan's explanation to me today was, it's very complicated, the changes that he suggested. But right now, Destiny's like, if you can't verbatim tell me this, that proves you didn't read it. But remember, as we already showed, Alito talks about Ruko a lot, and Destiny didn't know fuck about that. So does that prove he didn't read it?
The Giggles framework? I have not memorized them. I'm happy to we can read them
Then
together.
how are you even answering the question of whether or not a Section 2 case could be?
I'm making fun of you for
case.
looking off screen and getting it from your chat. I'm making a joke, Destiny. Make your point.
One of the most cited cases in the decision.
So was Ruko. And? You didn't know it, Destiny?
You have no idea because you haven't even read it. You don't even know. I don't even know how you were answering my earlier questions if you didn't even know what any of this even was. How are you answering whether or not a Section 2 case could even be brought before if the whole point of Section 2 cases was they relied on the Giggles framework and now that framework has been completely destroyed? Kagan says we should call it the Calais upturning or whatever instead of the Giggles framework.
Because
you can't explain it. Why are you explaining it to me now when you just said you don't even know what the framework is?
I didn't say that. That's the thing that you wanted to yell about because there he goes.
Now, we could go back in earlier parts of the debate and he didn't know what was going on with the Colorado court case. That's the point, though. I don't give a fuck if Destiny gets help. He does all the time. I know he does. That's fine. I'll tell you right now, there ain't no motherfucker that's ever helped me with the research that I could recall. Ever. There's no shame in it. I've helped other people with research. There's no shame in that. I've never had anyone on standby to feed me information while I was doing a debate. When at least never happened. There have been people that'll say shit in the chat. Once in a while I've seen something in the chat, but I'm probably worse than any other streamer in that I don't read chat at all almost ever while I'm debating. It's always a separate set of rules for him. So because Ryan couldn't recall Alito's proposed change in the Gingles framework, that proves he didn't read it. But when Destiny had no clue about Alito talking about the Ruco decision changed the Gingles framework and didn't even know that there was court case not brought in the type that Ruco decided, that doesn't prove he didn't read it. See? Chair does help out. That is true. And ultimately, why does this matter? Because to me, the most important thing of this isn't Destiny. Look, it's very simple what's going on with Destiny. Yes, he gets help during these debates, as I've had people like Pisco admit to me. I don't much give a fuck. But that's what he's trying to do. He's a hypocrite. He then accuses other people of needing help, whether it be AI or other things. He uses search engines and AIs as well while he's debating, in addition to getting help from his chat and from other people. I'm not saying all the time. I'm not even claiming that means he didn't read the case. What I'm saying is, that doesn't mean that it's mutually exclusive. Oh, if you read the case, let's say hypothetically I read the case. Would it then be impossible for Are We Not Men to be on my screen over here sending me info? I'd say he couldn't have sent me info because I read the case. You'd say, what fucking sense does that make? If I'm sitting here like, well, what about like the third paragraph when it says, you might be like, is someone sending Rob shit? And me saying, but I read the case on stream. By the way, this is something that liars often do. A liar will oftentimes cite an irrelevant fact, like incredulously, as an explanation to deflect from what they've been accused of. I'll give you an example. When I worked as a bartender, there's this guy, he's a funny guy. We call him Gray Fox. He's a sly motherfucker. He's funny. A bartending. And there's some dudes shooting pool, and he's sitting there, like, imagine the bar's like this. He's over here. Oh, I'm sorry, he's over here. And then there's a pool table right here, right? This dude I know comes in. He's in a hurry. He's like on his work break. He comes way over. He's the only person there. Other side of the bar. And the whole bar's empty other than these like 4 people. He comes way over here. He says, hey, what's up, Rob? Give me a shot of Crown Royal. All righty. Pays with the $50 bill. Pulls out a wad of money, pays, takes his shot. It's like, man, I gotta fucking go. I watch him take the wad out of his money, $50 bill, hands it to me, gives me like $1 tip. I give him his change back, out the door he goes. About 30 minutes later, these dudes playing pool's like, hey, there's a $50 bill. Right over here, where that dude that just brought out a 50 a half hour ago paid for the shot. I said, it was probably that guy. He probably fucking... I was like, give it to me. I'll put it in an envelope and write his name on it. When he comes back in, we'll say, hey, man, did you drop any money? And we'll get it to him. Cool. Dude shooting pool and this other guy, they leave. All right. 30 minutes later, the old Gray Fox guy comes in. He goes, I think that was my $50. I said, what? He goes, yeah, that was my $50. I was like, you weren't even over there. You weren't on that side of the bar. And why wouldn't you have spoke up when everyone was talking about it? You left and then waited for those other guys to leave and then came back? And his response to me was, so you're saying I've never had $50? I don't have $50 in my bank account? That's ridiculous, he says. Well, no, I believe you have owned $50. That has nothing to do with whether that $50 is yours. And he was flipping out about this. How the fuck could you claim that I've never had $50? Now you see, he's saying something that's true, but it's irrelevant. But he's saying it with such passion.
Did you try again?
Quiet you. I didn't say your name. That's what Destiny's doing here. Hey, it looks like you're looking off screen, reading someone giving you help. How dare you? I've read the case on stream. What does that have shit all to do with what I just said? Same thing, same energy. And then getting super pissed off and then rage quitting. I wouldn't bet money on it or anything, but I'll fucking bet if you could get to the bottom of it, Destiny was getting information fed to him by someone, either an AI or more likely a person. I'll fucking bet.
Of the most cited cases in the decision.
That would be a problem under the VRA because it wouldn't have anything to
I think right there, Destiny's looking at the screen and someone's sending him info. That's what I think.
do with the gerrymandering jurisprudence.
Why is it that
That looks to me like someone reading something that someone said to him. Ask then if that's true, why did the Section 2 in the Bolden, why did they adopt the totality of circumstances? I don't think that that's an argument Destiny came up with on his own. I think it looks like he's reading. I don't even think Ryan really gives a fuck. He's just making a simple joke, given Destiny's preponderance to fucking bitch and complain that other people have to get arguments from other people.
Example you gave was a literacy test, which is about having your vote counted, which is why I was talking about having your vote counted and why that would be a problem under the VRA, because it wouldn't have anything to do with the gerrymandering jurisprudence.
why is it that the totality of circumstances language was adopted from, I believe, from Bolden and then added to
Who's helping you now?
What?
Let's see. What's it? Bolden. So, but I think we get Destiny. It's easy to sum up. Destiny, it's very easy. If you have confidence, if you act incredulous and yell and you're very confident with it, it doesn't matter if you get your ass kicked. You just yell and scream and you make one little point that you think makes you right, and then your sycophantic audience is going to be like, yeah! That's it. And then once he rage quits, he feels bad. He knows he needs to come up with something. And that's why I think I mentioned it here. Here, let's after Destiny rage quits, I explained some of this. I thought that was verboten, right? We don't do that. Destiny would never use AI in the middle of or of getting ready. Oh shit. My bad. My bad. That is something that Destiny does. Look, I don't mind the rage quit. All of this, by the way, is a huge red herring, which is fine. I don't mind to engage in. Sort of the Colorado keeping. Let's say at best he disagrees with that decision. The reason that our entire show that we were talking about and your show analyzing hacking these, not the case, hacking the court.
Look, this is why he was with the least coming up and only
is so thoroughly. Like, how is he missing, for example, the section I brought up from the Colorado case? I forget the actual laws. And he was like, well, there was no tools. This thing, okay, we have rules for Trump for weighing in and saying, no, you can't do that.
Right, which is like, you didn't say, out to him. So data.
Our exchange didn't go well. Like he
that, but
I get it. His audience is going to cope. He knows that exchange didn't go well. Like he understands it. And like the entire point, like he'll start arguing something. Like you're totally right. He'll switch his position. Like his whole point where he's basically like, no one ever said that you weren't allowed to partisan gerrymandering. No one said that. And I'm like, yeah, that's literally why the Supreme Court weighed in 2019. Here's the cases, right? These cases exist. Well, now I need to read about the cases. What? But your whole argument was the federal courts weren't even allowed to. No one was weighing in. That was his argument, right? Then when he sees it, he's like, well, but why? What was the rationale? What would it matter what the rationale is? You suggested that this wasn't occurring. It clearly was occurring, right? And then it just moves instead of like, there's never a concession like, okay, I was wrong about that. You know,
But like, that's the easiest, like in terms of credibility, that's the easiest thing in the world to do. He's like, you were saying that and then
Right.
like
it sets a precedent to sort of stop these sorts of things happening in the future, right? He would have been screaming, howling mad, left wingers. You know, the worst example for me, blacklisted.
Well,
Thanks, Destiny, for unbanning me on X, by the way.
are you blocked again? So slighted.
I debated this, whether or not there was a corrupt beginning of the investigation into I feel he goes, of course, and you were fighting against it. Like this
Yeah, look,
I'm looking for a specific thing.
This like
If you saw in like a state like Florida, we vote. The last thing I'll say is this before we read the super chats. All of this is important. I can't stress this enough. I don't really care if people have robust disagreements about by Destiny and people on his side. I have particular court cases. I don't mind doing that. They want to pack the court. I know court is corrupt. That's where the dash their teeth and be upset. Basically, make a rep court is where it becomes nonsensical. So bullshit and keep moving the goalpost. That's less time than we're talking about the dude. You're saying this now, and you're like, no, fuck you. I still want to debate. I'll applaud you. Say I still disagree. That's the real damage, and that's me broke the court, and that's what's really damaging.
It's so all right.
I don't think the parts. It was while I was reading super chat, so my mistake. It's not there. But there's a part where I tell Ryan, I'm like, here's exactly what Destiny's going to do. He's going to say, oh, Ryan didn't read the case and that it wasn't worth my time. So tomorrow, that's what he's going to do. It's not worth my time. And his audience is going to be like, yeah. And that's exactly what Destiny did. So we understand what Destiny's about. For me, the audience, I mean, it's not really a surprise, but I just find it so funny, especially someone like Wick, right? Because at least I think Wick's not a bot. I think he's flesh and blood. I'll give Wick that, you know? And to watch them just repeat Destiny without any critical thinking whatsoever, be like, oh my God, what a crushing. It's like, what are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? They'll find any excuse. They don't even have a pretense of trying to figure it out. And these are the people that'll say like, "Oh, you're a fucking ass kicker. You and Andrew Wilson, or you and Trump, and blah blah blah." And they're so nakedly full of shit. Well, anyways, that's the show for this evening. I still have to read some super chats, and then I have to yell at everyone for the lack of super chats. Not really. You guys are great. The Buffalonian, $5 says, the left wouldn't be able to walk freely down the street like white people couldn't during the BLM riots if that was an actual insurrection. Exactly. Thank you. Cody, thanks for the 50, man. Unbelievable. Thanks. Says, want to donate? Don't know what to say, so I'll share a favorite quote from the Havamal, stanza 15. A noble man should be silent, thoughtful, and bold in battle, but every man should also be cheerful and happy till the inevitable day of death. Excellent point, which is exactly what I'm getting to when I was talking to Tyler and Kim over there. Yeah. Intel Wild, $5 says Chaz Zone should have never been allowed to happen. The military should have been used. Agreed. And Ronnie Me Sauce, $5 says Lesney doesn't care about AI. It's just fan service for his low IQ stance. That's exactly the point. Like twisting the knife and kicking him while he's down is our fan service, not one step back. That's right. That's our fan service, crushing the debates. Exactly. Now, are we not men? No! Don't be banning the entire chat. What are you doing? Don't do that. Crazy talk. Crazy talk. So, we come to the grifting part of the stream. Hooray! Grifting! Whoopee! All right, here's the deal. Play these stupid whip songs. Any $100 donation gets a whip song. Anytime from this point forward, we get past an even $100 amount, we also play a whip song. So, a $79 donation would be one song. A $100 donation would be two, because it passes $300 and it's a $100 donation. Yes, that's right, folks. Ladies and germs. I do not have one whip song in the queue. Now, it sucks because I like to make money. But it's also nice to not have to play one of these stupid shits. That's nice. Cody nails it. Thank fuck. That's how I think of it. So, I'll give people some time to decide if they want to donate or not. If not, perfectly reasonable. I had a fun show tonight. I hope you all did as well. Oh, Wade Boggs, I'm sorry. $50. Is you trying to say I've never owned a 50? I am saying that. I don't believe Wade's ever owned $50. That's still no whip song. Thank you, Wade. That's a real argument I had with that dude, too. He was adamant. He wanted that $50. I was like, go fuck yourself. By the way, the end of that story is the other guy that bought the Crown Royal, he came back in, was like, yeah, I think I did lose a 50. So there you go. It is close. $29 will do it. Let me check some real quick. Oh, chop chop. What an absolute G. Chop Chop gives $30, says community. All right, that's fair. I can handle one. Thank you, Chop Chop. How the hell do I do this? All right, here we go. One stupid one. Nope, I screwed it up. Don't be a dumb one. All right, we can handle that. We can handle it. It's a long one, though, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, there's a whip. There's a way. Well, there's a way. There's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the land says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Well, there's a whip. Well, there's a whip. There's a way.
happy? Are we happy? Hey, what's up, Cool Vic? How you doing, my man? All right. Well, that's it. Unless anybody's got more donos. I'm gonna try to do a call-in show tomorrow. I can't guarantee it, but it should be around noon tomorrow. That'll be on all platforms. Until Wild, $5 says Rob needs to end the Whip Wheel song. Sorry, but maybe once a week. Yeah, well, that's why I put it at the end of the show. I'm not too worried about it. People could leave if they like, no problem. Joey B, thanks for the 10 over on Rumble, says 10. So we yell less at the end. 10 so you will yell. Oh, thank you. I get it now. I was like, huh? I get it. Tomorrow night, we're going to do something a little different. So I'm going to, at some point tomorrow night, I'm going to review a section of a debate, which I've obviously done before. But we're going to do things like this. We're going to take the super chat off, and I'm going to stop addressing the audience for like an hour while I review a debate. And the point is we're going to clip it just as its own standalone thing later. I saw that bandit. Brian thinks it's weird that people ask to take his clothes off. I mean, in fairness, it is weird. He's not wrong about that.
Allegedly, as you were taking that woman's money, is that what you said to her? Why don't you show me your tits? Is that what you said? Is that some of the alleged abuse that you gave to that woman? Is that some of it?
You went personal with me when you lose a debate.
Yes, very weird. I agree. Totally agree. It's a bit weird. A bit weird indeed. So I get it. I guess I sympathize with him on that. Just reading a couple news stories here real quick. All right. We didn't make the goal tonight because we're shit. I'll do better tomorrow night. I promise. Personal difference. Let's take a vote right now, says Intel Out for $5. To end or keep the whip song going. Sure, you could vote. Your vote means nothing to me. Let me explain something about the whip song. Let me give you an inside baseball. This is my job. I think the whip song thing sucks. 80% of the money I get comes from the whip song. So someone that's pissed off that instead of leaving the show when the whip song comes on, that's going to try to convince people to end the whip song, doesn't really matter to me because you have an option to not hear the whip song, which is to leave. That's it. I also think it's fucking stupid. Yeah, Chop Chop, didn't I get your $30 super chat? $30. He said, community. Yeah. I don't like the fucking songs. If I won the fucking Powerball tomorrow for $1 billion, we wouldn't play whip songs probably anymore. Or I'd probably still do it because some people still like it. But yeah, I don't know what to say. But, you know, this was a big to-do. I don't like to grift a lot during the stream. I do it less than most people. And so I do 2 to 3 hours. Today I did 4.5 hours with basically not asking for money. And then at the end I was like, okay, I'll play whip songs. That's it. You know? That's true. I could do that, Wade. So that's it. It's, you know, I know it pisses some people off. I do. But I don't know what the alternative is. Am I supposed to just be like, well, some people were pissed about the whip song, so we're just going to end it. So I get much less money. But hey, at least those people that could have formerly just left now stick around when I end the show an hour earlier and not make money. Okay. The only person that's really forced to stay is me. And it sucks. I might add. So, but I do appreciate you all. We didn't reach the goal 357 tonight. That's okay. I had a fun night. We're going to raid over to Ryan Mullally, I believe is where we're going. Make it so they can't rewind and listen to the website. Now you're talking. The technology is beyond me on how to do that. I don't know. There you go. Cody gets it. He just skips him when he watches it not live. That's the way to do it. I should do my streams not live. I don't know that I'll figure it out. I'll play the... All right. Well, it's that. People were accusing me of being Jewish. Jews. Now I'm good. Now I'm speaking the truth. Now we got it. You know, I wish some more Jewish people were in the chat right now. They could have sent some money. We'll make one more push, 13% away from the final goal. 357. I see the Quality Leering Center people were charged today. Nice. Nice. Oh, look at that. Chop, $51. What a G. Thank you so much. That's goal. Thank you so much. What do you, Chop, just for you. Any song you'd like to hear? We'll give you what an absolute G. We'll give you any song you want to hear, Chop, or none. That would be great too. Whatever you like. Oh, for crying. Of course he picks a long one. All right, we'll play one Yacht Rock song for our man Chot. I remind you, the rest of you could 4 minutes. The rest of you could still send in donos if you want. We'll keep it going. But if not, that's fine. All right.
A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark. Lord, Lord, Lord.
Well, folks, we did it. Oh, Intel Wall says, I like that P hat on you, Rob. Oh, my Pirates hat. It's dirty. I need to wash it, but yeah. I've varying hats I like to wear from time to time. It's a fun thing I like to do. I love it when people are like, you wear a hat because you're bald? Yes! That's exactly it. You got me. Nailed it. All right. We're raiding over. I hope Ryan Mullally's still alive. Trip to Turkey? Why would I want to go to Turkey? Please! Thank you guys so much for tonight. Really appreciate it. I should be doing call-in show tomorrow around noon, unless something comes up. I think I'll be good. 2 days left for my son before he's done with school, so I'm very excited to start hanging out with him. And anything else? 10 o'clock, I'll be back here tomorrow evening. Should be a lot of fun. Thank you to my friend Avarice, to my editor Black Elk. Thank you so much to everyone that donated tonight. You guys are great. Thanks to We're Offended, You're Offended, who generously let me come on their show to chat with me. I thought that was a lot of fun. Thanks to Ryan Mullally. I joined his show a little here at the beginning of it. All of you that donated, all of you that chatted, all of you that liked the stream or subscribed. Thank you all so much. Oh, Intel Wild, $20 says Art Europe. Thank you. You're one of the best, Intel Wild. Thank you so much. Well, we're $16 away if someone wants to donate for one more stupid ass whip song. Oh, wait, Bugs, $10. Oh, shit. Whip pitching. Thank you, Wade. Oh, boy. Oh, wow. Wrongful lead takes us over the edge. Thank you. Intel Wilds, $20. Oh, my goodness. Kill Silva, I'll do it. This is thank you. All right. Thank you. You guys are the best. Thank you. Oh, where's Blasterbot? Dino Boogie Woogie. Sounds amazing.
Where there's a way, where there's a way, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the life says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a will, there's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. Where there's a way, where there's a way, where there's a way. There's a way. Where there's a way. There's a way. Where there's left, right, there's a way. There's a way. There's a way. Where there's a way. Where there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, where there's a way. Left, right.
Oh! Agreed. Caleb nails that. It's the lyrics in that version that I really like. Yeah, but I didn't control the time of them. Some of them were long at the end. I don't know why some are longer than others. I don't know. It's a weird... I mean, I understand why, like, more fast-paced songs are shorter. Like a punk song, you would think, because it's just faster, so it gets the lyrics out faster. But I guess some of them don't lend themselves to, like, solos. Good stuff. It was short. Well, the Yacht Rock one was free and it was 4 minutes. It was not under bullshit. You can clearly see it's 1 minute and 10 seconds. There's rock ones, I think. I don't know that rock ballad is. November Rain Whip song. No, I didn't lie. I speak the truth. Only the truth here. 11 seconds of silence. Yeah, I pad them. I pad them at the end. I'm like, Oh, man. Intel. Wow. Look at this. Can you think of a bigger G? Bitches about the whip songs and then proceeds to donate assloads of money to play whip songs. $70. Thank you, Intel Wild. Thank you, man. All right. Yeah, that's exactly it. Intel Wild. He's an enigma. No. Oh, fuck. That was close. 2000 Teens Pop.
We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Light says, nay, 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 we can march all day, all day, all day, all day. Where there's a way.
Don't it's a well, that's like a horrible song. Horrible. Kesha. K $ ha. What an absolute stand up. I couldn't tell you one Kesha song. I know she played at the university I went to, but I don't know why. Well, I'm robbing Super Chat. Now, when I get the 4-minute ones, no one says, "Oh, well, that counts as 2." That's I got some new toothpaste. I don't know what it is. It's like Crest 3D white something. I don't know what it is about it, but I fucking loved it. I was like, oh, like my teeth after I brushed it had that like when you're like cleaning a window and it's got the like squeak. It's like squeak, squeak, squeak. I was like, oh. It's like, what is this shit? Yeah, a lot of shit that I do wakes my wife up to her saying, "What is this shit?" That's a common reaction in my house. The whitening could rub off my enamel? Oh, shit! They're pretty good teeth. Never had braces. They're not bad. They're compacted at the bottom here. This front one's a little, the top looks nice. The dentist always said I had good teeth because when I was a kid, when I was like 3, I fell into a coffee table and knocked all of my front teeth out. So I had no teeth until my adult teeth came in up top. And then they came in nice and straight. So there you go. If your kid knocks all of his teeth out, silver lining, teeth might come straight. I don't have any grills. People don't donate enough money for me to get a fancy grill. Use natural toothpaste. David's is the best. Okay. Alex Jones has the best products. Fell into a coffee table, i.e. pissed my mom off, and she just... No, I did. I fell into a coffee table. I do have, in my color, I have some fillings there. You can see a couple of them. Back before they gave you like that clear color filling, they give you like the metal looking shit. I don't know. My wife has very good teeth too. Good teeth. That's good. I don't floss every day though. I don't know if I'm giving too much. Do people floss every day? Yeah. No, I won't. I don't know how to get a grill. Wear like a... I floss once in a while. I try to brush twice a day. But I'm not a big flosser. I don't know. Am I shithead for that? Hygiene shit's weird. You never know, right? You don't know if you're doing a weird thing. I've never used a tongue scraper. That I do know. I rock my tongue. I use like the back of the brush to brush my tongue. Should floss every day? No, I'm taking a stand. I'm 41. I'm fucking done. I'll floss like once, twice a week. And I got those little pick things. That's what I use to floss. I'm not fucking... I had a water pick. Yeah, I wasn't that enthralled with it. I was so excited to go out and buy one like 6 years ago. I was like, ooh, water pick. I don't know. Wasn't really doing it for me. Flossing reduces lifespan. There we go. That's the kind of... And I read it on the internet, so it must be true. That sounds healthy as well. This restaurant we go to, it's like a bar. I used to live above it. It's right up the road from where I'm at. And they have, for an appetizer, they have deep fried mushrooms. But I've never seen a place that has them like this. Because instead of like the little cap mushrooms that you get that are deep fried everywhere, these are big ass ones. And they have that classic like pizza mushroom shape with like the little button at the bottom and then the big like umbrella shape. They're fucking huge. They're like this big, cross sections like that. That's what I had for dinner tonight. Just deep fried mushrooms. I also got some shrimp, but I barely ate them. I was like, That's right. Got to give the dentist something to do. Ass mushrooms. All right. Now I'm being mocked. I'm getting out of this. Let me make sure that Ryan Mullally's still on before I raid over to him. I'd hate to direct a raid to someone who's not live, which I've done. Looks like he's not live. Okay. The only person I see is Speakeasy. By the way, I saw Speakeasy's going to do an event down there at DebateCon. Very excited for that. I think it'd be cool. Hopefully I'll be able to make an appearance, but yeah, we'll raid Speakeasy. I think he's the only person I see live. So if there's no more donations, which I'm very grateful for all your donations, I really am. Night shift still kicking ass. Tomorrow, call-in show. You can't call me a dumb shithead. You can argue with me. You can agree with me. You can tell me how your life's been. Whatever you guys want for 2.5 hours, we're going to do the call-in show tomorrow, starting at noon Eastern time. Barring anything, there's one little thing. I don't think it's going to be an issue. There's one little thing that I promised my neighbor I'd help with. I don't think that it'll be tomorrow, so I think I'll be good. Then we do in the regular show around 10 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. So once more, thanks to my editor, Black Elk. Thank you so much to all of my awesome moderators. Yeah, let's set up. There you go. My next no prep debate will be on flossing. I'll be like the Fortnite dance. I know about that. I had a lot of fun tonight. I hope you guys did as well. If I can suggest as follows, though, just take a moment. When you think about, like, I was talking to We're Offended, You're Offended, talking about just how extreme so many people on the left are now. Never forget what the stakes are. Someone like Charlie Kirk, where he was assassinated, they mocked him, mocked his family. Just take 1 minute. It's only 1 minute, the closing video. And I just want you to focus on Charlie's daughters running towards him. How they killed that man and celebrated it. That's what the stakes we're facing now. So say a prayer for Charlie and his family. Thank you so much, everyone. I will see you all tomorrow around noon. As always, have a good one.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.